सूरज भाई,
Hello, hello. Good morning, everybody. हाँ सर, सर आप अभी उससे लॉग इन कर लीजिए।
हेलो।
मैं इससे लॉग आउट। हेलो सर, सुन पा रहे हैं आप?
तू ड्राइव कर ले, आराम से अभी गड़बड़ मत कर।
मैं रुका हूँ, मैं साइड में रुका हूँ। मैं कह रहा हूँ कि मैं इससे लॉग आउट हो जाता हूँ यहाँ पे। मैं अपना बंद कर देता हूँ जूम। आप फिर ये होस्ट वाले आईडी से लॉग इन कर लीजिए। अच्छा, मैं कॉल करता हूँ।
हेलो। अच्छा, तो फिर ये चलता रहेगा यूट्यूब? मैं मतलब क्या करूं अब? ये लीव करूं? ठीक, ठीक है, ठीक, ठीक। वो उसने जैसे ही आपने लीव किया तो अपने आप ही मुझे लिख के भेज दिया, आ गया मैसेज कि यू आर नाउ होस्ट। हाँ बस, अब बस। हाँ, अब मैं खुला हुआ हूँ बस। हाँ, हाँ। ठीक, ठीक। हाँ, ऊपर लिख रहा है लाइव। हाँ, 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 ठीक, ठीक, ठीक। ओके। गुड मॉर्निंग सर। आपका म्यूट है।
हाँ जी, मॉर्निंग मॉर्निंग।
आवाज नहीं आ रही सर।
अभी तो मैंने अनम्यूट कर दिया।
नहीं,
आ
अभी
नहीं
नहीं आ
रही?
रही।
यहाँ से तो अनम्यूट है, तो आपके सिस्टम में ही होगी प्रॉब्लम।
बोलिए सर, अब कुछ आवाज।
आ रही है आवाज? अभी आ रही है?
अभी नहीं आ रही, नहीं आ रही सर।
पता नहीं क्या चक्कर है, यहाँ तो सारा अनम्यूट है, मेरा सिस्टम तो ओके है। यहाँ तो कहीं शो नहीं कर रहा अनम्यूट।
सर सुनाई दे रहा है आपकी आवाज ना।
आ रही है?
हाँ जी सर, मुझे सुनाई दे रही है।
ये डॉक्टर अरोड़ा क्यों नहीं सुन रही? उनका अनम्यूट करने वाला है।
शायद उनको उनके सिस्टम में प्रॉब्लम है सर।
हाँ हाँ हाँ, उनका ना इधर संजय अरोड़ा का एक और आ रहा है, वहां पे अनम्यूट करने वाला।
हाँ जी।
अब बोलिए सर एक बार।
हाँ जी, हेलो।
हाँ, अब आ रही है, आ
आ
रही
रही
है।
है ना? वो आपका अनम्यूट करने वाला होगा सिस्टम, मेरा तो ठीक है।
अच्छा, हाँ, कुछ गड़बड़ थी।
हाँ, सम प्रॉब्लम। और कैसा है? एवरीथिंग फाइन?
ठीक है सर, बढ़िया।
वो फिर पहले तो उसने स्वामी ने भेज दिया इस तरह से, वे एक कर मतलब उस तरह भेजो। फिर कुछ कंफर्म नहीं हो पाया, मैंने फिर पहले एक का ओके किया, मैंने कहा मैं आई विल डिलीवर वन ओनली।
जी जी जी।
फिर आपने जब रिवाइज करके भेजा, फिर मैंने उसको करेंटली आई।
जी।
और ठंड ठंड कैसे है आपकी वहां पे?
नहीं नहीं, ठीक है, आज आजकल तो ठीक हो गया
हाँ,
मॉर्निंग।
अभी यहाँ भी थोड़ा हो गया, पर आज थोड़ी धूप तो है यहाँ पे टाउन है, तो अदरवाइज ठीक है टेम्परेचर वाइज।
हम्म।
और बच्चों की क्लासेस वगैरह चल रही हैं ठीक?
हाँ, अब आजकल तो ऑफलाइन हो गया।
अब एग्जाम चल रहे हैं उनके? अच्छा, ऑफलाइन होगी क्लासेस शुरू?
हाँ हाँ, स्कूल जा रहे हैं।
हाँ, बच्चों के लिए जहाँ टफ है, वो बेचारे सारे दिन खेलते कूदते रहते हैं, स्कूल से आके लेके सारा दिन घर में रखना है बच्चों को मुश्किल है।
हम्म।
हाँ, मुश्किल है।
Hello, am I audible?
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Very good morning. संजय अरोड़ा बोल रहे हैं?
Yes, sir. Yes.
हाँ,
नमस्कार सर, गुड मॉर्निंग।
नमस्कार, नमस्कार सर, नमस्कार। कैसे हैं अड्डा साहब? ठीक है?
डॉक्टर अड्डा अनम्यूट कर लीजिए, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए।
हाँ,
म्यूट है आप।
ठीक।
नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार।
अच्छा, कैसे है सर?
हाँ जी, हाँ जी, डॉक्टर आर्या साहब, डॉक्टर साहब मॉर्निंग। डॉक्टर आचार्य जी, नमस्कार। हाउ आर यू कीपिंग योर हेल्थ सर? हाउ इज योर हेल्थ सर? अनम्यूट कीजिए, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए सर, अनम्यूट कर लीजिए।
हाँ, आप ठीक है? Am I audible? आ रही है
हाँ
आवाज?
जी, हाँ जी, यस सर।
हाँ सर, वेरी मच ऑडिबल सर।
राइट सर।
और कैसे हैं सब आप सब?
सब अच्छा है जी, एवरीथिंग इज फाइन।
वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड। चलो अच्छा है, ये बहुत अच्छा है। दिस वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड
हाँ जी।
प्रोग्राम। इट्स बीइंग ऑर्गेनाइज्ड, बहुत अच्छा है।
गुड मॉर्निंग संजय जी।
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
All the best for the conference.
Thank you, sir, for your good wishes.
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning
संजय
जी।
स्वामी, गुड मॉर्निंग।
Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Somas from Bhopal, sir.
हाँ, ऑल द बेस्ट, ऑल द बेस्ट, बहुत अच्छा है।
Good morning, sir.
वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग, वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग।
Good morning, sir. Namaste, sir.
कैसे हैं आप?
I'm good, sir. I'm good, sir.
आपका रोटेट आ रहा है, कुछ रोटेटेड है।
Okay, sir. Now it is coming, sir.
No, no, it's okay.
Good morning from Isimoth. Good
Good morning,
morning.
sir. Good morning. Good morning, sir.
So,
Good
our
morning, good morning.
happy New Year. Today is the Lunar New Year. So, let me begin by wishing everyone a very happy Losar.
Thank you, sir, and same to you also.
Good morning, sir. This is Dr. Vivek from Jammu.
Oh,
Dr. Vivek.
Sir,
how are you?
I extend my warm wishes to Dr. Sanjay Swami and Dr. Sanjay Roda and all the team members for this conference. My best wishes.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek, for your wishes.
संजय स्वामी जी मॉर्निंग। डॉक्टर संजय स्वामी मॉर्निंग।
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
और how is कैसा है?
ठीक है, sir. Fine.
Okay. You are putting all untiring efforts. Wish you all success.
Thank you,
All
sir.
success.
Thank you. Thank you. You people are guiding a lot to me also.
No, it's a very good initiative.
Yes.
Very good.
Yeah.
Dr. Arora sir, Tommy sir, all the best. Best wishes.
थैंक यू सर।
I am Dr. Somas from Bhopal.
अरे जानते हैं सर आप।
Dr. Soma, how is the weather there?
Yes, sir. Now the temperature has increased, sir. Temperature slightly increased, sir. थोड़ा ठंड कम हो गया, sir.
No, in Palampur also now, it's in the morning it was 13 degree.
Yes, sir.
And maximum expected to go by
Morning, everyone.
17, 18.
Dr. Lunian from China has joined, and good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Loon, and welcome to this conference.
Professor Sadeghi from Iran is also with us. Dr. Bajar Barua, our guest of honor today, is also have joined. Dr. Suraj Khan, President of the Soil Conservation Society of India and International Soil Conservation Organization, is with us on this occasion. We welcome you, sir.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning,
Dr. Sadeghi.
Hello.
Professor J.P. Sharma, Honorable Vice Chancellor Scos J has also joined, sir.
Dr. J.P. Sharma, sir, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Dr. J.P. Sharma. This is Dr. Acharya speaking.
Dr. Acharya ji, morning.
Morning, how are you, Sharma ji?
No, this is Bajar Barua.
Acha, Bajar Barua, how do you say, sir?
Bas.
How's everything?
Bas.
Fine. Nice to see you after a long time.
Yeah, it's a long time. Definitely.
Good morning, Dr. Bajar Barua, sir.
Morning, Mujhe. Namaskar.
Dr. Bajrua, we visited you along with Dr. Punjab Singh.
Is it?
Yeah, some time back, when at Zorat.
Oh, yes.
QRT meeting.
QRT meeting, correct. J.P. Sharma ji, I have not seen. I think they...
Achha. Well, it's good that we have friends from Iran, China, Nepal, and all these places.
Good, very good.
Dr. Pema, how is Dr. Eklavya? Eklavya Sharma.
Good morning, everybody.
Yeah, morning, Jay. Morning.
Acharya.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Jay.
Good morning. कैसे हैं आप?
Fine. He's smiling his star, Dr. Acharya.
Good morning, Dr. Dr. Suraj Khan, sir. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, President. Good morning.
Good morning.
So it is now means we should start the program because our chief guest has also joined and guest of honor as well as keynote speakers have joined, and participants will be joining in between. Some have joined. We will see to avoid any delay. So we have to start it. Shall we start, sir?
Yes, Dr. Please start.
So very good morning to all of you for the today's Asian conference organized by Soil Conservation Society of India. So we will be starting with Saraswati Vandana as our tradition, and I request the students from Central Agriculture University PG College to pray God for giving us knowledge and strength to take up the activities. So I request the students to start the Saraswati Vandana.
अज्ञानता से हमें तार देना, तू स्वर्ग की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे हर शब्द देता है, हर गीत तुझसे हम हैं थके, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण में हमें प्यार देना, हे अज्ञानता से हमें तारेवा, मुनियों ने समझी है, गुनियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी, हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या हे शारदे मां, हे शारदे मां, अज्ञानता से हमें तार देना.
Thank you very much. Thank you. These were the students of the College of Postgraduate Studies, CAU campus, Barapani, Meghalaya. So we have started with the tradition that after praying God, we are requesting that we should be blessed with knowledge. So we are starting the second Asian Web Conference on managing. Please, managing hill resources and diversities for zero hunger and climate resilience. It is a 2 days Asian conference organized by Soil Conservation Society of India, New Delhi, and Soil Conservation Society Meghalaya chapter at Barapani in collaboration with CAU, Imphal. I request President of Soil Conservation Society of India, Dr. Suraj Ban, to kindly welcome the guests of this inaugural session.
A very good morning to all. Honorable Dr. Pema Gamesso, Director General, International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, ICMOD, Kathmandu, Nepal. Dr. Li Yun, Director, CBIK, Kunming, China. Respective Dr. K.M. Bajar Barua, former Vice Chancellor, Assam Agriculture University, Jorat. Respective Dr. S. Basant Singh, Director of Instruction, Central Agriculture University, Imphal. Respective Dr. C.L. Acharya, former Director, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal. Respected Dr. Sadegi, Dr. Brahmanand, Dr. Hadda, Dr. Monish, participants from India and around the Asia, ladies and gentlemen. I have privilege to welcome Dr. Pema Gamesso, Director General ICMOD, to be the chief guest of second Asian BAP conference on managing health resources and diversities for zero hunger and climate resilience, to grace the occasion by your kind presence and to inaugurate 2 days BAP conference today. I welcome respected Dr. Li Yun, Director CBIK, Kunming, China. I also welcome Dr. K.M. Bajar Barua, former Vice Chancellor, Assam Agriculture University, and I respect Dr. S. Basanta Singh, Director of Instruction, CAU. Our Vice Chancellor, Central Agriculture University, Dr. Anupam Misraji could not join us. He sent the message because his wife is not well. so he could not spare the time, but he has sent all good wishes for the success of the conference. And he ensured that his all support and cooperation is with for successful completion of the conference. I also welcome Dr. Sanjay Arora, convener of this WELL conference, Dr. Sanjay Swami, organizing secretary, and Dr. N.J. Singh, co-organizing secretary. I also welcome chairman of organizing committee, chairman, co-chairman, rapporteurs of various committees, speaker, recipients of awards, all participants including NGO and progressive farmers, institution, scientists and faculty members, students and all the members of the Meghalaya State chapter of SCSI and secretariat of the conference and all bona fide executive members of Soil Conservation Society of India, New Delhi. Asia region has 641 million hectare land area and 321 million hectare agricultural land area, which are encountering multiple challenges in the control of land degradation and desertification. The Asian region countries face problems of the wind erosion, water erosion, soil salinization, large population, pasture degradation, vegetative degradation as a result of overgrazing and biodiversity losses. South and Southeast Asia region covers a large land area with the diverse ecoregions, land uses and management practices. The region has a tropical humid climate and the tropical rainforest is the major form of the natural vegetation. More than 94% of the area suitable for agriculture in South Asia has already been cultivated. Heavy rainfall combined with agriculture on hillside has led to the erosion, reducing agriculture productivity of upland farming system. Water erosion, which covers 21% of the total land area, that is the 46% of the total degraded area, has become the main type of the erosion in the region. Hills and mountains are the home to 1/10 of the world's population and cover 1/5 of the world's land area. Going by the global average, 1 in the 8th person in a food insecure. But in rural, hill and mountain areas, this ratio is 1 out in 2. This means that around 300 million mountain people are food insecure, with half of them suffering from chronic hunger. The development of hill and mountain areas in recent years, protection of ecology have become a matter of national concern in recent years, emanating from the fact that the hills and the mountains are the organized climate makers and many a times are a cultural divide. The fast deteriorating ecology of plains, the global warming erosion, or biological diversity and disturbances in climatic conditions, recurring floods and droughts, non-suitable productivity and production of the agriculture, crops, health hazards due to the air, water and soil pollution are attributable to imbalance, exploitative management of natural resources in the hill mountains. The increasing population pressure is further likely to strain the hilly and mountain ecosystem and consequently adverse effect on the available resources of the plains, limiting their capability in meeting the future requirements. Agriculture development in hills is constant by lack of the appropriate technology, inadequate infrastructure, poor input-output marketing insufficient extension education and network, and decrease in area for forest dwellers, and great diversity in farming systems. Land use type traditional agriculture is a practice which combines crop production with the livestock, horticulture, and farm forestry, agroforestry in the integrated fashion, which is adapted to the limitation of the climatic and adaptability conditions. Inaccessibility, fragility, marginality, heterogeneity, natural instability, and human adaptation mechanisms are mountain specificities. The identify key factors to be addressed for sustainable agriculture development in hills. The major component of hill agro ecosystem are crop production, livestock, horticulture, and farm agroforestry. To meet the demands of increasing population, we have to conserve the natural resources base and ensure its optimum utilization for attaining the sustainability. Land and water are the most important factors in agriculture production, and the production in a place too is dependent upon the management of agro-geobiotic factors in hills, mountains. Objective of this BAP conference are to, one, demonstrate constraints, gaps, and opportunities in a hill or mountains agriculture to tap underutilized areas and resources for zero hunger and climate resilience. Number two, identify possible entry points and policy recommendation to develop the sustainable hill or mountains agriculture and strengthen the food security and nutrition governance. And third, the last, promote the knowledge sharing and exchange of good experience and practices related to hill mountains agriculture development for zero hunger and climate resilience. The principal mountain farming system of Asia are Himalayan farming system, including a mixed crop livestock farming system, a livestock pasture farming system, and shifting cultivation. 2, upland intensive mixed farming system. 3, highland extensive mixed farming system. And 4th, a pastoral farming system. The hill mountain region of Asia therefore provides some of the best examples of integrated mountain farming systems. However, overall, recent years, the value of the traditional mountain farming system have eroded mainly due to population growth, rapid urbanization, depletion of the natural resources base, economic globalization, market influence, and the effects of climate change. However, capitalizing upon both the socio-cultural and biophysical strength of the hill mountain landscape integrated farming system have the potential to contribute the significant towards attaining the food and nutrition security, as well as securing the improved and viable livelihood opportunity for the hill mountain communities. The development of value additional products would be necessary for ensuring the sustainability of the entire integrated hill mountain production system. The challenges and opportunity and problems facing sustainable hill mountain ecosystem and hill mountain agriculture are often complex, transboundary, and difficult to be resolved by a single country, a single discipline, or single institution. All national and international partners from different backgrounds must emphasize the need to team up and continue flying the flag for supporting hill or mountain agriculture and hill mountain people in the Asia region. There is a need to reach out further and communicate globally to increase the multi-sectoral policy, prioritization, interdisciplinary engagements, and public-private investment for the development of sustainable hill mountain agriculture. This BAP conference will include the participants from national governments, National Agriculture Institute, agriculture universities, international organizations, and international research institutes to raise the issue of the awareness and countered by the hill mountain farmers in Asia so that hill mountain agriculture would better contribute to food security, better nutrition, and climate resilience in Asia. Once again, I extend my best wishes to the organizers of the BAP conference, especially Dr. Sanjay Swami, Dr. Sanjay Arora, and Dr. O.S. Bhatt, and Manish, and Dr. M.S. Hadda, and Brahmanand. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the welcome. I have seen that Dr. Pradeep Kumar Sharma, ex-Vice Chancellor, Squash Jammu, and ex-Vice Chancellor of CSA Kanpur, is also who has also joined. Dr. Munish Kumar from CSA. So, as a formal welcome, we thank you for Dr. Surajban sir. So, taking this opportunity, just I want to highlight some of the activities taken up by the Soil Conservation Society of India. So, good morning to everyone. Respected chief guest of the today's program, Honorable Dr. Pema Gamsto, Director General of ISI Mode, a very pioneer organization for mountain system. Guest of honor, Dr. K.M. Bajar Barua, sir, from Assam Agriculture University, Jorhat. Our keynote speakers, Dr. Lunian, who is Director of CBIK from China. Dr. C.L. Acharya, former Director, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal. Dr. Anupam Mishra, Vice Chancellor of CAU, could not join due to some personal reasons. Dr. P.K. Sharma from ex-Vice Chancellor, Squash Jammu. Dr. J.P. Sharma, present Vice Chancellor of Squash Jammu. Dr. M.S. Hadda, Professor Sadeghi from Iran. So I welcome you all. And dear participants of this conference, as you are aware that we wanted to organize this second Asian conference in a physical mode at Shillong, the beautiful place in the hills. But due to COVID-19, we have to make it on the virtual mode. So the Soil Conservation Society is taking up these activities since long time, since the inception in 1951. So in that, we have taken number of activities apart from organizing conferences, seminars for the benefit of the researchers, academicians, field associates, and students. So this society was established at Hazaribagh, Bihar in September 1952 at the first National Symposium on Soil Conservation organized by Damodar Valley Corporation with the leadership of late Professor J.S. Bali, who was leading the Soil Conservation Society and has become the oldest professional society dedicated for the development and extension work in the country. The main mandate of the society are survey, assessment of natural resources of the country, promote technical and latest advanced knowledge of soil and water conservation, which includes livestock, microflora, fauna, forest management and land degradation, rainwater harvesting, runoff and control of peak water for all sustainable agriculture production systems, promoting and implementation of integrated watershed management programs, and as per Professor Bali, we have conceptualized the bioindustrial watershed management in many parts of the country, and promoting these activities for the betterment of the resource poor farmers. Coordination and implementation of all matters relating to soil and water conservation, which include with the different agencies working in the state governments, central governments, as well as non-government organizations. Developing program for ecological management, agriculture management, and enhancing sustainability for rural development, livelihood security, and judicious and scientific soil and water conservation using indigenous technologies and refining them on scientific basis. The society is having presently 3,200 life members and annual members, and 57 institutional members with more than 500 student members throughout the country, and some of them from other places out of country. The society receives constant guidance and support from patron Professor M.S. Swaminathan sir. Society brings out quarterly Journal of Soil and Water Conservation, and quarterly newsletter Soil and Water Conservation Today. The journal publishes the research papers and articles from experts, scientists, researchers, and students having NAS rating of 5.08 at present. The society has brought out number of publications such as books, monographs, and especially on watershed development, conservation farming, wasteland management, water, and related to rainwater harvesting, as well as climate change. At present, we have organized 29 national conferences, 4 international conferences, and 1 Asian conference. And in this sequence, this is the second one. The society has 23 state chapters in different states of the country, and functioning very well under the leadership of Dr. Suraj Bhan. So I welcome you all from the and there is one more information for many of the participants who have joined this time, that the President of Soil Conservation Society of India is now also the President of International Soil Conservation Organization. For 3 years, it has been given to India, and he is the first from India to be the President after Professor K.G. Tejwani in 1982. So I welcome you all, and thank you very much, and hope we have a good presentations during the different sessions. And I also welcome the chairman, co-chairman, conveners, as well as participants of different sessions. Thank you. So we are now running a bit late, I think. I request Dr. Sanjay Swami, organizing secretary of this 2-day Asian conference, to kind of talk about the second Asian conference.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. Platform.
Dr. Swami, you have to keep one device off, otherwise there will be echo.
In organizing the second Asian Web Conference, on a very important theme of managing hill resources, cities, zero. Are you getting my voice?
Yes, no, it was not clear earlier. You start now.
Of India, and on my personal behalf, I would like like to extend
I think something is wrong there. Better to take
Yeah.
something is wrong. Can
Okay,
we go
sir.
on? Can we go
I
on to
think
the
now
next
it's okay.
agenda?
I would like to extend a warm welcome to Dr. Pema Gyamso, Honorable Director General of the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, Kathmandu, Nepal. I convey my gratitude to you, sir, for accepting our invitation within a short notice and gracing the inaugural session on this web conference as chief guest. I also welcome our guest of honor, Dr. K.M. Bazarbarwa, sir, former DGG Animal Science and Vice Chancellor, Assam Agriculture University, Jorhat, Assam, on this occasion. I also welcome Dr. Anupam Misra, Professor and this Vice Chancellor of Central Agriculture University. In his absence, he has just asked our Director of Instruction, Dr. S. Vasanta Singh, to represent himself because Dr. Misra has just cooperated a lot and provided all the logistics for organization of this web conference. Hence, I feel honored in welcoming Dr. C.L. Acharya, sir, former director of ICR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal. He is a very good teacher, able administrator, and very good visionary personality. I am highly indebted to you, sir, for sparing your valuable time to deliver keynote address and guiding. In fact, this conference, the seed of this conference was sown by Dr. Acharya, sir, because we were in Imphal, and he advised me to organize any big event which just take all the constant opportunities regarding these hill areas. And he requested our then Vice Chancellor, Professor M. Premjit Singh ji, to permit me to organize this event. Sir, we have or planned this event in 2019 to be organized in 2020 August. But due to Corona, we could not able to, and still the constraint is going on. That's why we have planned in virtual mode. Thank you, sir, for your motivating me to organize this event. I also extend hearty welcome to Dr. Lun Yin, Director of Center for Biodiversity and Indigenous Knowledge, Kunming, China, to be the keynote speaker. Friends, you know that natural resources are the basis of human life, and hill and mountains are important source of water, energy, and biological diversity. These covers 32 million square kilometer, which is 22% of the world's land surface, and about 10% of the world population depends on hills and mountain resources of higher slopes, while nearly 40% occupies the adjacent medium and lower waterside area. Asia alone hosts more than one-third of the world's hill area, including the world's highest peak, Mount Everest in the Himalayan range. As a major ecosystem representing the complex and interrelated ecology of our planet, hill and mountain environment are essential to the survival of global ecosystem. However, these ecosystems are rapidly changing. They are susceptible to accelerate soil erosion, landslide, and rapid loss of habitat and genetic diversity. On the human side, there is widespread poverty among hills and mountain inhabitants and loss of indigenous knowledge. As a result, most global hill and mountain areas are experiencing environmental degradation. Hence, the proper management of hill and mountain resources and diversities for socio-economic development of the people deserve immediate attention. In Asia, the hill and mountain agriculture deserves special emphasis because hill and mountain population in Asia face many challenges when it comes to the food supply and malnutrition. Secondly, these areas rents are no means insignificant in Asia, as it hosts more than 1/3 of the world's hill and mountains. And many Asian countries are dominated by hill and mountain ranges. And thirdly, the livelihood of most mountain dwellers depends heavily on agriculture in Asia, with little option to drive from other sources. This means that strengthening hill and mountain agriculture must be a priority for achieving zero hunger. As Dr. Surajban has already said, that the challenge and problem facing sustainable hill ecosystem and hill and mountain agriculture are often complex, transboundary, and difficult to be resolved by a single country, a single discipline, or a single institution. Therefore, an effort has been made through this web conference to bring all national and international agencies of the Asia region at a common platform to identify constraints, gaps, and opportunities in managing hill and mountain resources for zero hunger and climate resilience. Facilitate knowledge sharing, lesson learned, good agriculture practices, and to identify possible entry points and policy recommendations for promoting sustainable hill and mountain agriculture development. This web conference will focus on 5 major themes on efficient management of hill resources and watershed development for sustainable food and livelihood security, integrated farming system, agriculture diversification and biodiversity conservation for sustainable hill agriculture, climate resilience and natural disaster mitigation through efficient management of resources, multidisciplinary approach for human resource development, dissemination of knowledge and international cooperation, hill ecosystem and environmental management for social sustainability. I would like to place on record that around 300 participants from different Asian countries are participating in this web conference. This shows their keen interest in sharing research findings and innovative ideas. I am confident that the conference will deliberate on all the issues related to hill ecosystem, hill resources, and diversities, and will come up with some concrete recommendation to formulate guidelines to face the challenge of zero hunger, to mitigate and adapt to climate change, to enhance ecosystem resilience and halt biodiversity loss. I appreciate the day and night efforts made by the Executive Committee of Soil Conservation Society of New Delhi, all organizing team for successful organization of this event, especially Dr. Sanjay Arora, Dr. Ansuman Kohli, Dr. Vikas Sharma, Mr. Subham Singh, and Mr. Charan Satyasai. I also welcome all the lead speakers of this conference. They are from the different Asian countries. Just to name a few, Professor N.S. Rathod, Vice Chancellor MPA2, former DDG Education ICR New Delhi, Professor J.P. Sharma, Vice Chancellor Sere Kashmir University of Agriculture Sciences and Technology of Jammu, Professor P.K. Sharma, former Vice Chancellor Sere Kashmir University of Agricultural Sciences and Technology of Jammu, Dr. A.K. Patra, Director ICR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, Dr. A.S. Pamar, Director ICR, Indian Institute of Farming System Research, Modipuram, Dr. B.K. Misra, Director ICR, Research Complex for Northeastern Hill Region, Dr. Atiya Al-Ghayar from Soil, Water and Environmental Research Institute, Giza, Egypt, Dr. S.P. Vista from Nepal, Soil Science Research Center, Kathmandu, Dr. Hasras Arjuman, Founder Director of the Grassroots Institute, Canada, Dr. Erika Udas and Dr. Madhav Prasad Takal from EC Mode, Nepal, Dr. Vijay Aroda, Consultant Faculty of Maharana Pratap Horticulture University, Karnal, and many more eminent speakers. In the last, I am thankful to the Soil Conservation Society of India, New Delhi, for providing me this opportunity to organize this important event, and this strong support from Partners Institute and my own organization, Central Agriculture University, Impal. I wish the second Asian Web Conference a grand success. Thank you everyone. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Dr. Swami, organizing second Asian. I request
Dr. Arora, sir. Dr. Arora, sir.
जी जी.
Dr. Sanjay Arora, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Swami. Am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible.
I request the other participant, Dr. Rajiv Padbhushan, please. Dr. Rajiv. Okay. So we are moving ahead to the next part. Remote address. Dr. Swami, please mute yourself.
Yes, please, Doctor.
Mute yourself, please mute, because there is echo. Okay. So I welcome Dr. Lun Yen, who is Director of CBIK, Kunming, China, for the keynote address on the topic traditional knowledge associated to biodiversity for climate change adaptation. Dr. Lun Yen.
Yeah. Dear distinguished guests, dear respected participants, dear everyone, it's my great honor to participate in this second Asia World Conference. And today, I would like to deliver a keynote speech about traditional knowledge associated with biodiversity in the context of climate change. So I prepare a PDF so you can see my work. So my content today, my content is 4 parts. First, I will do a brief introduction about myself, and then the main content of my speech, and then I will show 2 cases of my work. So my major field interest is about the traditional knowledge among the indigenous people and the local communities around the world, which link with biodiversity and climate change. So this part is my research part. And then also I do some action research. So my work is dedicated to the adaptation and the resilience of climate change in support of sustainable livelihood of the indigenous people and local communities. Climate change is a great challenge faced by indigenous people and the local communities around the world. But on the other hand, they have traditional knowledge. The traditional knowledge of them can play an important role in the process of coping with climate change, including adaptation. So there are 2 levels of this traditional knowledge. First, it's on the basis of long-term practice of livelihood. Indigenous people form traditional knowledge closely related with local weather and climate. The second level is the traditional knowledge usually based on the local ecosystem, especially biodiversity. So what is the traditional knowledge? They have a 3 levels definition. Firstly, is in the international treaty and convention. I think most important is and famous is the definition of convention biodiversity. They consider traditional knowledge is the knowledge, innovation, and practice developed by long-term experience and adapted to the local culture and environment. And for the livelihood, traditional knowledge also includes the agricultural practice of cultivating crops and livestock varieties. Therefore, traditional knowledge is kind of a practical science. This is in the international treaty. Except CBD, also WIPO and TREAT has some definition of traditional knowledge. The second is in academic research. The scholars has also definition about traditional knowledge. I think most influence and famous is Bakers. They define the traditional knowledge as a collective body of knowledge, practice, and belief, involving adaptive process and handed down through generations by cultural transmission. And for the climate change, he noticed the traditional knowledge is a way of knowing as well as information. It's dynamic, building on experience and adapting to change, especially the climate change. So this is in the academic level definition. But what is the traditional knowledge for the indigenous people and the local community? Some organizations and the conference of indigenous people and the local community have claimed that they do not agree with the definition of traditional knowledge based on the Western language and science. Traditional knowledge broadly refers to indigenous people's way of knowing and both guides and result from their community members' close relationship with and responsibility to the landscape, waterscape, plant, and animal that we done to furnish indigenous culture. So I think the most important, the difference is traditional knowledge for the indigenous people and the local community is not only a resource of data and a tool, but also a culture, a value, and a worldview for the sustainable development of indigenous people and the local community. So, like I say, traditional knowledge has two levels. First level is traditional knowledge related to climate. So, based on my work, I define the traditional knowledge related to climate as people's direct and indirect observation and understanding of local climatological and phenological phenomena from generation to generation in a specific region, and the knowledge formed on this basis to predict and deal with climate change and extreme weather phenomena. So this kind of knowledge has two parts. The first part is climatological knowledge. The second is part, the phenological knowledge. They all have great importance relationship with the livelihood. Second level of traditional knowledge is the knowledge associated with the biodiversity for climate change. Climate change has influence largely on the biodiversity of the world. As the biodiversity hotspot area often are rich in cultural diversity, like Himalaya regions. So the indigenous people and local community has rich traditional knowledge associated with biodiversity. This knowledge can also provide analytic information about climate variability and change based on the experience of practice of biodiversity resource use. So based on my work, also based on the three levels of biodiversity, I divided this traditional knowledge with associated with the biodiversity also in three levels. Associated with genetic diversity, traditional knowledge associated with species diversity, and with ecosystem diversity. So what is the traditional knowledge associated with genetic diversity? I think climate change brings the difficult and challenge to the agriculture, threaten the plant genetic resources. In the future, the number of hungry people in the world will further increase, and the food security of indigenous people and the local community will become more serious. So in this context, development of crop varieties that are tolerant to global climate change and other environment change often largely depend on the traditional knowledge of indigenous people and the local community. So the location of indigenous people and local community is usually in the area possessing most of the world's genetic resources. And this genetic resource and their traditional knowledge is the basic foundation of modern plant breeding and world food security. Second is the traditional knowledge associated with species diversity. The species diversity and related traditional knowledge play a fundamental role in enabling indigenous people and the local community to sustain, deliver the of the livelihood and food security, especially today in the context of climate change. Indigenous people and local community also live in different ecosystems around the world. And although some indigenous people and local community live in the same area, like Himalaya, but because this area contains different ecosystems, it also creates diversity of their traditional knowledge. The traditional knowledge associated with ecosystem diversities hold and maintain the local ecosystem service in varying degree, including the livelihood and security. So what can traditional knowledge play a role in the climate change adaptations? For indigenous people and the local community, traditional knowledge represents a dynamic information base that has supported them by adapting to constantly changed and varying climate. IPCC has already emphasized that traditional knowledge is an extremely crucial and meaningful basis for the development of response strategy for the climate change. So traditional knowledge can play a vital role in both reducing climate vulnerability and enhancing climate resilience. Climate change can reduce the climate vulnerability. For indigenous people and local community, the traditional knowledge, especially the traditional climatological and phrenological knowledge, that means traditional knowledge related to the climate. Based on this kind of knowledge, they have developed several adaptation measures that have enabled them to reduce their vulnerability to climate variability and extremes. For example, according to the traditional knowledge, indigenous people and the local community can predict and explain the change of weather and climate, and ultimately make decisions on the livelihood so as to determine and adjust time of grazing, planting, crop variability, livestock varieties, and related technologies. They can also judge whether extreme weather and climate hazard occur, such as drought, flood, landslide, and snowstorm, and predict the scale and impact of this event, so as to take preventive measures in advance to reduce the vulnerability of local community caused by the climate disasters. Traditional knowledge also can enhance the climate resilience. Also, it's the topic of today's conference, I think. As a Paris Agreement, the global adaptation goal of reducing the variability, enhancing adaptability and resilience. So resilience becomes an important concept of climate change adaptation. The diversity of plant genetic resource and their related traditional knowledge allow indigenous people and the local community to select the genetic resource of different crops to adapt to environment change brought by the climate change, including changing the soil quality, temperature, slope, orientation, and sunset. This traditional knowledge related to plant genetic resources, diversity, agricultural livelihood, and the risk of climate change to agriculture, thus helping indigenous people and the local community to adapt to climate change more effectively. So I will show my two cases of work. First case is action research in the Eastern Himalaya, northwest of Yunnan. This is also my hometown, and as a headwater of the Mekong River. So climate change brought the different threats to the local people, including to their livelihood, agro-pastoralism, and also their environment, landscape, etc. So in 2017, based on the second Paris Peace Accord, we have established the Maximum Climate Action SDG laboratory in that area. Maximum is a sacred mountain name of that area. So we use this sacred mountain name to nominate our SDG laboratory. We conduct a community-based climate action to support local people adapt to the climate change. The activity including the revegetation and reforestation, which based on their traditional knowledge, and also traditional Buddhist and nature environment conserve, traditional organization and nature resource management, and also the livelihood development based on their traditional knowledge with the genetic resources knowledge, and also the species diversity knowledge. And also we set up the climate action carbon neutral forest based on their sacred forest. Their sacred forest is also usually based on their traditional believing and worship of the sacred mountain. So we use their traditional ecological knowledge to conserve the ecosystem of the forest, and also do some replantation, reforestation project in that area. The second action is in Kenya, in this Yagani tribe. Because of the COVID-19, I can't directly go to the Kenya, so use this work conference. Also organize the local chief of the tribe to gain this kind of climate action adoption project in 2019. Also, we set up the Nagani Climate Action SDG laboratory in the local area to work together with the chief of the tribes. And we do a research about their traditional livelihood, agroforestry, to distinguish the traditional species of the agriculture, and collect the traditional knowledge to select the species for the future, and also distinguish the traditional knowledge about the forest ecosystem, etc. Also, because I can't go directly to the field, also I join their field work, but by the phone, by the work, and to understanding the sacred forest, the meaning of sacred forest to them, to do the analyzing of their traditional knowledge linked with their sacred forest, and also use their traditional knowledge to conserve the ecosystem of their sacred forest. And based on their sacred forest, also use the carbon neutral forest to reducing the climate variability in local area. So I think the traditional knowledge, we know the value of the traditional knowledge in the climate change adaptation or climate resilience is just the first step. The second step is how to mainstream this traditional knowledge of indigenous people and the local community. In the future, we will also begin our climate action laboratory in Mexico, in Navajo tribe. So today I also invite the people from Mexico to join this conference to learn the indigenous people representative from Mexico to learn what we're thinking in Asia, in Himalaya. I think in the future, we should mainstream traditional knowledge, integrating traditional knowledge with scientific knowledge, and also integrating traditional knowledge in the different adoption strategy in different level, national, local, or international. Most important, traditional knowledge for the indigenous people and the local community in the future is the right issues. So we should enhance the traditional knowledge involved in the international treaty, international law, and international climate policy. Okay, thank you. Today is the New Year of the New Year of Ox in China. So ox, I know, is a sacred animal in India. So wish you all have a happy New Year, and wish we can enhance our future cooperation and also friendship. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ian. Uh, he has elaborated on the concept of using the traditional knowledge for different approaches, especially climate change management as well as biodiversity conservation. In India, also traditional knowledges from different aspects in soil and water conservation has been used for improving on the scientific uh, background, and we are refining these knowledge for adoption by the large population for conservation of natural resources. Thank you, sir. So, uh, any queries or any suggestions or any means comments, you can write to Dr. Lunian on chat box. So our second keynote speaker, Dr. C.L. Acharya, who is a renowned soil scientist from India, former director of Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, and has long experience in soil and water management. And I request Dr. C.L. Acharya, sir, to kindly deliver the keynote address on soil and water conservation in Himalayan region for increasing and stabilizing crop yields. Dr. Acharya, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Arora. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Pema, Director General, Isimod, Nepal. The guest of honor and my old-time friend and colleague, Dr. Roger Barua. My old-time again friend, Dr. Suraj Bhan, the President of Soil Science Society, Conservation Society of India. The organizing secretary, Dr. Sanjay Swami, Dr. Sanjay Arora, the convener of this Second Asian Conference, Dr. Lonian from China, Dr. Siddiqui from Iran, several of my friends and colleagues, Dr. Basanta Singh from CAU, Dr. Pradeep Sharma, Dr. JP Sharma, Dr. Hada, Dr. Pawar, Dr. Patra, and I see a number of participants, well known in their respective fields. At the outset, I am thankful to the organizing secretary, Dr. Sanjay Swami, Dr. Suraj Bhan, Dr. Arora, for having invited me for this very important Second Asian Conference on managing soil, managing hill resources, and diversities for zero hunger and climate resilient agriculture. Very important topic indeed. And the topic that I have chosen is especially on the Himalayan region, Indian Himalayan region. May I have the slides, please? Presentations, please.
Dr. Swami, please share.
Yes, please share my slides.
Dr. Swami?
Yes, that's how I am sharing. Please 1 minute.
Okay. Is there any problem, Dr. Swami?
I think by the time he does it, can I complete my part?
Oh, yes. Yeah, I think.
Sorry, sir. Sorry, there is some technical problem in at Dr. Swami's place. Meanwhile, just 1 minute we will try. Otherwise, we will request Dr. Bajar Barua because he has to leave for some work. So just we will try that the presentation can be loaded. Otherwise, we have to. Dr. Swami, I think. So, with your permission, sir, Dr. C.L. Acharya, sir, we can start.
Yeah, it's okay. It's
After
okay.
10 minutes, just we have to we request Dr. K.M. Bajar Barua, former Vice Chancellor, Assam Agriculture University, Jorhat, for his guest of honor. He was in this session, so I request him for his address.
Okay. Thank you and good morning, all of you. The esteemed chief guest of this webinar, Dr. Prema, Dr. Suraj Ban and the entire team, Dr. Arora, Dr. Sharma, Dr. Acharya Sam. Hello. Hello.
All other participants, please mute yourself. All the participants, please mute yourself.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Please.
okay. Two of my distinguished colleagues are also here, Dr. Pradeep Sharma ji, the former VC, and Dr. J.P. Sharma, the current VC. All other distinguished participants and all the distinguished guests. Okay, fine. Thank you, Dr. Suraj Banji and your team for inviting me to this webinar. An important one, as has been said already. I will be very precise, take only some 10 minutes time, which has been allotted to me. I too, being a person from the Northeastern region and the webinar being hosted from here, I too welcome each one of you for participating in this thing. The theme of the webinar is very, very attractive, managing hill resources and diversities for zero hunger and climate resilience. Okay, now the hill resources. The major hill resources, as we all know, are the different types of soils, the abundant rainfall, the wide forest coverage, the biodiversity wealth, and almost all the agroecologies from foothills to alpine zone, among other things. The extent, the quantum, the power of food production strength in the hills varies according to these agroecologies, each offering an opportunity amidst lot of challenges. Because there is time constraint, I will not go detail into that. I will leave it for other speakers when they present their papers to deal with these opportunities and the challenges. Now, since the theme is linked to zero hunger and climate resilience, I would suggest that the SDGs zero hunger goal is taken as the benchmark and research agenda framed with the objective of meeting that goal, particularly on the face of challenges like climate change. So we are all aware that water today has emerged as one of the very crucial and vital issues together with the soil health, as both these two inputs are going to determine our capabilities not only to sustain the current food production but also to increase it manifold. The soils in the hill region, particularly as we have observed, on one hand, it is a victim of water, as the topsoil loss under the influence of heavy rainfall is maximum in the hill region, even as high as 42 ton per hectare, as we had recorded earlier when I was the director of Asia Research Complex. So it is a victim. On the other hand, no agriculture can be practiced without water. So therefore, I think among other things, our research and development approach, I feel we'll have to be finding innovative technologies to manage these two vital resources. We have, I think, to work, a time has come, we have to work on the concept of water farming for future food security, including documenting water footprints in the line of carbon footprints. If you are interested, I can share one of my write-ups on this later on, because otherwise it will take a lot of time. Another very vital resource of the hill region, as has been already said and known, is its bio wealth and their diversity. This wealth includes the floral and faunal biodiversity, including their wild relatives. Lot of wild species are there in our hill ecosystem. The medicinal and aromatic plant biodiversity, the floral biodiversity, over and underground biota, like the bacteria, the actinomycetes, the fungi. These are the resources in the hill ecosystem. These resources contain a large and differentially distinguished gene pool, which we must target and screen now to find out gene-based therapies to manage and counter all the challenges, including that of climate change challenge. So therefore, all those actions will have to be taken. For example, say, acidic soil is a problem. Now the thing is, in this acidic soil, the bacteria below the ground, they survive. They multiply, they form their colony, they manage them. Could it be like, do they contain acid tolerance gene somewhere in them? Can we find that acid tolerance genes if they contain? How we take the help of biotechnological tools to screen these kind of, genetic, gene pool, the genes in the bioresources that we have, so that the bio wealth of the hill region can be converted into bioeconomy. That is what is the need of the hour, because agriculture as a whole, as you know, it is very fragile agriculture in the hill ecosystem. So we will have to see how we compensate the loss that we are encountering. So we will have to have definitely a consortium sort of a program. I'm very happy that lot many international partners have joined this webinar. and within the country, outside the country, we will have to have that kind of a consortium sort of programs based on the issues at hand. different groups of people should be working on this. I was listening very carefully to the introductory remarks given by Dr. Suraj Bhan as well as by Dr. Sanjay Swami. Both of them had highlighted the constraints, the other things and all that. Now just imagine, have we not been talking about these constraints for last 40 years? To what extent we have been through these webinars, seminars and all that, we have been able to address them. To what extent? 10%, 5%, 20% I will not go to. So therefore, a time has come that we decide on a time frame to deliver something. The kind of technology or the development approach and all that. I feel this webinar will definitely come up with some sort of a valid recommendation and select few groups to work on different areas, right from water conservation, soil conservation, to working on biotechnology field, nanotechnology field, carbon footprints and all that. And then only I think something concrete will be done. Thank you very much. I think I have taken only 10 minutes time. Dr. Acharya sir, I think it's your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing your time and being the guest of honor for today's inaugural session. So we will be resuming the keynote lecture by Professor Acharya. Dr. Swami is sharing the screen with the presentation. Dr. Acharya, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sorry for the delay, sir.
Well, it's okay. It's okay. As highlighted by Honorable Dr. Bajru Barua, the two things are very important: soil, water, and the conservation, especially in the Himalayan ecosystem. It's a must to increase and stabilize crop yields. This is the title of my talk. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah, we see that 18% of India's land area, extending from about 2,500 kilometers, stretching from Kashmir in the west to Arunachal Pradesh in the east. And because of these, altitudinal changes, there are climatic variations of large amplitude. Next, please. As a result, because of the change in humidity, temperature, that results in the diversity habitats and biota unsurpassed by any other mountain range of the world. All different type of diversity we come across. We also know that all Indian rivers in the north, the origin is the Himalayan, which influences the well-being in the vast plains lands of the country. Next, please. Thus, the ecological security of the Himalayas is not only vital for the welfare of the hill people and the children, but also for the security of India. Nearly 40% of the population inhabiting in the Indo-Gangetic plains depends on the management of the Himalayan hydrological state. Next, please. So the urgent task facing us is the conservation and wise use of this extensive hydrologic estate spread over an area of about 0.6 million square kilometer, very large stretch. And we also know that the future of agriculture in the Indo-Gangetic plains, which is a major food basket of the country, depends on what we do and what we do not do today in the Himalayan region. As highlighted by my predecessors also, the maximum impact of the destruction of land and water and biomass falls on the women of the region, who play a very important role in the collection of fuel, fodder, and water. Next, please. The result of the ecological disturbance in the Himalayan and neglect of mismanagement of natural resources we have seen in the recent past, and also we are observing today itself. Examples, some examples are like, next please. Yeah, this is just a 5 days back, last week, what happened in the Uttarakhand, the Chamoli district, the Reni village, from where the famous Chipko Andolan started in 1970s. It's all also on the left. And see here, the entire power project on the right, Rishi Ganga, that is gone with this disaster. Next, please. Still the operations are going on to rescue the people. In the plains also, the public becomes at large, the helpless. This is from Punjab. Next, please. Next, please. This is from Haryana. Loss of not only life, but also of property. Next, please. Sometime when the drainage water joins the rivers, the problem is much aggravated. Next, please. And sometime to rescue the population, army and the paramilitary forces are requested to help the people. Next, please. Even a city like Ahmedabad, that was flooded some time back. Next, please, because of disaster. And some of these disasters are still in our mind, the Kashmir, Kerala, the Uttarakhand 2013. So we see here that when we disturb the ecosystem in the Himalayan region, they have the very catastrophic long-term impacts, not only in the hills, but also in the plains. And consequently, the whole country, gets affected. The result is that the first, damage is to the soil and water. The soils are subject to various kinds of degradation, physical, chemical, and biological degradation. Next, please. The country as a whole loses 15.7% of its total production of cereals, oilseeds, and pulses. That comes to about 13.4 million tons. And in monetary terms, this is 205.32 billion rupees. These are the data from Sharda et al. And not only the physical, but also the chemical and biological degradation is there. And we lose nutrients to the extent of 5.4 to 8.4 million tons of nutrients along with this loss. Further, the soils are impoverished by, next please, by continuous cropping to the extent of 8 to 10 million tons every year. And not only this, the soil fertility in the Indian continent is low, and we hardly, put the appropriate and the desired amount of nutrients. Some of the places even less than 100 kg per hectare is the input. And in most of the Himalayan regions, they consume much less than the 50 kg per hectare of nutrients. And then that means the degradation continues and we are doing continuous cropping. And we cannot continue to live with this type of situation. Then we have to meet the challenges achieving the sustainable development goals of United Nations by 2030. Next, please. Including the zero hunger. Next, please. Yeah. So these 8 out of 17 sustainable development goals, the 8 are directly or indirectly linked with soil, but again, click. And 2, 13 and 15 sustainable development goals are directly linked to the soil. Next, please. The 2 is end hunger, as we have the zero hunger, aiming at zero hunger, urgent action to combat climate change and its impact, and 15 sustainable management of forests, combat desertification and halt and reverse land degradation and halt biodiversity loss. Next, please. So, considering the magnitude of loss of soil, nutrients, water, and biomass, conservation of soil and water resources, not only in the Himalayan region, but also in plains, is a must. This is what is the topic. So solution that lies in the management of these natural resources on the watershed basis, which is the key to all soil and water management practices. You know, there are some success stories also. So now we see that in the hills, invariably, you know, particularly in the northwest India and the central India, the cultivation is done on the terraces to minimize velocity of runoff and loss of soil. If we have some coverage on the soil surface, the residues, and we perform the minimum tillage, then the runoff we see is reduced by 7 to 19% of rainfall compared to 9 to 34% under conventional tillage. So this is how we can, you know, reduce the losses. And some such stories are also there with the, you know, Soil Water Conservation Institute of India, Indian Institute of Soil Water Conservation, and others. Now, water conservation, as you know, Dr. Vajir Barua has very pointedly highlighted. It's very, very, very important. And invariably, this is the trend, you know, whatever you see that we get the maximum rains from mid-June to mid-September. And then there are water deficits period before mid-June and also after the end of September or so. Then we have to seed our Rabi crops, and before mid-June we have our Kharif crops. So this is the, you know, typical rainwater balance for Palampur and Himachal Pradesh, where we are receiving 2,500 to 3,000 millimeters of water, but still there is a scarcity of water, and we do not get. So the options left with us are that, you know, either we you know, conserve this water. Previous please. Previous slide, yeah. So either we conserve and carry over this water, whichever when the profile is wet, and you know, seed our Rabi crops, and this, that is in situ moisture conservation, and the ex situ water conservation in, you know, ponds. Next please. So under in situ moisture conservation, you know, some set practices are there: land configuration, contour cultivation, tillage, summer plowing, mulching, etc. But in hills, you know, when we talk of mulching, there is a scarcity of mulching material, especially the availability of the crop residues, which are invariably fed to the animals in the Himalayan region. So it's a very precious commodity. We cannot afford to provide the crop residues as mulching material. Next please. Next please. On the other hand, you know, we have enough biomass which is having no fodder value, like lantana, eupatorium, which is causing a menace in the cultivated lands, not only in cultivated but in grasslands, but also in forest lands. And sometimes it's difficult to control these weeds. And this also contains about 3% nitrogen, the lantana as well as the eupatorium, which is in Nepal it is called as the vanmara. And we can, you know, cut down the tender twigs, and the maize weed sequence we can apply in standing maize. This material conserve the water, whatever is there in the profile, and carry over that water to the till the sowing of the wheat crop, and follow some conservation tillage practices. Next please. Now this is the situation, you know, where we did not conserve the moisture, but the farmers practice with 120 kg per hectare of wheat to wheat in the maize wheat sequence. Next please. Yeah, this is the in situ moisture conservation, but with 60 kg per hectare of wheat. As I said, the, you know, the application of the tender twigs of lantana in standing maize, and then sowing of the wheat with conservation tillage. Next please. Now here I will not elaborate much, but see here the practice of farmers repeated tillage after maize harvest produced lower yields compared to the in situ moisture conservation. The first tillage treatment, and in the second, instead of incorporating the material, we retained the material over the surface and did the conservation tillage. So with the different colors, you see that the yields are much higher compared to the farmer's practice. And not only this, but we could save the nitrogen also. The 60 kg N, produced much higher than yields than the farmer's practice with 120 kg. And but the interesting part here is that the moisture conservation, because there is a strong interaction between the moisture conserved and the nitrogen. So we see that at 60 kg of nitrogen, when we moved from moisture conservation in the first treatment to the second one, then beyond 160 kg we did not get the response. So that shows that during both the years, the moisture was just appropriate to give the response of only 60 up to 60 kg N per hectare. And if we apply more than that, that means it's a loss. And so that means it is very important to know how much is the moisture content before the application of the fertilizers. So this is these are yield of rain-fed field. Next, please. Yeah, when we have retained some residue on the surface, even the biological activity is enhanced, and we see that they does a very good job for the pulverization of the soil. Next, please. So we see here that when we had the conventional tillage, then the number of earthworm population is just 4 compared to 21 under conservation tillage at sowing. And flowering also, it's of almost 10 times. Next, please. So this is because of the favorable environment. And in the in the northeast, Dr. Vajarbaru and others, they are aware of it, that another material which is ambrosia, which grows very wildly in the wastelands or in jungle. And this, my colleagues, Dr. Ghosh et al., they tried this. After just we suggested this thing that compare this with the lantana. And then here you see that spreading of ambrosia in standing maize, and then spreading of the maize stalk, the germination was much better. The yields under control are just 200 kg per hectare of mustard, compared to almost 1000 kg per hectare of through moisture conservation. So see the effect of moisture, how important it is to conserve moisture when we have so much of rain, but still, there are the crop failures are very common. Next, please. Now coming to ex-situ rainwater conservation, again very important, because we are getting so much in Chiramuji, we are getting 10,000 millimeter of rain, annual rain, but still, there is a deficit of water. Next, please. Yeah, we in a watershed, we construct some ponds, or we choose a site where we can store water. This is in a watershed, and but the problem here is that the hill soils, they are not only shallow in depth, but have boulder-ridden nature, and the storage of water when we need water to be stored is not enough. But of course, these tanks are good to minimize the velocity of the runoff water and recharging of the underground water. Next, please. Similarly, the series of ponds, and whenever the whatever water is left, next, please, that water can be utilized to provide irrigation. Next, please. This is the situation during the 1987, when the countrywide there was a drought. And you see this is a 6,000 cubic meter capacity pond, and only 1/10, that is 600 cubic meter is left at the time when we need water. So, of course, we have stored some water, but the large area, this is, sacrificed for the construction of the pond. And that water further is to be lifted to provide irrigation. Next, please. So the concept of these community ponds, the foothills, so of course it's okay. But, the hill people, they can understand very well that this may not be applicable in hills, or rather it is not applicable. Next, please, because of the reasons, small and scattered holdings of the farmers. Farmers are not prepared to part with the land for community pond. And little water is left for irrigation in unlined ponds. And whatever is left, that we require additional energy to provide irrigation. So energy input is required, which is, not possible with a hill farmer. Next, please. So hill farmer, however, is bestowed with the gift of gravity by nature. And we must make use of this gravity. Next, please. So we explored the possibility of intra-terrace water harvesting, so that we, harvest the water intra-terrace and there apply this water in the next lower terrace. Next, please. So this is how, the concept worked out, that, this is a dugout pond at the end of the slope of the, the terrace. And beneath we had put the pipe, and we can put the pipe, or through gravity we are irrigating the crop. Next, please. So here you see that even a few millimeter of water is very important. For example, when we applied 7.5 millimeter of this stored water, the yield increased to 26% over control, because we, almost rain-fed wheat is grown in the 82% of the area of Himachal Pradesh and elsewhere also. And as we talk of more crop per drop in the country, and so each millimeter here, that is important. Next, please. And here we again compared that whatever area is sacrificed, let's say 200 square meter for the the cultivation of the crops and the construction of the pond, let's say 200 square meter, then what could be the returns? So here, in a maize wheat sequence, rather than growing a wheat crop, we suggested to grow, some ruminative crops like radish, just in the standing days, then onion, French bean, in maize wheat cropping sequence. So rather than a wheat, we have these crops. Radish, that fetches very good price in the early. Onion green, when it is sold, it again gets good money. And similarly, French bean. So here, see that we are getting about 40 to 50 kg of wheat from 200 square meter, hardly 500, 600 rupees. But here you will see that we are getting even to the extent of 8,000 rupees from this 200 square meter of area, because as I said, the holdings are small. The growing of vegetables is not only labor and cost effective, but it's tiresome also. But still people, they grow vegetables for themselves. And if we have stored this water, then it's a precious commodity. We must make use of this water for growing some ruminative crops. Next, please. So, then such ponds becomes very popular. This is one tank in Highland Valley here. Another. Next, please. This is in the university campus itself for the requirements for the floriculture. Next, please. And then, we moved to 15,000 feet height to in the cold desert areas at Kaza, Himachal Pradesh. And here, you see in the desert development program, they requested us that, it's difficult to establish the, crops like Sivak thorn, because in the month of May, June, even 10 to 11 irrigations are provided at this very height. And to establish the Sivat Thorn, it's a difficult task, and some water is to be lifted from deep gorges. So then we suggested that instead of every time lifting the water, to construct these such ponds, the lined pond, and then even the snow melt is directed to the pond. And this was very successful, and then these several of such ponds were multiplied in the cold desert areas. Next, please. And see, other resources we have in the Himalayan region are the natural hill springs and the natural gravity streams. So we have to, conserve and judiciously use the water from these sources, because either the hill springs, they have dried up or are showing the diminishing outflow or are drying up. We must preserve these natural resources to save water. Next, please. This is one example. This is from the central Himalaya, Almora. And the hill people, they go take bath, fetch water for even drinking purposes, and the outflow is, even the use for the animals. Next, please. One such example here is that with the arrow, you see that there is an outflow, and which is going waste. And some UNDP people, they suggested to conserve this water, constructed this 20 cubic meter of pond to store water, and the farmers were irrigating their land in 5 hectares, turn by turn, for horticulture crops and the growing of vegetables. But somehow, with this huge investment, the pond developed the cracks and that stopped storing water. And then the farmers approached us and said, with just 1,800 rupees input, we revived this entire system. So directed the outflow of this, and turn by turn, the next, please. So this turn by turn, you see at the below, you see that the water is being, the open valve is there, and then this water is taken to the fields through gravity and through pipe and gravity, and the system again survived just with small input of polythene sheet. Next, please. Then we have the natural gravity streams also. Next, please. You see here, the river is diverted to the channel, which is called locally a cool natural gravity stream. And this is a very old natural gravity stream, constructed by one Kripal Chand, and the pool is called as Kripal Chand pool still. And you see this is very good system. Nowhere in the world you will find such a system, beautiful system. Here you have the farmers, they have the head reach farmers, they have the first rights, then the middle reach farmers, and then the end reach farmers. The head reach farmers go for the direct seeding of the paddy. The mid reach farmers, they sow the sprouted seeds, and the end reach farmers, they go for the transplanting of the paddy. And we just suggested another, how to increase the efficiency of pool, because sometimes the water is not available, sometimes it's available in plenty. We thought, suggested the construction of such ponds as I have shown as auxiliary tanks. And whenever water is available, those filled, tanks could be filled up. And when water is not available, those can be utilized. So this also we succeeded. Next, please. Yeah, next, yeah. So, further, the rooftop water harvesting, because a lot of rains are there in the hilly regions, and that rooftop water must be, properly directed and stored. So this is one example. Next, please. Yeah. And once we have stored water, applying water, then our objective is to increase the water use efficiency. How to increase next? So this is, one example of drip and fertigation. And many farmers, they are adopting it in the poly houses and under a controlled set of conditions. Next, please. Now just see the, when we want to increase the water use efficiency, we must think of the nitrogen use efficiency, the input of the other costly inputs. So here, when we are applying the entire 100% NPK as a conventional practice, compared to the fertigation 25% as basal and 75% as through fertigation, then the yield increases there, you see, with different colors. So I will not go into too much detail. Next, please. So this is how we are increasing the water as well as the nutrient use efficiency. Next, please. Yeah, now if you have some particular stock of water stored, let us, the colored one, the 24 centimeter of water, this is for the potato. So we observe that if we apply light and frequent irrigations, 6 irrigations of 4 centimeter each compared to the 4 irrigations 6 centimeter each, there is a tremendous difference in yield. Significant yield is increased. The tuber yield is increased, and the water use and water use efficiency is also increased. Next, please. So to increase water use efficiency of the conserved water, balanced fertilizer use, integrated nutrient management we talk of, to increase the water use efficiency and the nutrient use efficiency. Next, please. Here, mulching, which we talk as a common practice, and in the hills, we have, next, please, plenty of, next, please. Yeah, plenty of material like pine needle. And if we apply pine needle mulch, which is in the nearby areas when the potato is being grown, then this moderates the hydrothermal regime and then have the beneficial effect. Next, please. Yeah, you see the yields when we have the pine needle mulch on the surface. Then not only the water use efficiency, but also the nitrogen use efficiency increased. The yields under N 120 kg per hectare are much less than the yield with the pine needle with 60 kg of nitrogen during both spring potato as well as autumn potato. And the maximum yields we are getting with the mulch plus 120 kg nitrogen, of course. And these are good yields. And the initially we had applied farm and manure to 20 ton per hectare of farm and manure, which is a practice to grow potato. This is the data are for pooled over the 4 years period. So we are increasing not only the water use efficiency, but also the nitrogen use efficiency. Next, please. Now coming to the epilogue. Problems of the entire Himalayan region cannot be generalized, as these are highly location specific. As we say that, think Himalayan, act local. So what we say is that for the entire country, we can solve the problems if we properly work in the Himalayan region. The water management and development program should begin from the Himalayan region downward rather than the other way. When in the country, what we do is that when there is a flood in Yamuna, then we think of protecting our cities, maybe Delhi, constructing the ring bomb, barrage. But we forget about the Himalayan region. Next, please. So increasing productivity and production, it is important that we improve the soil health through application of the organics or integrated management practices, rainwater harvesting, which is location specific. So this has to be as per the location, construct those small ponds. You know, you will see not only in the Himachal Pradesh, but in J&K, in Himalayan, Northeast Himalayan also. I have visited several of the places in Northeast, and they have adopted this technology. Not only in Himalayan region, even in plains, in the semi-arid tropics, in the Hyderabad region, others. You see that number of such ponds are constructed. Even few millimeter of water which is saved is very useful to increase and stabilize the crop yields. And I would say that it's a must to have water harvested to increase and stabilize the crop yields in the Himalayan region. And then we have to adopt the water saving measures such as increasing input use efficiency through drip or fertigation. So need is for a land and water use strategy for each compact agroecological zone with a view to prominently conserve, restore, and sustainable utilization of the natural resources. This is very important. The restoration, the care of the agroecological zones, and the natural resources, as I said, the hill water springs, the natural gravity streams, and several such things, and it's very, very important that not only we are getting so much of rain, but there is no water to prevent the flash floods like the disaster as we are observing at several places and in Uttarakhand, just last week. It's very important that our planning should begin from the Himalayan region rather than from the downward to upward. So with this, next please. Next please. Yeah, this is a time to wake up, conserve water and save soil. Can you click it further? Yeah, okay. There is some sound also. Okay, anyway. So thank you very much. Next please. Next please. The last one. Yeah, thank you very much. This is from Himachal Pradesh, where nature is at its best. So with these, thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind presence and patient hearing, sharing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing your vast experiences and presenting the legendary and memorable works done in the Himalayas. And many of the researchers in this field, especially in the hilly region, are following these practices and working on these. And I have also the opportunity at Jammu to work on use of mulches, lantana as well as adithoda for conserving in situ moisture in maize bead system to improve the soil moisture as well as productivity of the crops. Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your experiences. I hope the participants have gained much information and knowledge regarding these, the basic studies, the memorable works you have done during past many years. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Indeed, the time was not at my command, but still I have tried to manage. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So we have two keynote speakers, and now we are moving ahead as our chief guest, Honorable Dr. Pema, is with us, and he has to move for some other assignments. So before that, I request him to release the e-abstract book of the conference. As chief guest, please release the. I request Dr. Sanjay Swami to please upload the abstract book.
We are uploading.
So the Soil Conservation Society of India every year announces the awards also for promoting the we Dr. Pema, this is the abstract book cover page. I request you to please release it just by your comments. Just
Hey, thank you very much for giving me, and I'm very happy to release this. Yes, it's very important on managing hill diversities for growth and climate resilience. Thank you very much.
thank you, sir. Thank you. So, as I was saying, Dr. Sanjeev, please mute. Dr. Sanjeev. Yeah, thank you. So we will be moving ahead, and I request the chief guest, Dr. Pema, to I will be announcing the annual awards of Soil Conservation Society of India for promoting the young scientists as well as remembering the older one for their contributions. So we are facilitating them uh, uh, every year. So in this series for the 2019, some of the awards have been distributed during the national conference 2020 we have conducted, and now some of the awards are listed for this conference. So I will be presenting one by one, and the chief guest will be uh, handing over this award to the recipients. So the first award, SCSI Lifetime Achievement Award 2019, is to Professor Rameshwar Das Gupta, ex-associate dean and chief scientist at Sher Kashmir University of Agricultural Sciences, Jammu, for his highly significant contribution in the field of natural resource conservation and management in the hilly region of northwestern India. Professor Dr. R.D. Gupta, sir. So I request chief guest to kindly say.
Congratulations, Professor Dr. Rameshwar Das Gupta, for receiving this very prestigious award.
Thank you, sir. And SCSI Honorary Membership Award 2019 to Dr. Anupam Mishra, Vice Chancellor of Central Agriculture University, Imphal, Manipur, for his significant contribution in the areas of sustainable agriculture, conservation of natural resources through transfer of effective technologies.
Congratulations to Dr. Anupam Mishra also for receiving this very prestigious award as the Honorary Membership Award 2019.
Thank you, sir. SCSI National Fellow Award 2019 to Dr. Satya Prakash, who is Professor and Head, College of Horticulture, SVPUAT, Meerut, Uttar Pradesh, India, for his significant contribution in promoting floriculture and vegetable intercrop for enhancing income of farmers and conservation of natural resources.
Dr. Satya Prakash, congratulations for receiving this SCSI National Fellow Award for 2019. Congratulations, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Satya Prakash and Dr. Pema, sir. SCSI Leadership Award 2019, Dr. Sanjeev Pawar, Professor, Principal Scientist, Technical Coordination, ICR, Headquarter, Krishi Bhavan, New Delhi, for significant contribution in weather parameters based on yield forecasting for judicious resource management.
Congratulations, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, for this Leadership Award 2019, and it is for your significant contribution in weather parameters based crop yield forecasting for judicious resource management. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. SCSI Leadership Award goes to Dr. Somasundaram Jayaraman, Principal Scientist at ICR Institute of Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, for contribution in conservation and management of soil and water resources as well as carbon management.
Okay. Congratulations, Dr. Somasundaram Jayaraman. For
Thank you, sir. Thank you for this leadership. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Okay, Dr. Please go ahead. And
Thank you, sir.
so,
Okay, thank you. SCSI Leadership Award 2019 to please, all the participants, please mute yourself, please. SCSI Leadership Award 2019 to Dr. Anup Kumar Dixit, Principal at IDFRI Jhansi, for contribution in the field of soil and water resource conservation in dryland agriculture, conservation agriculture, tillage and nutrient management for food and fodder security.
congratulations, Dr. Anup K. Dixit, for receiving this leadership award for 2019. And all of us, congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Another SCSI Leadership Award 2019 for Dr. Rajiv Bharat, Junior Scientist Agronomy at Sher Kashmir University of Agriculture Sciences and Technology, Jammu, for contributions in moisture stress mitigation and irrigation water management in foothill region.
Congratulations to Dr. Rajiv Bharat also. I'm very pleased to award this Leadership Award 2019 to you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
SCSI Special Honor Award to Dr. Pradeep Day, Project Coordinator, AICRP STCR, Indian Institute of Soil Science, Bhopal, for significant contribution in soil test crop responses, GPS, GIS, based soil fertility mapping, enumeration of spatial variability in watershed, carbon sequestration and conservation agriculture in different land use system, to Dr. Pradeep Kumar Day, who has been working since long in these fields, and this is a very prestigious award of the SCSI.
Congratulations, Dr. Pradeep D. I'm happy to hand over this award 2019 for special honor award to you, Dr. D. Thank you.
Dr. Popiha Bordali receives the SCSI Special Research Award. Please. SCSI Special Research Award to Dr. Popiha Bordolai, subject matter specialist in soil science, KVK Riboi, ICR Research Center for Northeast Hill Region, Umiam, Meghalaya, for contributions in research and extension activities for economic and social development of hill farmers.
Yes, I would like to congratulate Dr. Popiha Bordoli for receiving this Special Research Award 2019.
Thank you, sir. I'm also thankful to the President and other executive member of the Soil Conservation Society of India for conferring me the award. Thank you, sir.
These are all the annual awards of Soil Conservation Society of India, and I congratulate to all the recipients and hope everyone will appreciate the awardees.
Thank you to SCSI for giving this award, and thanks for taking me along with your incredible journey towards soil conservation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Pradeep Dey, thank you. I request the chief guest, Dr. Prema Gamesto, Director General AC Mode, for his inaugural address, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Distinguished Dr. Suraj Ban, President of the Soil Conservation Society of India, honorable guests of honors, Dr. Gujar Barua, former Vice Chancellor of AAU, Jorhat, and Dr. Anupam Mishra, Vice Chancellor, Central Agriculture University, Imphal, other distinguished guests and participants. I am indeed deeply honored and privileged to be invited to this inaugural session of the second Asian Web Conference, Managing Hill Resources and Diversities for Zero Hunger and Climate Resilience. To begin with, let me give a short introduction of ICIMOD, the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development. Now, ICIMOD is an intergovernmental organization of 8 countries, that is Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, China, India, Myanmar, Nepal, and Pakistan. The HKH, as we call it, the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, is often referred to as the third pole or the water towers of Asia, and I think many speakers before me referred to that, how important the Hindu Kush Himalayan region is. The ecosystem services that it provides, especially water, I think supports the lives of millions of people living both within the mountains as well as downstream, as already mentioned by Professor Barua and others earlier. Besides that, it is also hotspots of biodiversity, having at least 4 of the global hotspots of biodiversity within this region. So at the same time, we must acknowledge that it is still one of the poorest regions and is receiving the brunt of the climate change impacts. So let me begin by saying that I am no expert or authority on a subject as complex as soil, and what I share with you may sound very basic to most of you. However, allow me to share my views as a layman who, like all of us, benefits from the most basic and yet, in my opinion, one of the most important of all resources needed for life on Earth. Soil makes up the ground on which we stand, nourishes the food sources that we eat, the plants that absorb carbon dioxide and provides us with oxygen that we breathe, and carries the water that we drink and supports all the infrastructures that we need for supporting our lifestyles. Can you imagine a world without soil? We could all be standing on rocks or floating in the air. So in a way, to me, it seems that all things originate from soil and ends up in soil, including our very own lives. However, the prevalent tendency is that we take it for granted, simply because it is there. Not just that, we abuse it by excavating it for various construction purposes, dumping poisonous chemicals, solid and liquid waste, running over it with all sorts of machineries, equipment, and exposing it to the mercy of rain, sun, and wind by ridding it of forests and grasslands. We barely give a passing glance to soil being washed away by rain or irrigation water. Poor soil. Yes, that is the way we say. That is what we say. When crop yields are bad, we blame on the soil for being of poor fertility. When landslides occur, we blame the soil for being too porous. When drought occurs and crops dry up, we blame it for having poor water holding capacity. And when we are not able to work it, we blame it for the soil. We blame the soil for being too hard. Yet, after all these abuses and blames, we proudly call ourselves sons of the soil. Therefore, it is time for us to lead this claim in letter and spirit. Let us listen to indigenous knowledge that Professor Lunin talked about earlier. Let us listen to science that the Professor Acharya, I think, spoke earlier. Yes, Professor Acharya, and let us listen to the cries of the millions and myriad forms of life that soil supports. Let us put our heads together and recognize that soil is a big uniting factor. Uniting factor, not just life forms, but also the sciences that support life. To care for soil, we need all disciplines to work together. To care for soil, we need all disciplines to work together. The soil scientists, chemists, agronomists, hydrologists, engineers, and sociologists, ecologists, economists, and many more. And I'm very happy to note that this webinar is doing just that, bringing together scientists, policymakers, and practitioners to discuss ways and means of managing hill resources to reduce hunger and provide climate resilient solutions. I hope that in the deliberations ahead, we place soil at the center and treat it as the key resource around which our discussions on resilient and sustainable mountain farming can be promoted. Soil conservation through appropriate cultivation practices that take cognizance of the steep terrains which are vulnerable to soil erosion and landslips and slides need to be taken into consideration. Often, we see huge excavators, tractors, and other machineries being used in the hills that triggers such events. The choice of crops, cropping systems, and irrigation systems need careful consideration. Long-term soil fertility management using organic sources of soil nutrients should be given high priority as chemical fertilizers are now reported to alter soil chemical composition and physical textures, thus reducing productivity and requiring ever-increasing inputs to sustain crop yields. Integrated pest and disease management using biological and physical methods would go a long way in maintaining ecological balance and long-term productivity of land. Finally, we need to reconsider traditional practices like Jum cultivation, what is called traditional knowledge in Dr. Lunwin's presentation. These practices are time-tested with proven resilience, yet we tend to write them off and discourage their continuation simply because they do not conform to what we have studied or read. It is not just the practice that we lose, but a whole range of biodiversity that thrive in the interim fallow phases as well as the rich culture surrounding them. Reintroducing traditional crops that are at the fringe of extinction could prove to be the life-saving genetic resources that would lead to zero hunger future that we seek. These crops generally are well adapted to extreme climatic conditions as well as to pests and diseases and require no external chemical inputs. Together with the revival of lost agroforestry and mixed cropping systems, they hold the best promise for resilient solutions to changing climate. Diversity is a mountain specificity critical for resilience of mountain systems and communities and must be maintained. Agriculture homogenization depletes diversity. Hence, we need to change our perceptions in agriculture development approaches. We must integrate agriculture with other enterprises such as tourism and other mountain niche enterprises in food processing and marketing. And some of these enterprises were also mentioned earlier, including herbs and herbal products. I would like the webinar to consider increasing investment in agriculture research to take into account all those areas that the eminent speakers before me alluded to, such as rain-fed agriculture, traditional cereals like upland paddy, wheat, maize, and millet, and traditional practices of fallow cultivation, organic farming, and agroforestry, and promotion on use of soil-friendly farm machinery and equipment. Before I conclude, let me congratulate all the recipients of the annual awards of the Soil Conservation Society of India. As recognized champions and leaders of soil conservation, we hope that you will continue to contribute wholeheartedly towards the holistic management of soil. Let me also congratulate the President, the Secretary, and all officials of the Soil Conservation Society of India for organizing this very important webinar and wish it all success in the years ahead. Yours is a very far-sighted society, and your work will go a long way in ensuring food security in future. Finally, on behalf of ECMOD, I would like to assure you that we will extend our full support to work with you and our partners in the mountain region to follow up on the recommendations of the webinar. The Northeast, being part of the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, ECMOD will be very happy to extend its highest priority to provide support in any form that you deem appropriate. Thank you and namaskar. Over to you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words and suggestions for the participants and for the future deliberations during the seminar, during the conference. Thank you for sparing your valuable time and being the chief guest of this program. So I hope we will come out with some concrete recommendations, and we will be sending you the copy so that we can share the things, and we look forward for your support in the future also. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Dr. N.J. Singh, I request you for formal vote of thanks as co-organizing secretary of this conference.
Thank you, sir. Good morning to all. I, on behalf of the organizing committee, present the vote of thanks for the inaugural session of second ASEAN Web Conference on Managing Hill Resources and Diversity for Zero Hunger and Climate Resilience, organized by the Soil Conservation Society of India's Meghalaya chapter, Barapani, in collaboration of the Central Agriculture and University, Imphal. I would like to thank the chief guest of today's function, Dr. Pema Gameso, Director General ICMOD, Kathmandu, Nepal, for accepting our request despite of his busy schedule for this conference. I also thank the guest of honor of today's function, Dr. K.M. Bujal Barwa, former DG, Vice Chancellor AU Jorat, for his constant support to our organization, Central Agriculture University, not only supporting this conference and also enlightening us with his knowledges. I extend my thanks to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Anupam Misra, sir, guest of the honor of today's function, for his visionary of excellent academic research and teaching with supporting seminar, conference, workshop, etc. I also thank Dr. Suraj Banji, President of Soil Conservation Society of India, New Delhi, India, for his support, suggestion, also enlightened us with his valuable speech. It gives deep insight into the topic and also reveals some interesting facts. I would like to thank Dr. Lun Jin, Director Civic Kunming, China, for sharing his learned experience and information about diversity and hill resource management under similar topographical ecosystems. I'm pretty sure the precious knowledge and motivation that Dr. C.L. Acharya, former Director ICAR, IISS, Bhopal, gives us will definitely help us in our studies and futures. I also thank Dr. Sanjay Arora, convener of this conference, for his active involvement, helping guiding in any moment whenever we need help. Though he is far away from him. I would also like to thank Dr. M.S. Hadda, his constant support and guidance. I especially thank all the eminent speakers and the participants of this conference. Without them, it is impossible for a successful conference. I would like to thank Dr. Sanjay Swami, Organizing Secretary and Chairman of Meghalaya Chapter, Soil Science Conservation Society, for his tireless effort for this conference despite of his busy routine activities. I want to thank my colleague, Dr. Lala I.P. Ray, co-organizing secretary, my beloved students who really work hard to make this event successfully. Also thanks you all present here for paying your attention and learning. And also thanks all the also congratulate all the awardees. Thank you, sir, very much. Once again, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. N.J. Singh. So we are at the end of the inaugural session, but I will take this opportunity and request Dr. Pema Gamesto to please provide us a brief write-up about today's topic, including the ICMOD's work, so that we can include it into the proceeding as well as a Journal of the Soil and Water Conservation, which we publish it regularly. And I request Dr. C.L. Acharya also for contributing a review article on this topic so that we can include it in our journal for the next issue, sir.
Okay, thank you. I'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Swami, you have to please correct at your end, please.
Right.
Otherwise, it will be causing problems. So we will be moving ahead to the technical session 1, which is watershed and resource management in agriculture for sustainable food and livelihood security. Although we are a bit late, but I think my friend from Iran, Dr. Sadeghi, is here with us to chair the session. Dr. Sadeghi, who has been constantly supporting us in all our activities, and he has supported us during past events also. Dr. Sadegi will be the chairman of the session, and this session will be co-chaired by Dr. Munish Kumar from Chandrasekhar Azad University of Agriculture, Science and Technology, Kanpur. Convener of the session, Dr. Mukesh Kumar from IGNOU, New Delhi. I request all the three, please, chair of the session, Dr. Sadegi, please take on the proceedings, sir.
Thank you very much, Sanjay Arora. Really, it's my pleasure being among you people. As you know, as usual, I feel really at home when I am along with my Indian friends and colleagues. In fact, since it is a time to chair a session and we are behind time for almost 15 minutes or even 20 minutes, and there is no that much time to talk about the importance of the gathering, that it has been managed by you people, that it is really one of the wonderful one. I would like to personally thank you all organizers of the gathering and such an important gathering, particularly my close friend Dr. Sanjay Ban, and also Sanjay Arora, and also the General Secretary of the gathering, Sanjay Swami, and also it was my pleasure to now Dr. Pema Gametso. It's my pleasure, and really I would like to be in touch in the near future. Now, I would like to tell you that recently, almost 2 months back, also we had almost a similar seminar at national level in our country, and we also focus on the importance of managerial activities and measures in upland watersheds, and we verified that how such type of techniques and measures can affect efficiently and economically and even environmentally friend manage and also control land degradation and consequent insult and oxide effects at national level. It was very good and wonderful one in Iran too. Now I would like to request all lead speakers and also presenters to clearly adhere the time framework and particularly draw 1 or 2 conclusion remarks from their presentations and talks in relevance to the topics and goals of the webinar, because as you know, we have just less than 2 hours to handle 2 lead speaks and 2 lead speech and 19 oral presentations. So as per the schedule that it has been provided to me, we have almost 30 minutes for 2 lead speakers and less than 4 minutes for each oral presenter. So all presenters have to directly go to the point and to avoid generally available materials and emphasize on their own findings and conclusion remarks to allow getting necessary benefits from their presentation. So I first would like to thank my colleagues, Manish Kumar, Dr. Manish Kumar and Dr. Mukesh Kumar, who are accompanying me during chairing such important session on the theme of watershed and resources management in agriculture for sustainable food and livelihood security. So in case our colleagues and our co-chair and convener have any points to notify, please, they can do their own notifications. Otherwise, we go directly to the presentations. Dr. Manish Kumar and Dr.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, all of you. Okay, I think we are late of time, so we directly go to the presentation first, then we will discuss. So thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much. Okay, and Dr. Mukesh Kumar. Okay, so the first lead speaker is Dr. J.P. Sharma from Jammu University, who is going to talk about challenges and emerging opportunities in hill agriculture. One lead speaker is from India, another one is from Nepal. So I would like to really request them to kindly squeeze the presentation to around 10 minutes and to allow other presenters to give their presentations in such relaxed time allocation. Please, the stage is yours, Dr. J.P. Sharma, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. eminent speakers, Dr. Rathod, Dr. Yen, Dr. Udas, and Bajar Barua Sahab, C.L. Acharya Sahab, P.K. Sharma ji, and my colleague Dr. D.C. Deka, and also congratulate the organizing team, Professor Anupam Verma ji, Suraj Bhanji, Sanjay Swami ji, and others. If we see the scenario, and also Chairman Sahab, Sadgil Sahab, Manish Kumar ji, and convener Mukesh Kumar ji, I have to speak about the challenges and opportunities in hill agriculture. Since I am in Jammu working as a vice chancellor here, so I will be speaking mostly based my own experiences in this hill state. We see that in Himalayan region, there are 34 million people, and most of them are engaged in agriculture. And if we see that only 15.8% area is under cultivation, and the other areas are pastures or other things, and some are covered wastelands, bushland grazing, and other areas, some are 15% are covered permanently, is not covered. So that is the situation. If we see the challenges, land holding, per capita land holding in hill regions is much less if we compare it with the national average. National average, we have 1.08 hectare per capita, but here in the hilly areas, it varies from 0.5 hectare to 1 hectare. And if we see that some 80 to 90% of the farmers in hill region, either they are small or they are marginal. And the productivity, land is less, and the productivity of the major crops is only 60% of the national average. If you compare it with the wheat, rice, and other major crops, the productivity is only 60%. Mostly, there is a monocropping system, and cropping intensity is also less than the national average. It is 108 to around 180%. And here, if I see this Jammu region, 70% area is rain-fed, and out of that, 10% is dye area, which we call Kandi areas. Fertilizer application, fertilizer usage is also 50% of the national average. And if we see the processing facilities, only 1% of the produce is processed. As a result, 30% post-harvest losses are there. If we see at the national level, processing and value addition is 7%, but here it is only 1%, and there is a lack of cold chain, value addition facilities, commercial processing facilities, and there is a wastage of 30%. Other than this, weather is also harsh in these areas, weather variability and extreme weather events are there. And if we see the income of the farmers, it is also low. And the market facilities are also not there, less than the other part of the country. And if I give you some figures regarding this state, Jammu and Kashmir, here there is a deficit in case of milk, meat, fish, and other products, and they are imported from neighboring states. If I give you the figure, 2,000 crores rupees annually, these states spend on importing milk, meat product, fishes. In case of fish, we require, the demand is 1.5 lakh ton, but we are producing only 20,000 tons only. So 1/6 demand is being made through our own production system. And then there is a indigenous breeds, lack of indigenous breeds of livestock with low productivity, low availability of dual purpose breed of sheep and goats, and scarcity of meat, egg, and other things. These are the constraints, limitations which I was talking. But more important than this, even in this scenario, there are a lot of opportunities on which we are also working. Number one, there is a lot of scope of organic farming, because I have told that there is a 50% usage of NPK fertilizer in comparison to national average. So many of the areas already in Reasi area, district of Reasi, we have converted many villages in the organic farming. It has a scope because already the chemical fertilizer use is very low. Another area of interest and potential is cultivation of aromatic and medicinal plants like lavender, lemongrass, aloe vera, hurd, and many of the farmers, they have also started cultivating lemongrass, lavender, and other things. And I want to tell that one farmer growing lavender, he is earning 4 lakhs rupees from 1 acre of land. The average income of the farmers in this region is only 80,000 per hectare, say 35,000 per acre. But that farmer is earning 4 lakhs rupees. We are talking the doubling the income of the farmer, and that farmer is already taking 4 or 5 times, like 6 times income than the average farmer. Similarly, another farmer is growing lemongrass in Vyasi area only, and he is also developed processing facility, and he has developed marketing linkages with the government, state department, and lakhs of rupees in a small piece of land. So that is an opportunity in this area for medicinal and aromatic plant. Now, protected cultivation, because when we want to promote, this university is trying to promote these all kind of herbal and medicinal plant, but there is a scarcity of quality planting material. So what we have done in our all KVKs, we have developed infrastructure to multiply the quality planting material. Now, dairy is having a great scope in this area. As I told that milk is coming, per capita availability is more, but it is coming from the other states. So dairy, if I give you one example, glaring example, the farmer, we have also decorated him, recognized him, awarded him, Kulbhushan Khajuria. He is having 50 animals in half an acre of land. Say 2,000 square meter of land, 50 animals, and his daily sale is 25,000 rupees. So if there is only 20% benefit, if profit is there, then we can calculate. And last year, his total income from these 50 animals was 30 lakhs rupees. Now he is also producing animal feed. He is having ATM milk, providing milk through ATM, and also vermicomposting. 22 lakhs rupees last year he earned from the vermicompost which he produced at his farm. So this dairy is also having very high scope. I have mentioned that fisheries, the demand is 1.5 lakhs ton, but the local production is 20,000 only. We have visited some farmers who are doing this fisheries business. One farmer in 1,000 square meter, he is earning 1 lakh rupees net. And 1,000, it means in 1 hectare, the net income is 10 lakhs rupees. We are talking doubling the income of the farmer. Here, the income of the farmer is 80,000. It is more than the 10 times. So such models, successful model, need to be replicated. Similarly, integrated farming system is also having scope. Not only crop, wheat, rice or maize, but we can go for poultry, fisheries, beekeeping, flowers, vegetables, and all dairy and all kind of systems. And we have developed for the benefit of the farmers, we have developed an integrated farming system in our university. And we have calculated the net income. It is 3,20,000 rupees from 1 hectare, 4 times of the national, this average income of the farmer. So this is another thing which can be promoted in these states. Another most important area that now this government is coming up, one district, one product. Like in Sama district in Jammu has been declared as mushroom district, and Jammu district has been declared as dairy district, and similarly this Kathua district is a spice district. So what we can do to capitalize the strength of these commodities, we can take help of the farmer producer organizations. We can mobilize the farmers for group action. They will grow these commodities, and centrally, community basis, these commodities will be processed, branded, marketed, even exported. So we have already identified the areas of intervention. Similarly, other crops which have potential vegetable fruits. Two fruits I would like to mention, walnut and pecan nut. They are the kind of fruits which have potential in Rajouri and Poonch area. We are promoting it. We have taken it as a mission mode. So it can multiply the income of the farmers. If I give the figures about the pecan nut, it can, its age is 200 years. 100 feet is the height of that plant. In one canal means 500 square meter. 12 plants can be planted. From one plant, one farmer can earn 50,000 rupees after 6-7 years. So one canal, 50 is 5,000 square meter, the farmer can earn even 6 lakhs. Many times more than the current income of the farmers. The most important potential in these areas is processing and value addition and market. Processing, if I give the example of this Jammu region, only 1% product is processed. As a result, 30% wastage, post-harvest losses are there. Now, branding and marketing of this and the surplus management is the area which require an intervention of the research and development department. If I give the example, in Araspura, this rice, it is world class, world famous rice is cultivated in Araspura area. Rajmas in Bhadarwa region, world class Rajmas is produced in Bhadarwa region. Similarly, milk product in Abdulia, Araspura sector region, it is being manufactured by the farmers. But there is no branding. These brands are known locally only. There is a need to brand these kind of product nationally and internationally. And our university with the development departments is trying to brand these products, link the production system with the marketing system so that the income of the farmers is increased. Two things I want to say, that FPO, we have planned to establish 50 FPOs in Jammu region, and we are in the process of capitalizing the strength of Atmanirbhar Bharat. Atmanirbhar Bharat, there is an allocation of 1 lakh rupees for infrastructure development, 20,000 rupees for promotion of fish production, 15,000 crores rupees for popularization of dairy, development of dairy sector. Similarly, 4,000 rupees for herbal cultivation, and like that into vegetable also 500 crores rupees allocation. For beekeeping promotion also 500 crores rupees allocation. So 1,65,000 crores rupees allocation is Atmanirbhar Bharat. So what we are doing, training our farmers how they can take benefit of this Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we are also in the process of utilizing the concept of farmer producer organization, where the farmers will be mobilized to go for cultivation of particular crop, and processing, value addition, marketing will be taken care by the group. In this way, the income, I suppose, not only double, in times to come, the income of the farmers can be enhanced 3 times, 4 times, even more than that. Now there is a need for diversification and commercialization. Agriculture need to be converted into a dynamic entity, that is agribusiness. Then with these constraints which are prevalent in the system can be overcome, and the income and livelihood of the farmers can be ensured. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was great. Really, you concluded very well, and also you adhered the time. I am so thankful to you. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, the next lead speaker is Dr. Erika Odas, who is ecosystem analyst from ICMOT, Nepal, who is going to talk about sustainable food production and internship development for resilient livelihood. Please, the stage is yours, please. Dr. Erika?
Yeah. Am I audible?
Yes, please.
And is my screen visible?
Yes.
Okay. A very good afternoon and namaskar, respected chairman, co-chairman, convener of the technical session, distinguished guest, organizers, and the participants in the conference. A very welcome. Today, I would like to share our experiences and learnings on sustainable production, safe food production, and entrepreneurship development on food for food security and resilient livelihood. Maybe I can move to my screen. Okay. So I would like to start with ICIMOD as an intergovernmental organization. We work in 8 Hindu Kush Himalayan countries, Myanmar in the east to Afghanistan in the west. The region is a home to a vast diversity of life, culture, and biodiversity. However, there are also like lots of challenges in terms of food insecurity, biodiversity loss, energy poverty, high outmigration, particularly of males. About 30% of the HKS population suffer from food insecurity and 50% of the children are malnutrient. Likewise, 72 to 80% of the original habitat in the biodiversity hotspot area in the HKS region are already lost. 60 to 85% of the rural population are dependent on biodiversity for subsistence living. So this really shows like how peril is our ecosystem going on and how dependent or how much we are dependent on our ecosystem and biodiversity for our livelihood. Apart from that, the reason is, for example, 50 gigawatt hydropower potential it has to generate energy for 500 million homes in the region. But 80% of our rural population in the HKH region still lack clean energy for cooking. When talking into this hydropower, I would also like to connect that with the climate risk that we have been recently as an example of Chamoli River where hydropower was wiped off. So we need to be very careful while designing these projects as well. In the HKS region, high out migration is very much imminent and it has also like a benefit because the remittance that comes from migration contributes significantly to the poverty reduction in the HKS region. However, because of male out migration, only women, elderly people, and children are left who are doing agriculture. And actually, like in the HKH region, we talk more about feminization of agriculture in these days. In continuation to that, climate change impacts are very much severe in our region. Even if we say that we, from the Paris Agreement, 1.5 degree, we stick into this limit, even then it is too hot for our region. About 1/3 of the glaciers in our HKS region will be lost, even if the world limit the temperature to 1.5 degree. However, in the current emission rate, 2/3 of the glaciers will melt. So this would also have lots of implication in terms of scarcity in water resources that we have been talking about in previous, by the previous speakers as well. Agriculture is also one of the major sector that has been affected a lot with climate change uncertainty. Therefore, ICIMOD's Resilient Mountain Solution Initiative, which is one of the program under the Regional Program Adaptation and Resilience Building, we actually adopt 3-dimension framework to build climate resilience, socioeconomic resilience, and future resilience. As Dr. Surajban in his inaugural session rightly mentioned, Mountain or hill agricultures are characterized by mountain specificities such as fragility, inaccessibility, marginality, and so on. However, it also provides lots of opportunities in terms of diversities and mountain niche product that are very much important for food and nutrition security in the region. However, this solutions, the package of solutions that needs to address these needs to be context specific, as Dr. C.L. Acharya mentioned in his talk, that we have to think at a Himalaya scale, but act locally. Therefore, the package of these resilient mountain solutions should be simple, replicable, and affordable by the farmers, because the mountain farmers are poor and will not be able to afford the technologies that are very much expensive, or the technologies that are very much sophisticated to be used. Likewise, as Dr. Lin Yun rightly mentioned in his keynote speak, building on the traditional knowledge is very much important when we talk about these solutions, as well as including the scientific evidence on back of it. Customized solutions that are mountain specific or context specific that I have already highlighted, as well as gender responsive, because nowadays the mountains agriculture are mostly handled by women farmers. The Resilient Mountain Solution Initiative, we have like pilot programs at the moment in Myanmar, Bhutan, and in Nepal, whereas some of the research and scaling activities are ongoing in India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. In today's talk, I will be basically focusing on some of our work that has been done in Nepal and in Bhutan, particularly on safe food production or organic food production, and linking that into entrepreneurship development that our the previous speaker also highlighted, that this is very much important when we are talking in our mountain context. In Nepal, we have been working in 3 districts, in Kavre, Mid-Hill District, Dadeldhura, which is also a mid-hill farm system, and Rasua District, which is a high mountain farm system. And particularly, we focus on food and nutrition security, water management and its use efficiency, human-wildlife conflict mitigation, yak and livestock management, spring management, and entrepreneurship development. We've mainly focused on simple and low-cost solution packages. For example, these packages are jholmol, which is homemade biofertilizer and pest repellent using cow dung or cow urine and so on. So use of these kind of readily available traditional knowledge backed up solutions have implications on yield, as well as it also reduces farmers' income, as they do not have to purchase the chemical fertilizers from the farmers, from the agrovets, and that saves money. Likewise, integrated pest management, low-cost water ponds, as our previous speakers were also highlighting about a line pond. But here we are promoting soil cement tank, drip irrigation, sprinkles, and also spring shed management, mulching, and multi-cropping for intercropping and for crop management and so on, and also linking it to soil quality and yield. There has been a widespread adoption, more than we have at the moment, like more than 1,000 farmers in the RMS pilot site who have directly adopted these solutions and replaced the agrochemicals, and also addressing the water shortage issues using these water efficient technologies. Apart from that, the government organizations, other non-government organizations are also scaling and taking up these solution packages in their working areas. For example, the government of Nepal has implemented a 3 years program on climate smart villages in 41 municipalities. Likewise, currently they have been allocating more than 5 million rupees, Nepalese rupees, for model pilot villages to develop it as a learning hub and scale these kind of simple and affordable solutions across the country. Especially women groups are leading the uptake of these process of the solutions, and they work in groups for collective marketing, saving and credit, and also knowledge sharing. We have been also conducting some participatory on-farm action research on jholmol that I have mentioned, particularly on bitter gourd, cauliflower, tomato, potato, and rice. So comparing particularly the yield and also the pest infestation in jholmol used and business as usual farmers practices. So the result, the preliminary result now has shown like significant increase in the yield when jholmol is used. But you can see in the graph increase in rice as well as increase in bitter gourd yield. So we are still continuing these research in coming years as well. So to have like more concrete information on what is the in time interval that the jholmol is to be used, how much, what kind of pest, the rate of pest are reduced or minimized by using jholmol and so on. However, we are still lacking some research topics that needs to be focused, like if we use these jholmol as a biopesticide, then whether these would also be harmful for the beneficial microbes as well, which are important for plant and plant growth. We have been also working on aggregating and marketing of these safe fruit and also off-farm products. We have been working in Kavre district with 13 cooperatives, and they have also formed a brand called Sinduka and using the participatory guarantee system to produce this safe food. So at the moment, we are not mentioning it as an organic food because the organic standard has its own certification standard that needs to be followed, which is at these stays in the mountain farmers is a bit complicated. That's why we have been promoting participatory guarantee system in Nepal, and in Bhutan there is this local organic agriculture certification that they have developed in their country. So we are using these standards to produce safe food. And we have been also closely working with the government entity. For example, in Namobuddha municipality in Kavre, they have supported a vegetable market outlet for these cooperative farmers to bring their product and link to the market and the consumers. We have been also working with private sectors, Sabah, Nepal, who is based, SAARC countries-based women home-based workers organization. So they particularly are working with women in Kavre, both on-farm and off-farm business activities. So they have been training farmers to develop new product design, processing, and so on. And in this COVID context, they also trained the women farmers to prepare these PPE sets and masks, which has been much in demand in the market. So during this COVID context, also these private sectors was very much beneficial to link with the farmers because they had this home collection of the products, the agri products, because they were locked down, there were no transportations, and farmers were very much affected because they had crops in their field and they were consumers in the market who were there, but they were like a gap in bridging these producers and consumers. So the use of digital market platform was very much crucial and important in these scenarios as well. That's I would like to highlight here. Another aspect is on spring set management. So in Kavre again, we have mapped 50 springs in Fulbari Water Tower, which is an area of 5 square kilometer in Namobuddha municipality. And out of these mapped springs, we found out that almost 50% of them have already dried out, which is a very serious concern for not only for drinking water, but also for ground water recharge and revival to the river system as well. And this is also very much important in regard to women's and girls' drudgery, because they have to carry water from very far away from these springs. So to revive these springs, ICIMOD has developed and adopted the 6-step protocol for springs revival. And my colleague Madhavji will be talking more about these things in his talk in another session. So I will not focus
Time
much
is
on
over.
this.
May I request you to kindly conclude it?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, please conclude.
I would shortly go to Bhutan if I get 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Okay,
please
so
go ahead, no problem.
Yeah, so in Bhutan, we are basically having a program synergy with a 12th 5-year plan of the government on Organic Flaxseed Program, National Highland Development Program, and Startup and Cottage Small Industries Development Flaxseed Program. So we are working in Ha and Thimphu on this. So as I had already mentioned about the organic system in Bhutan, I will here focus more on strengthening the entrepreneurial ecosystem. So our focus is more on developing resilient enterprises, innovative local green enterprises, supporting them for circular economy in the region, mentorship and network, engaging youth and women for inclusive enterprise development and building capacity from source and sink. For this, we have adopted 5 prongs approach. So creating an enabling environment, and then focusing on the system orientation, what is the value chain, understanding the source and sink, and then providing customized mentorship program, for example, on risk management, investment, technologies, and so on, and connecting business to business, and also practice-based learning. So in this 5 prongs approach, we have supported the government of Bhutan for the startup center. We have been working closely with the Department of Cottage and Small Industry, so providing input to the existing policies, co-developing mentorship curriculum, and exposure visit to the government official to understand the startup ecosystem. And we have supported 30 entrepreneurs at the Startup Center to foster innovation and entrepreneurial ecosystem, business to business connect, and linking with mentors and investors for these newcomers. So these activities have been contributing to Sustainable Development Goal 1, 2, 5, 6, and 13 directly, and indirectly to other SDGs as well. Thank you so much, and sorry for taking more time because we are running out of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Erika. I really enjoyed it. It was very good presentation, and also it covered, very nice information from different parts of your region, and it was for sure very beneficial to all evidences. And now, in fact, I would like to request my colleague, Dr. Monish Kumar, to introduce the next presenters who have to present their presentations within 4 minutes at maximum. But I would like to tell you that I'm setting a timer here, and then I put the noise on the microphone, and the presenter has to immediately conclude when he or she hears the snooze. Please. Okay, Monish, please, you are welcome.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, sir. Now we have with us 17 presentation as oral presenter. Now I request Dr. M. Patel to kindly present on the topic utilization of whey as an economic medium for expopolysaccharides production and preparation of iron complex. So Dr. M. Patel, please.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Sir, this is Dr. Dama Prasad from NDRI, and it was informed to the organizing committee that I am the presenting author. Mr. M. Patel is the first author in this work. He has actually done the work. Idea was mine, and I am presenting the work, sir.
Okay, you may continue, please.
Okay, sir, my slides are audible. Sorry, yes. My slides are visible.
Yes.
Okay, fine, sir. May I start, sir?
Yes. You start. Please conclude within 5 minutes.
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll be discussing on my research related to utilization of whey as an economic medium for exopolysaccharides production and preparation of iron complex. We all know that iron is an essential micronutrient for us, and it is involved in RBC's blood, in oxygen transport, as well as immune function, Further, it is also related to increase of further it is also involved in cognitive functions. However, it has been observed that many people in around the world are anemic, that is they are having lesser amount of iron present in their body than what is required. In a study by WHO in 2015, it was found that India, it is having more than 60% of the population in it are having one or other variety of anemia in them. Further, it was found that when we add directly iron as a source, as a fortification meat into the food product, it results in oxidation of the lipids, which makes the product unacceptable. On the other hand, some research has reported that when we bind iron with some other nutrients, say peptides or other carbohydrates, then it results in decreasing its lipid oxidation decreasing its lipid oxidation and increasing the bioaccessibility of iron. Further, it has been observed that exopolysaccharides, which are produced by the bacteria when they are growing, they are not permanently attached to the microbial cells, but they are later upon their production, they are dispersed in the system. Their role has been proven for moisture retention in product and other techno-functional attributes. Further, they have also been utilized for microencapsulation, and there are other attributes also, such as it acts as anti-tumor and anti-ulcer activities. Further, Gupta and Diwan in 2017 reported that presence of anionic sites on exopolysaccharides enables them to bind them with metal ions. Based upon this, it was further whey is a byproduct obtained during production of heat and acid coagulated product as well as cheese preparation, and it is mainly thrown or discarded as waste because of less uneconomical processing conditions available. That is why the present work was taken up to utilize whey as an economic medium for EPS production and utilizing this EPS to bind iron so that bioaccessibility of iron can be increased. For that, what we did was, firstly, paneer whey was taken, it followed by iron salt addition, culture was inoculated, followed by fermentation, and the fermented whey was evaluated for complex iron concentration and other attributes. These 8 cultures were used for EPS. They were having more than 150 ppm of EPS production, and these 4 iron salts, which are recommended by FSSAI, Food Standards and Safety Authority of India, for as a fortification, as a medium for as food fortification was used in the present investigation. Okay. Now it could be seen that upon analysis, it was found that all the 4 different salts and 8 different cultures have different iron binding ability, and it was found that CAR1 had highest iron binding activity. Further, these 8 EPS producing cultures, they were compared with one non-EPS producing culture, that is NCDC 24, and it was found that it had EPS, CAR1 had about 8 times higher iron binding activity as compared to NCDC 24, that is non-iron binding activity. Further, among among other attributes such as pH, acidity, log count, all of them were not affected by iron salt addition. Further, the tyrosine value was also not affected among different cultures, was not affected by different salts for the same culture. Now what was done was, in order to confirm that EPS is involved in order to confirm that the added EPS is responsible for iron binding, what we did was, we extracted the EPS from the medium, added it in distilled water, and then estimated its iron binding activity. It was found that the complex whey, when present in the complex iron present in whey, it had 65% iron binding. On the other hand, in aqueous medium, the EPS had 75% of iron binding. This increase in iron binding is due to absence of positively charged ions in whey, such as calcium and magnesium, which competitively bind with EPS, and that is why in aqueous medium it had higher binding activity. Additionally, it was the whey was iron complex whey was also evaluated for effect of sonification. That is the sample containing containing complex iron was sonicated for bacterial inactivation, and it was found that both for EPS as well as non-EPS producing culture, upon sonification, the iron binding activity increased for both the culture. Ultimately, it was found that carbon, that is EPS producing culture, it has around it had about 8 times higher iron binding activity as compared to non-EPS producing, and
Please
sonification.
conclude, Prasad.
Yes, sir.
Please conclude. Time
Sonification.
is already over.
Sonification increase the iron binding activity. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please conclude that, sir. Please.
Sir, it is over, sir.
Okay, go to the next.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Now, next presenter is Ashraf Ahmed. Impact of different altitude on distribution of micronutrients under different land use system of Kupara. Dr. Ahmed, please. Please unshare your screen. Dr. Prasad. Prasad, please unshare your screen, please. Okay. Next, Dr. Ahmed. Is Dr. Ahmed is here?
Dr. Ahmed?
Okay, I will move to next presenter.
Yeah,
Dr.
please.
Amit Kumar Pandey. Dr. Amit Kumar Pandey, nutrient efficiency through biopriming. He is here. Dr. Pandey.
No, he's not also available. Go to the next, please.
Shall we move for next? Anjuma Gyanam. Anjuma Gyanam. Potential of native potassium solubilizing bacteria for reduction of inorganic potassic fertilizers under paddy cultivation in insecticide of Assam. Yes, you may continue, Anjuma. Dr. Anjuma.
Yeah, very good afternoon, sir. My slides are visible.
Yes.
No, your screen
Sir,
is
my
visible.
slides are visible.
Yes.
Okay.
Please, no.
Can you see? My slides are visible, sir.
Yes, now visible.
So my slides
Now
are visible. Okay, sir. Visible?
Yes. Go ahead, please.
Visible or not, sir? Okay. A very good afternoon, respected chairman,
go
convener,
ahead,
all scientists. My topic today is potentiality of native potassium solubilizing bacteria for reduction of inorganic potassic fertilizer under paddy cultivation in an insecticide of Assam. Sir, potassium, it is one of the major macronutrients, as we all know, which influences the plant growth, development, and metabolism. It plays role in cells, different enzymes, protein synthesis, etc. But it maintains a dynamic equilibrium in the soil because it is mainly, it occurs in three main forms, that is the exchangeable, non-exchangeable, and in the solution form. Now, from the solution K, it can be uptaken by the plants. But most of...
Hello, excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Your presentation is not visible. Some error, technical error is there. Can I share?
Yes, sir. No problem.
Yeah, you just stop screen sharing. I will share. Yeah. Yeah, you can carry on, ma'am.
Okay. So we all understand the importance of potassium, which is one of the major macronutrients of plants. And in case of potassium, most of the soil K, it is present in the crystal lattice. That is around 90 to 98%. It is fixed in the crystal lattice, and it is not directly available for the plant uptake. Only the soil solution K can be uptaken. Though it is the seventh most abundant element in earth crust, most of the agricultural soils, they are deficient in K. It is mainly because of the low K status in the soil, introduction of different high yielding varieties, then because of imbalanced fertilization, etc. Now in India, the consumption of potassic fertilizer, it is mostly in the form of MOP or the sulfate of potash, and it is around 2.7 million tons. And most of it is imported from other leading producers like Canada, Russia, Australia, etc. We understand that around 72% of the agricultural area in India, it calls for K fertilization. That is, it is deficit in K. But in India, we are not very blessed with the K fertilizer or K reserve. But we have very huge deposits of mica, which is present in the states of Bihar and Jharkhand. And this is present in mostly in the form of K2O, that is around 8 to 12%. Okay, so this mica we can use it for exploitation of release of K. Again, in Assam, which is a state of India, here also the soils are very much deficient. Here we have antizols, insectizols, alphazols, which are rated as K deficient soils. So of late, the injudicious use of chemical fertilizers or the injudicious application of chemical fertilizers, they have caused a net negative impact on the economy and also in the agricultural sustainability. So if we could exploit the potentiality of this native potassium solubilizing bacteria, it would not only enhance the plant growth, or it would not only help in release of potassium, but also
Dr. Gayan, may I request you to synchronize your slides, because I think your talk is, ahead.
I'm not able to move. Yeah.
Okay, you just make it synchronized.
Okay.
Please. Thank you.
Yes. So if we could exploit the potentiality of the native
Madam,
potassium,
just say that to next slide like that we will move, madam. We
Okay,
are waiting
sure.
for waiting
Yes.
for your order.
Okay, so if we could exploit the potentiality of the native potassium solubilizing bacteria for release of K from the soil, it would not only enhance the growth of the plant, not only help in release of K from the soil, but also improve the soil health as a whole. So what are the key mechanisms which is involved in K solubilization? Mainly it is acidolysis, that is, it helps in lowering of the soil pH by production of different type of organic acids, which ultimately helps in weathering of the K-bearing minerals like oxalic acid, tartaric acid, and these acids, they help in chelation of the silicon ion to bring the potassium into the soil solution. Another mechanism is enzymolysis by the bacteria, that is, they help in secretion of different enzymes which can release the potassium into the soil, then release of extracellular polysaccharides. So all these are the main mechanisms. They help in dissolution of the minerals and they ultimately release the potassium to the soil. Please move to the next slide. So please move to the next slide. Please move to the next slide, sir. Move to the next slide, sir. Okay, so the main target was how we could isolate the potassium solubilizing bacteria. Mainly they were isolated from the rhizospheric soil of banana, rice, cabbage, and some chili and some other vegetables. And mineral mica was used as a source of insoluble source of potash. So this mica, they were grounded to mica powder, mica flakes, then mica powder, and 5% was added to 100 gram of soil. That means the soil was enriched. Then it was mixed and it was allowed to adapt for 1 week in the same state. And from that, we took 1 gram of soil and proceed for serial dilution. This is the Alexandrov's method, and it was incubated for 7 days and at 30 plus minus 1 degree. So please move to the next slide. Next, yeah. So the colonies in the plates, we could observe colonies showing clear zone. Now these colonies which showed clear zone, they were presumed to be putative potash solubilizing bacteria. So we could isolate around 45 such colonies, and finally they were again subjected to secondary screening using the Khande-Parker's ratio. Here we could see a halo zone. Now what is the Khande-Parker's ratio? So please move to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, so it is the selection ratio which is used to measure the ability of the isolate in solubilizing the insoluble mica. So here we could observe that there is a zone of clearance by, this is the bacterial colony, and we could observe a zone of clearance. So it is the ratio between the zone of clearance and the zone of growth of the bacterial colony. So if this ratio is more than 1, we consider them for as them are isolates. So based on this Kanda-Parker's ratio, we could select 4 best isolates, which were further characterized. We also did some biochemical characterization, molecular characterization, and ultimately went for the field experiments. So please go to the next slide. Now, to ascertain the mechanism of K release by this potassium solubilizing bacteria, pH and polysaccharides production were checked in broth. So in the pH, in the first graph, that is in the pH, we observed that initially the pH of the media, Alexandrov's media, it was maintained at 7, which was reduced to further 4.9. That means there was a lowering of the pH. Similarly, the polysaccharide production in control, it is around 63.6, which was again 400, it ranged to 403.6 microgram glucose per ml. So this drop of pH coupled with polysaccharide production, it could release the potassium from the mica. So this was one of the main mechanism. Again, in the laboratory, we also checked the effect of pH on solubilizing of mica using different mineral acids. So it was observed that drop of pH is the primary mechanism in releasing the potassium from insoluble source of K. So it is observed that in case of pH 4.5, the mineralized K, it was obtained to be 14.89 microgram per ml. Next slide, please. So we also checked the mineralized rate of selected potassium solubilizing bacteria, both soil as well as broth, doing the incubation studies. They were incubated till 45 days. So initially the mineralization rate was much higher, but it decreased gradually in all the isolates, maybe because in the later stage there is the reduction of the different substrates. So there's a particular formula for calculating this. So we observed that in all the isolates which were selected, that is Bacillus paramycoides, Klebsiella, Bacillus proteolyticus, Serratia liquefaciens, it decreased. The mineralization rate decreased. Then and both, it was done both in case of broth culture as well as in soil. The Alexandra broth was used for this purpose. Next slide.
Madam, please conclude. Please conclude.
Yes, the release of potassium was also checked in vitro and in case of incubation. Here also we could observe that there was release of potassium into the soil. Next slide. So finally, a field experiment was conducted to see the see how the isolates performed. 2 isolates were selected, that is Bacillus proteolyticus and Serratia. Finally, we also could recommend that the consortia of potassium solubilizing bacteria comprising of Bacillus proteolyticus and Serratia liquefaciens, when applied at the rate of 60-20-20 for transplanted rice, it could increase the yield. It was found at around 3.87 in treatment of T5. Okay, so that means it could replace 20 kg per hectare potassium. So next slide. And this replacement of, that means the reduction in the inorganic fertilizer, we also tested in different OFTs, on-farm trials. It was tested in different places. So we could finally conclude that the native potassium solubilizing bacteria, they are very much beneficial for the plant growth, and they also help to reduce the potassic fertilizer, inorganic potassic fertilizer. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Now next presenter is Dr. Amit Kumar, and topic is monitoring the major insect, pest and natural enemies fauna of brinjal crab ecosystem in Jambu region of India. Dr. Amit Kumar.
Thank you very much, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah. Yes, please. Continue, please.
So myself, Dr. Amit Kumar, I am working as an assistant professor in Solni University of Solan, Himachal Pradesh. Now I am going to present a presentation on monitoring the major insect pest and natural enemies fauna of brinjal crop ecosystem in Jammu region, J&K, India.
Sir, try to. Hello.
Yes.
And do your presentation mode.
Amit, please
So
maximize
now,
it.
yes, sir.
Maximize it, please.
Sir, I am not understanding. What are you saying?
Slideshow, please. Slideshow, please. Slideshow, full slide.
Okay, sir.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So now this is some introduction about the brinjal and insect pest associated with the brinjal. Brinjal is a versatile crop and well adapted to wide range of hot and wet environment of produce high yield, according to Hansen 2016. According to Biswa et al. 1992, it is attacked by 53 species of insect pests, of which 8 are considered as major pests in causing economic damage to the crop in every season, in every year, and 1 species of mite, red spider mite. So according to Islam, Raju, Chakrabarti, and Sarkar, the crop loss caused by the brinjal fruit and shoot borer have been reported to the tune of 20 to 89% in various parts of the world. According to Srinivasan 1993, the red spider mite Tetranychus cyanibarium imposed a heavy loss to brinjal by reduction of chlorophyll due to sucking the sap, formation of web, and thereby causing losses up to 30 to 40%. The material and method was used to conduct this research at Jammu. The research trial was conducted during 2 consecutive years, Kharif season of 2014 and 2015 at research farm Chatta of Sere Kashmir University of Agriculture Sciences and Technology of Jammu, J&K, India. The design was used to randomize block design and replication for 3. Variety was used Kashmiri brinjal and plot size was 5 into 5 meters square. Spacing of plant to plant and row to row was used 100 centimeter, and seasonal incidence of brinjal and shoot fruit and borer larval population was observed, as the seasonal incidence of the larval population of brinjal fruit and shoot borer was weekly recorded from infested twigs and fruits at weekly intervals during morning hours. The seasonal incidence of brinjal shoot and fruit borer adult moths population were observed, as the incidence was weekly monitored and through installed IPM devices like pheromone traps at the rate of 10 traps per hectare and Bota traps at a rate of 100 traps per hectare at the height of 1 feet from the crop canopy. And the adult of moths were recorded directly. Seasonal incidence of red spider mite. There were 3 leaves were selected, bottom, middle, and upper, from tag plant and card area having 4 centimeters square. Cut was placed over leaf 4, counting the adults of red spider mite with the help of magnifying 10x hand lens. The adult population per 4 centimeter square leaf area was weekly recorded, and finally the mean population was worked out. For the seasonal incidence of parasitoid emergence, for recording the activity and occurrence of parasitoid on brinjal crop, 20 brinjal fruit and shoot borer infested fruit were collected and brought to laboratory for parasitoid emergence. The number of natural enemies that emerged from these fruits were recorded at weekly basis. This slide shows there was 14 insect pests were associated brinjal crop were observed in the Jammu region, and there were 12 predators also found which are associated with brinjal crops, and 3 parasitoids were found, namely Trathla flavoorbitalis, Goryphus nursei, and Compulitus chloridi. The Trathla flavoorbitalis was found as a very active, decreased the population of brinjal shoot and fruit borer. This slide shows the pool data of correlation matrix of brinjal shoot and fruit borer larval and adult population red spider mite in relation to abiotic factor on brinjal crop. So you can see here the temperature, relative humidity, and rainfall play a important role to increase or decrease the larval population of brinjal shoot and fruit borer and red spider mite also. But they're less effective to pheromone traps like water trap and phero trap also. This slide shows the pool data of 2 years of regression equation, correlation coefficient, and coefficient of determinant of larval and adult population of brinjal shoot and fruit borer and red spider mite in relation to abiotic factor and brinjal. You can see here the overall impact factor of environment factors 56.70% on brinjal shoot and fruit borer larval population and 44.2% on red spider mite also. But they less effective to the pheromone traps and water traps. So the weather parameters are played major role in population builds up of brinjal shoot and fruit borer and red spider mite pest on brinjal crop. The more than 25 insect species and 3 mite species were associated with brinjal crop in the Jammu region. The aphid, leaf roller, hadda beetle, whitefly, thrips, and red spider mite and brinjal shoot and fruit borer were the major pests recorded, and some natural enemies play a vital role for controlling above pests such as ladybird beetle, predatory mite, and Threatla flavoorbitalis was found firstly time in Jammu region. Thank you all for your patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed Kumar.
Dr. Manish, Dr. Kumar, I would like to ask Dr. Kumar that as I requested all presenters, I'm really interested in knowing about 2 or 1 conclusion remarks about the theme of the conference, and how can you, how can you connect your findings to the topics of the conference? Can you tell us something about?
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, as per the suggestion of Chairman, sir, every speaker is requested to kindly give the 1 or 2 recommendation at the last of their presentation after conclusion, and also adhere with the time limit. So now I call Dr. Sushil Dhiman. His topic is effect of phosphate-rich organic manure on apple crop. He's present. Dr. Sushil. Dr. Amit, please unshare your screen. And I request Dr. Sushil Dhiman, please kindly present. He is present? Okay. No. Now, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, ensuring livelihood improvement and enhancing farmers' income of Northeast through dairying with emphasis on value addition of milk. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. He is here, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Now, next presenter is Dr. Amos Hadda. Soil.
Yeah, he's available.
Yeah, Sanjeev Kumar is here.
Present.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
You may continue, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, please.
Dr. Kumar, Dr. Manish Kumar, we can request all presenters or potential presenters to put a message in chat box if they are available. We can accordingly arrange the timetable.
Right, sir. Okay, kindly all the presenters are requested to please present, give the chat box. They are present. They are present in the technical session first or not.
Exactly.
So accordingly, we can arrange the time schedule.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, kindly present. Go ahead, please.
Sir, try to give in presentation mode, sir.
Kindly slideshow yours, please, in full mode.
Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, you have 33 slides. Please look after the time right now.
Please conclude in 5 minutes, 5 to 6 minutes. Continue, please. Please go ahead.
Dr. Sanjeev?
Dr. Sanjeev, you have any problem? Dr. Sanjeev? Dr. Sanjeev, am I audible to you? Dr. Sanjeev, if you have any problem, then we move to next speaker.
Dr. Sanjeev, you have to check your mic once. If it is in mute, just unmute yourself.
Dr. Kumar, please go to the next speaker.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. Now, next speaker is Dr. Ahmed Sadda. Kindly unshare your screen, Dr. Sanjeev.
Dr. Sanjeev, kindly unshare your screen.
Okay, next speaker is Dr. Ahmed Sadda.
सर आवाज जा रही है मेरी सर? अब तो जा रही है।
अब जा रही है, उस समय नहीं जा रही थी।
सर फिर सर प्लीज सर मैं कर देता हूं सर जी।
तो विद इन 5 मिनट कंप्लीट करिए। ओके
ओके सर, ओके सर, ओके सर। और दूसरे का आ रहा है लगा।
हाँ, ओके, let him present, Dr. Ahmed Sadda. After that I will call you.
Okay sir, okay sir.
Okay. Dr. Hadda, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. At the outset, I thank the organizers for inviting me to have a presentation of the conference. All Dr. Suraj Bhan leadership, all my teachers, Dr. C.L. Acharya, and other dignitaries, distinguished fellows, participants. Well, I am presenting a work of my master students, Pinder Paul Singh. So this is what kind of work we took at the Zonal Research Station for Kandi area. It is now under the name of Dr. D.R. Bhumula, Zonal Research Station for Kandi area, Balowal, Sampli. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So ultimately, during the 7th 5-year plan, the government of India, on the earlier slide, please go to back to the earlier slide, please. Please go back. Yeah. So when the the initiative was taken by the 7th Five-Year Plan by the Government of India to go for the watershed management. And ultimate idea at the time was to go for funding, terracing, and all those kinds of the interventions which can be imposed to have a better water management and to harvest the rainwater so that they are not going to be eroded from the surface layer by putting the water harvesting storage structures or all kinds of mechanical measures vis-a-vis. I think at that time, most of the engineers were involved. So the idea was that how they have benefited in terms of the land leveling, burning, and terracing. What was their effect in improving the soil physical and the chemical characteristics of this soil? So the major aim was to have assessment of soil chemical and physical characteristics as affected by soil conservation treatments. Next, please. Next slide. Yeah. So ultimately, the this investigation was undertaken at Dr. D.R. Ghumla Zonal Research Station for Kandi area, Ballowal Sankri, located at earlier it used to be district Namashar. I think now it is under the name of Sahibjada Ajit Singh Nagar, or it is SBS Nagar. I'm not a little bit sure about this. So the treatments 4 imposed were there. The main treatment even was cultivation along the slope with recommended doses of inorganic fertilizers, contour bunding, and a cultivation across the slope with application of recommended doses. Then T3 cultivation of level lands with application of recommended doses of inorganic fertilizers. And T4 cultivation of level land with the application of recommended doses of inorganic fertilizers plus the application of farmyard manure at 15 tons per hectare. And we followed the 5 depth sampling 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 30, and 30 to 60 centimeters. And the maize crop variety precast was on, and factorial randomized design was followed. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So there was some preliminary investigation, idea that how the proportion of sand silt clay vary in relation to the depth of the soil. So in the first 3, 0 to 5, up to 10 to 15 centimeters, we have the sandy loam. Then we have the sandy clay loam in the 15 to 30 and 30 to 60 centimeters. Next, please. Then the evaluation was read how the soil conservation treatments affected the soil chemical characteristics. So all the treatments effects were significant as far as the effects were concerned onto the organic carbon and total nitrogen contents. As we know that organic carbon contribution is directly in proportion to the total nitrogen, whatever we are getting. And similarly, the effects were more pronounced in the treatment T4, where we have the cultivation of the land with the level land by applying the inorganic and organic fertilizers. Next, please. Then similarly, the physical characteristics determined by bulk density, total porosity, penetration resistance, saturated hydrogen conductivity. Then the effects were significantly in the treatment T4, both in the bulk density, which was significantly lower under the treatment T4. The total soil porosity was improved by 48% from, 4% difference from the treatment T1. Similarly, the penetration resistance was also reduced in the treatment T4, and saturated hydrogen conductivity has also improved to a larger extent when we compare the T1 to over the other treatments. So all effects were. Next, please. Next, please. Then there were the interactions of soil conservation treatment at depth on organic carbon and total nitrogen. So again, the effects were. Please unmute Dr. Sanjeev Kumar.
Please unmute. Dr. Sanjeev, unmute yourself.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So again, we find the effects were treatment or the interactive effects of the treatment and depth were significant on the organic carbon content, and similar was the effects onto the treatment and depth on the total nitrogen. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Similarly, onto the available phosphorus, the here there is some discrepancy when we have listed the values of treatment. The value for the treatment was 0.06. the CD values. For the deft, it is 0.07, and for treatment to deft interaction is 0.14. So it means the effects were significant, interactive effects of treatment vis-a-vis the deft with respect to the available phosphorus content. And if we compare with the depth also, the effects were, the available phosphorus content was higher in the surface layer compared to the subsurface layer. And as all we know that it is all the phosphorus availability within the soil is directly in manifestation to the whatever is pH existing in those soils. Next, please. Then similarly for the cation, the calcium carbonate content, the effects were significant interactive effects. And they have the higher amounts, the amounts were higher into the subsurface layer, that is 30 to 60 centimeter. The cation exchange capacity is also higher in magnitude at the subsurface layer, 13 to 60 centimeter compared to the surface layers of the soil. Next, please. And similarly, onto the exchangeable calcium and magnesium, again, the effects were higher in magnitude by 8.29 compared to 6.9. And similarly, in the values were higher, 1.2 for the exchangeable calcium and magnesium. So it means the soils were normal there. But the problem is when we have the rainfall in that area during the sowing of the maize crop, there is a shift in the pH. And that shift in pH is more aggravated by the presence of calcium carbonate content in those soils. Next, please. And the bulk density here, 22 to, I think there is some discrepancy here in this value. We are not able to get, this much higher bulk density in the lower layers of the soil, since we are using the maize wheat as the crop rotation, as a arable land use in those areas. And similarly, the total porosity is lower to the subsurface layers of the soil. So this is naturally, there is some problem here in this value, 22.5 to 30 centimeters. We are getting the lower porosity because of the higher bulk density which we receive, which we can expect into the lower layers because that we are not disturbing in those soils. Next, please.
Sir, please conclude.
Yeah. Okay, then I shall be coming to the conclusion. Last slide, please. Last slide, please. Yeah. So as I have already indicated, the soil conservation treatments T2, T3, T4 over T1, they were able significantly affected the soil chemical and physical characteristics. However, the interactive effects of soil conservation treatments and differed in their magnitude and effect on both soil chemical and physical characteristics. Of the evaluated treatment, the treatment T4, where it is land level plus application of inorganic fertilizers plus application of farmland manure at the rate of 15 tons per hectare, they proved promising and effective in improving the soil quality on a sustainable basis by improving significantly the soil physical and chemical characteristics, means towards the positive side. Whenever we are taking for the resistance to penetration, that has to be lower, the bulk density has to be lower. If we are looking at the physical characteristics, similarly, it reflects for the betterment of the soil chemical characteristics, where we can expect if the organic carbon content is higher, naturally that is going to manifest the other actions onto the improvement in the physical characteristics of the soil. And similarly, I have not quoted the data onto the maize yield, and which was approximately 52% higher if we compare the T4 treatment with respect to the T1 treatment. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sir.
Yes, sir. Yes.
Next, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Are
Yes,
you
sir. Ready, sir. Ready,
yes.
sir.
Okay, you kindly go ahead.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much.
Quickly, 5 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. Chairman, sir, Dr. Munish, sir, and others, senior colleagues. Myself, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. We are actually discussing about somewhat other aspect. We have already know that India become the largest milk producer in the world, and it is contributing around 22% of the total global milk production. And it is the largest agriculture commodity in India, followed by other food grains. We have already discussed the success story of Amul, which is actually started with only just 250 liters. and now it becomes the largest milk cooperative in the world. So far as the contribution of dairy sector is concerned, we can estimate, we can know that about due to their due to their 65% more out of the total milk production, 65% is actually only used as a producer level, and remaining is only processed. So selling of product by Dudhia is a great challenge for our country, and because we are not actually maintaining the quality and also losing the sensory attributes. So due to that, we can actually not export our product in the international market, because we have to meet the standards of Codex Alimentary Commission laid down by different experts. So exporting the product. So we are just only exporting less than 2% of the total production of the milk and milk products. But here there is a big thing we can spread in the rural sector, is that traditional dairy product, because this is the product which is very easy to manufacture, and we can capture most of the market in the local area. So here, but the traditional milk product is creating challenges for the non-informed quality. They require high energy, intensive process, absence of mechanization, poor attention of hygiene and safety, and poor utilization of byproduct is also one of the challenges. When we see the vision, then we can definitely, there is a big challenge for us, and entrepreneurs are getting more investment, and NABARD is going in this direction. So I'm not going in details. We are giving some strength swap analysis for the traditional dairy products. We can already know that we are actually test mass appeal is actually recommended our test for traditional dairy product among the other Western dairy products. And their method of manufacture is very simple, and profit is relatively quite high in comparison to the Western dairy product. And we can even start the entrepreneur with the lowest cost of investment. But there is some weakness in the traditional sector, that is the small level production and lack of technically standard skills, which is actually not able to maintain the quality as well as uniform production of the product, and lack of packaging. Due to proper lack of packaging, we can actually not improve the shelf life or keeping quality of the product, so that we cannot actually market it outside the country. So these are the weakness of traditional sector. Opportunity we can see here, because our Indian is actually resided in various parts of the world. So there is a big market of our traditional product in the international market. So some innovation and some innovation in packaging also, we can actually improve the quality, and also by maintaining the quality, we can definitely export the product and get the foreign currency for the country. So, but threat is that when we go for the continuous process, definitely we can lose some of the traditional sensory characteristics of the part. Similarly, we can see whey, which is the one of the byproduct, which is actually generally most of the farmers or most of the milk producers actually not utilize this one. But this, when we see it is a very rich fraction in the milk, and various type of technologies also available to ready to eat, ready to serve whey-based fruit beverages, dairy drinks, soups, which can be adopted for enhancing the incomes of the farmer. And there are very simple technologies also available. Just I am see you the one of the examples. Suppose you are started your entrepreneur with the 500 liter of milk, then you can definitely get the profit. Simply just manufacture of poha, paneer and ghee, you can get the net profit of 2,810 rupees per day. Similarly, when we convert the other traditional other products, definitely we can get the profit up to different product, which is method of manufacture very simple. So we can get profit up to 300% by making just barfi, kalakand, gulab jamun, kucharan, this one. Similarly, there is some traditional fermented dairy products, which is very easy to prepare, and their demand is also more. Similarly, we can different type of cheeses. We have already know the advantages of cheeses. So it is very useful, and we can prepare at a small scale level, and any entrepreneur can even meet the demand of processes. The demand of the process is definitely increasing. Similarly, cottages, the method of manufacture is very simple, and new entrepreneur may come into this field and grasp the market, because this is very much popular in USA. We have already worked on feta cheese, which has different advantages, because we are not able to develop the technology for the manufacture of feta cheese from buffalo milk using microbial lineage. But during my study at NDRI, we have developed the product, and there is a various advantage. You can see the product is quite comparable with the commercial available market, and even the nutritional quality of the buffalo milk feta cheese is quite better than the buffalo milk cow milk feta cheese. So because they no need of any bleaching. So new process uses microbial lineage. Definitely the big acceptance among the vegetarian population, because India having more vegetarian population, so this cheese can be very much suited for the vegetarian population. The technology is considerably simpler, because we have already eliminated various tedious process of method of manufacture, like cooking of curd, pressing of curd, milling of curd. So we can definitely, this technology not only able to prepare the good quality of feta cheese from buffalo milk, but we can definitely get higher yield also, and we can also, because this type of cheese is very much demand in the Middle East country, so we can also ensure the availability of feta cheese from the buffalo milk, because our milk, 55% of share of our milk is from buffalo. So cost of
Dr. Sanjeev, please conclude.
Sir. So we got patent from this product from the Indian Patent Office. Similarly, we can small equipment is actually available, by which we can actually train the entrepreneur for manufacture of small dairy product, and they can earn more profit from this small enterprises. Dairy institutions are definitely BPD unit and the technology business incubator already existing in different states, and they are actually enable the entrepreneurs to take up initiative for the establishment of entrepreneurship in dairy sectors, and NABARD and very our other state government institution, Dairy Development Board, are actually helping in this direction. So institution definitely helps in preparation of project feasibility reports, bank funding reports, and definitely they can provide all the guidance in this direction. Similarly, government initiative definitely recently government has taken provide fund for the 50,000 crore for the animal husbandry sector.
Please conclude. Please conclude.
Yes, sir. So definitely we can also empower different rural women also, because we have, when we as a training organizer or head of specific Gyan Kendra, such type of activity we are actually organizing in our center. So definitely the traditional dairy product can give high profit and even provide good export potential. And but the major drawback is that this sector is not being given more attention, so needs to be modernized this sector to produce high profit with enhanced shelf life. So pilot level rural sector development of newer low cost dairy equipments definitely helpful in reducing the cost of production of traditional dairy product and also improve the quality of the product. And now even we cannot go for the great, because there is great scope for the manufacture of various type of cheeses, mozzarella, cheddar, processed cheese, as this market is growing day by day. So new entrepreneur can also enter in this field. Very few entrepreneurs are actually looking in this area, and they are getting more profit. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you for very good presentation on dairy. Next speaker is Dr. Lala I.P. Ray. Topic is guava performance under gravity fed drip in mid hills of Meghalaya.
We have just
Hello,
10 minutes
hello.
left.
Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Yes. Just
okay. I'm just sharing.
Just a minute.
Just a second. Dr. Manish Kumar, we have just 10 minutes to the end of the session, and we have.
So am I audible?
3-4 presenter now. 3-4 presenter. Chairman sir. We have about 1, 2, 3, 4 presenter now. Right.
Hello, sir. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah.
Okay, my slides are visible now.
Okay, but you show your slides.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. respected chairpersons, and respected panel members, and my dear participants. Today I'm going to give you one presentation of the guava performance of guava under gravity-fed drip irrigation system in the mid hills of Meghalaya. Some of the earlier presenter was already given one sign that irrespective of all the odds in the Himalayan belt, we do have some potentials also. And in that, my presentation on this drip irrigation system, gravity-fed drip irrigation system, is an example of that. So coming to the introduction part, as you all know that there is a water scarcity in the 21st century, and when you come back to northeastern part of India, there is a peculiar scenario of paucity. That means among the plenty of, because all over the, that means we have some patches in the Meghalaya where world's highest rainfall we are getting. Irrespective of that, in some patches we have got some that means scarcity of water is do prevail in the northeastern part. That means especially in the part of Meghalaya, and again that situation is again the precarious when we are considering the undulating topography with the variation of the spatial and the temporal variation with respect to rainfall, and the soil part of this region is mostly sandy, which required a judicious water management. And this gravity-fed drip irrigation system is a tailor-made type of drip irrigation system, which is very much required for hilly region like Meghalaya and other part of Himalayan belt. So here, just I'm giving one small importance of the crop that we have taken of orchard crop and existing orchard in the farmer's field, and there guava crop is the fourth important crop with respect to India, which have high reach of vitamin C and also fair amount of calcium, and it grows well in the semi-arid tract and also at an elevation of 1000 meter above the mean sea level. So I have taken off this experiment at Nongpo region in the Rivoi district of Meghalaya, and where the environmental climate type is mostly the humid subtropical, and the soil type is mostly sandy with high high organic carbon content. Here I did two type of experimentation, one with control and another with gravity-fed drip irrigation. So the control part, that means the crop under the control part was taken around 1000 meters square, and 3000 meters square was taken under gravity-fed drip irrigation system. And 3 years of old Allahabad Safeda variety was undertaken during the trial, and the trial was taken up for 2 years, 2014 to 2016. So these are the package of practices has been done for all the control and the experimental part. The plant was used to bear the fruit during the March to August. Standard package of practice was followed, but irrigation was given in the control part only. The surface type of irrigation was given, and in the experimental part we have given the gravity-fed drip irrigation system. The volumetric method was used to quantify the amount of water applied, and water use efficiency was determined by standard package of practices, and all economical indicator has also been determined using the standard protocols. So this paper mostly discusses about the techno-economical feasibility of guava crop under a GDI, that means under gravity-fed drip irrigation system in northeast part of India. So this is the pool data, that is average data of the 2 years, where we have shown that gravity-fed drip irrigation system, what is the yield and what is the control, and here what is the amount of water uses under this experimental plot, and what are the amount of water uses under the control plot. Accordingly, we have calculated the water use efficiency by simple ratio, and the cost for this GDI system is coming around 31,000 for acre, and the cost of cultivating this orchard crop, guava orchard crop, is coming around 42,000, where there is a saving of water to a tune of around 65%, and the yield advantage is a tune of 14% was recorded. So these are some table, that means how I have calculated the cost of a system component under gravity-fed drip irrigation system in Meghalaya. This comes around 32,000. These are all the cost components. And again, what are the total cost of cultivation for this guava? It's coming around near about 42,000. And coming to various economical indicator, how much is the profit, what is the payback period. That means if the farmers used to go for this one, within 2.5 years, he can able to pay back the money. And average annual net present value of the system is around 7, and BC benefit cost ratio is of around 3.08. So I would like to conclude along with some of the recommendation what Chairman sir has told me. That means it is a gravity fed drip irrigation system, is a tailor-made type of irrigation technology, mostly conducive for the hilly region. So the farmers can get benefited by adhering to this technology. During non-rainy season, they can take off a secondary crop, and also if they have orchard crop also, they can go for well irrigating this their crop, so that they can get additional benefit. And if you are taking another crop during non-rainy season, obviously the cropping intensity of the area is going to enhance, and obviously we are going to give more crop or more food to the basket of the state, or again in the country in total. So this is all about. I'd like to conclude this work. I have taken. There are some pictorial presentation of this of the experimental area, and this experiment was conducted using fund from Government of India under Department of Science and Technology. I would like to thank. Thank you, sir.
Short of time, please.
Thank you, sir.
We are short of time.
Thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you, ma'am.
I would like to conclude. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now we have next speaker with us, Mr. Dr. Vipul Deka.
Yes, sir.
Use of rain harvested farm pond water in polyhouse craft through gravity-based drip irrigation system. Please
Right,
continue.
sir. Please show me the presentation, sir. Thank you. Respected Chairman, sir, and the dignitaries present here, and the delegates of this conference. Here, I am presenting a piece of work that is use of rain harvested farm pond water in polyhouse crops for gravity-based drip irrigation system. Presently, I am serving as principal scientist at Assam Agricultural University. But this work was done at our horticultural research station, when I was serving as the principal investigator for the Precision Farming Development Center. Next slide, please.
Next slide, please.
Yeah, so this project initially was carried out with these following objectives. So we have already recommended low-cost bamboo-based in Assam, and because that we have to irrigate the polyhouse crop throughout the year. So we tried to find out an avenue whether some rain harvested farm pond water can be, constructed before the near to the polyhouse, and thereby to study the feasibility of using rain harvested farm pond water for irrigating polyhouse. And while irrigating the polyhouse crops, we tried to find out the water requirement of the polyhouse crops, and thereby we use gravity-based drip irrigation to irrigate the polyhouse crops, and also we determine the water budgeting, and finally we calculated the economics. So these were the objectives, and as I have already said, this project was done at the Horticultural Research Station. Next, please. Here is the polyhouse, and here is the farm pond that we constructed for this project. And one thing I'd like to mention here is that this project was done because under RKVY at that time, 600 farmers were given this polyhouse, which has been recommended by us. And this is the standard recommendation of the polyhouse that we have given the recommendation for the entire state. So 20 meter length, breadth 5 meter, 100 square meter. So we have this UV stabilized polyfilm, 200 micron. And this polyhouse was given under RKVY for 600 farmers. And in the meantime, we have constructed this farm pond, which is of 12 meter length, breadth, and depth 3 meter, and the slope was 2:1, and the volume 75 cubic meter, around 70,000 liters. And we used agri-film, which was again covered by bricks. And we used this farm pond water to the polyhouse. And this is the recommended vegetable sequence for polyhouse cultivation that we have recommended. That this will be off season. During March to July, we cultivated tomato. Then August to November, it was capsicum. Then December to February, it was cucumber. This has already been recommended by our center. Next. So these were the properties of soil and water, which we have analyzed in the polyhouse. Texture was silt loam, then bulk density, hydraulic conductivity, these physical properties we have determined. Also chemical properties we have determined inside the polyhouse. And some biological properties also we determined, like total bacteria, azotobacter. These things we have determined in the polyhouse. And meanwhile, the water that we harvested, the water characteristics also we determined. These are some characteristics that I have shown here. And also we laid one automatic weather station near to the polyhouse, and that automatic weather station data were used for estimating the water requirement as well as for other, meteorological, weather parameters. Next, please. So as I have already said that we have determined the water requirement inside the polyhouse, while we have determined the water requirement outside the polyhouse on the automatic weather station data. In the polyhouse, we installed some thermometer and relative humidity measurement devices also, and based on that, we have calculated the water requirement inside the polyhouse for different crops and for different seasons. And these are the different water requirements that we have calculated here. And these are the different days that we have in the different stages and water requirement we have calculated. These are number of plants, means there were 400 plants of cucumber, and there were 300 plants of tomato, and there were 400 plants of your capsicum during the entire season. And water requirement, total water requirement we have calculated for every season and for every different stages of growth. And also we calculated 10% application loss. We have found that 10% application loss. And this is how this total water requirement polyhouse we have calculated like. Next, please. And we have determined the water budgeting. After calculating the water requirement for the polyhouse, we have found that the rain harvesting pond they can collect during the entire year based on rainfall data and PET we have calculated. 1,48,637 liters water can be collected by the rainwater, while there is a requirement of 1,61,627 liters inside the polyhouse. And we have found that during October, November, December, there were 7, 26, 18 days, there were water deficit. And in January and February, there were deficit of water during 13 and 3 days. And altogether, 67 days, we are having water deficit, where we needed this artificial irrigation from other sources. Next, please. And also we have estimated the, economics. And we have found that inside the polyhouse of 100 square meter area, if we use this rain harvesting farm pond water, finally, with the cultivation of the 3 crops that we have recommended, one can come with 2.13:1 ratio. That economics will come benefit cost ratio if the entire work is done by 100% family level. But if they involve 50% family level and other 50%, if it is higher, then this BC ratio will go to 1.6:1. And next. Finally, we have concluded. Finally, we have concluded that this year-round oxygen vegetable cultivation in bamboo-based polyhouse 100 square meter area. This is the sequence, and we can fetch 2.13:1 ratio, and we can harvest. We can have around 298 days irrigation in the polyhouse from farm pond, and at least which is almost equivalent to 91% of the water requirement inside the polyhouse. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. Now next speaker is Dr. Namita Verma, development of solar powered low head portable water pumping system. Dr. Namita Verma.
Sir, myself available. She is my student. I am Dr. Jiten Sinha. I am presenting this work.
Okay, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Is the screen visible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Professor Sadegi, good afternoon. How are you? And
Thank you.
Chairman, co-chairman, conveners, and dear delegates. I'm presenting a very small yet very useful work, a development of a solar-powered low-head portable water pumping system. And why we have chosen this word, as the picture itself is telling the story, that in Chhattisgarh, many small nalas are there, which are flowing up to the front of the February. So, and it is, if you see this solar energy, it's very versatile, unique, abundant, likewise, and a small solar panel system, which can which can be used for multi-purpose uses by the small marginal farmers. Why marginal farmers? I'm showing you in the next slide that if you see the total percentage of various categories of farmers in the state of Chhattisgarh, marginal farmer less than 1 hectare, it occupies, and small farmers both together around 75% of the farming community. So there is an urgent need, and also solar system not only serve for lifting water, but multi-purpose uses like the maize shelling, heating water, likewise. So that now water which is flowing through this river nearby Nala, and it is also a common practice that we have having around this 37.46 lakhs farm families, and 80%, 25 to 80% nearby small and marginal farmers categories. So why this Chhattisgarh Renewable Energy Development Agency, they are providing 3 HP, 5 HP solar pumps. So it has been realized that 3 HP and 5 HP is too big for the marginal farmers, because many marginal farmers are involved in body system of cultivation. What they do, they grow small patches of land, maybe 200, 500 square meter, 500 square meter, 500 square meter, up to 1,000 square meters, or nearby the Nala. Now, because shallow water source is available at that particular places, and they grow vegetables over there, and they'll earn their livelihood or support their livelihood by selling those vegetables in the nearby market. So can we have a very small and handy and portable irrigation system for those particular farmers? So it has been realized, that problem has been realized, and we try to work out a simple solution of it. So this measure is a solar panel. It's only 100 watt. Only 100 watt solar panel has been chosen. So it's cost around 3,000 to 3,500 only. And then this is the solar panel that we have tried. And then this pump is very small DC submersible pump, and just to 12 volt, and the power requirement is only 8 watt. So it can have up to 700 liters per hour, and it can work up to 5 meter height. But once this 5 meter height is go up to 5 meter height, head is increased, the discharge reduces significantly. So it has been realized that how to increase the discharge. So a parallel combination of those pumps, have been tried. Why tried? Because the panel is 100 watt. If they looking to the power factor, if it may provide 80 watt power. So we with 8 watt power, so at least it can support easily support 6 to 7 those kind of submersible pumps. So now the problem is how to link those pumps together. So it has been realized that a parallel connection is going to do the work. So a parallel connection of all these pumps. This is a simple one pump, as you can see there. It's submerged, and it is very much submerged in the. Before that, we have, as something is visible in this picture, we use this Bori Bandhan, right? And this is Bori Bandhan and harvested plenty of water. So once this Bori Bandhan was constructed, the level of water also rises. So then the water is available at 1 to 1.5 meter of head for the pumping unit. Okay. So likewise, parallel is very, as you can see, the effect. Filter has been tried out also, and here you can see all the pumps parallel connection together is put inside the water as submersible pumps, and different pipes have been given, and all these pipes have been joined in one connection. And then we have used a lead battery system also for charging a 12 volt battery. If you are not using particular irrigation system, later on you can charge it at your home also if not required. So likewise, we have used the charge controller also, like the connections, like the solar connection to the solar panel, the battery, and the load all together are in the charge control. This is always 700 rupees and 1200 rupees battery. So water source. So water source, as you can see, this is the field Nala flowing in the boundary of the KVK Raipur. So this very low cost Bori Bandhan have been constructed, and plenty of water have been harvested, and the level of water also rises to pumping unit or the pumping unit. This inlet pipes, as you can see, this all the 5 different connections have been joined into one, and to increase the discharge, and the discharge was increased. And just I would like to show one video, very small video. It's hardly of 1 or 2 minutes. That will itself will tell the story, what actually had happened and how it has been achieved. So we are trying to provide a simple, portable, low cost, and very low technique also. It is something that every farmer can himself repair, himself join, himself use those kind of techniques. So we have tried to create, you can see this video. Is the video playing?
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, that's it.
So as you have seen in this video.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sir. Thank you very much for next presentation.
So it is very much catering to the need of very marginal farmers growing vegetables, and we have tried to find out some solution for those farmers. Thank you very much, Roger. Any questions and queries you may ask, please. Thank you, Professor Sadegi. How are you?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed it as usual.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sir. Now, Dr. Gunatit Ainam, he is present, and Dr. D.C. Mesran, Dr. Nagarjun, Dr. Sikha Rai, Dr. Arya, Dr. Jyoti V. Patil. Anybody from?
Yes, sir. Dr. Jyoti Patil. Sir, Dr. Jitendra, sir, you have to unshare your screen.
Okay, yeah, just I'm doing.
Please. Who is present?
Dr. Jyoti Patil is present.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, Dr. Jyoti Patil, the title is Vulnerability Assessment of Micro Watershed for Sustainable Food and Livelihood Security. Dr. Sir, please unshare your screen. Now, Dr. Jyoti P. Patil.
Yes, sir. I will start. So, good afternoon, everyone. Sir, my screen is visible?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. So, I'm Jyoti Patil, scientist from National Institute of Hydrology. My topic is vulnerability assessment of micro watersheds for sustainable food and livelihood security. So what is meant by vulnerability? It is the degree to which system is likely to suffer damage as a result of exposure to a hazard. The system, it may be a population, or maybe natural resources or watersheds or anything. So we need to calculate the vulnerability. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change also defines the vulnerability as the degree to which a system is able to or unable to cope up with the adverse effects of climate change, including climate variability and extreme effects. So in case of natural resource vulnerability, we can define it in terms of physical, biological, socio-economic, and ecological conditions of the environment. So in this study, we have did the vulnerability assessment for the micro watersheds. Those are in Kanker districts of Chhattisgarh in India. So we selected the IWMP, that is Integrated Watershed Management Program watershed, those were given by the government of India, and IWMP program was actually implemented some activities in these micro watersheds. Also, these micro watersheds were the study areas for the Niranchal National Watershed Project of World Bank. So we selected these micro watersheds for doing the impact analysis of the natural resource management activities in the area. So let us see what are the problems were faced by this community in the area. In the map, we can see the agroclimatic zones. In Chhattisgarh, we have three zones: Southern Hills Zone, Chhattisgarh Plain Zone, and Bastar Plateau Zone. The Kanker district is in Chhattisgarh Plain Zone, and the major livelihood of the area is the agriculture, which is mainly the rain-fed agriculture area. The people also dependent on the non-farm activities like from the forest products. But in the recent year, the farmer have experienced the high variability in climate, that we all well known about these climate change impacts. That is, their decreasing number of rainy days, the increasing rainfall intensity. Also, there are increased frequency of droughts. So there is low agriculture production as compared to the potential because of natural resources exploitation as well as because of the climate variability. And 80% of the farmers are the small and marginal farmers. Our previous speakers also spoken about these farmers of the Chhattisgarh area, and there is negligence of the traditional water harvesting practices. So overall, the people are facing issues regarding their livelihood and also for the food security. So we did the vulnerability assessment for these micro watersheds, but the assessment is really complex phenomenon. It is difficult to quantify, and there is no single definition or there is no single method to calculate the vulnerability. So, and it gives the four factors, that is physical factor. We need to know the exposure of vulnerable elements in the region. We need to know the economic factors, how people are dependent for their economy. Also, what are the social factors for the term, and also we need to know the state of the environment, that is the environmental factors or ecological factors. So we selected a method, that is composite vulnerability index, which was given by Han et al in 2009. It distinguished different sectors and aspects of vulnerability. It uses weighing balance, weighted balance approach, average approach, and its scale is from 0 to 1, that is which indicates low to high vulnerability. And for this study, we did the village level assessment in 3 micro watersheds. So for this purpose, we selected total 10 indicators or contributing factor to the vulnerability of the livelihood. Those indicators were health, knowledge and skill, livelihood strategies, land, natural resources, agriculture, socio-demographic, social network, infrastructure, and finance and income. All these contributing factors, for these we selected 29 sub indicators to represent these contributing factors, and the selections of these sub indicators were based on the literature review as well as discussions with the expert. And we also quantify their relationship with the vulnerability, whether they are directly related or inversely related. For this, we prepare a database with the maximum minimum value and the given value at the time of the calculation. We standardize the value in between 0 to 1. Then we calculate the profile value for each of the contributing factor. And then finally, we calculate the livelihood vulnerability index for these micro watersheds. So this is the list. I'm not going to read all the total 29 indicators, but for the natural resources, we can see the percent of wasteland area, that is the direct that has direct relationship with the vulnerability. That is, if wasteland is increasing, that means the area is more vulnerable or livelihood food is more vulnerable. Then if forest cover is increasing, that is inversely related to the vulnerability. Likewise, all indicators were listed and their relationship with the vulnerability was also indicated in the assessment. So these are the list of the 29 sub indicators. So in the steps we calculate, for example, for the demographic, there were total 8 indicators. So we took the given value, maximum minimum value from the database, and we calculate the standardized value. And from this standardized value, standardized value can be calculated by the equation given one, that is given minus minimum divided by maximum minus minimum. This equation is only for the indicators which have direct relationship with the vulnerability. If there is inverse relationship, then this equation is going to change. Again, from this standardized value, we took the profile value for each of the 10 contributing factors. Then after getting the profile value, we calculate the livelihood vulnerability index by taking the weights into profile value, summation of all these multiplications divided by the number of sub indicators. So we get to know about the livelihood vulnerability index for these micro watersheds. So we calculate these results, and also we import these results to the GIS environment so that the spatial variability can be known. Here the village level assessment was done, and again for the IWMP people, for the activity implementing people, we overlay the watershed map with the village map so that they will know that which part of the micro watershed is more vulnerable. And for this, suppose for IWMP 14, total 14 villages were taken for the assessment. And in this, only Kalmuche village was the most vulnerable to the natural resources impacts. And for IWMP 15, the Gudfel village was more vulnerable. And for IWMP 16, Otekatta village was most vulnerable. And while knowing the reasons for vulnerability, almost all the villages show the same reasons for the vulnerability, like non-access to drinking water or lowest number of ponds, tanks, lakes, also lowest percentage of forest cover, highest percentage of landless farmers, or lowest cropping intensity, or highest percentage of wasteland. So in all the village IWMP, the results were most the same. So in the conclusion, I must say this vulnerability assessment is most important while implementing the natural resource management activities. We can prioritize the area for interventions. Also, we can identify the vulnerable sectors within the contributing factors, and we can link these findings to plan the natural resource management activities and also to generate the livelihood opportunities for the people of the area. So in my recommendation, I will say that vulnerability assessment provides system sensitivity to potential to identify, and it also serves as a guide tool to plan the natural resource management activities in the watershed for ensuring the sustainable food and livelihood security. This is all. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now we have end of the session. Okay, Mr. Vivek Arya. Dr. Vivek Arya is present. Okay, you
yes,
continue,
sir.
please. Please continue, and within 4 minutes.
Yeah, sir, I will take
short of time.
First of all, I'm thankful to the chairman and co-chairman for giving me the chance to present my work, sir. And being the last presenter, I expect some mercy from you, sir. I had a very patient session, so not 4 to 5 minutes, just more than 6 minutes. So, sir, this is the project work which we have concluded in All India Coordinated Research Project on effect of different soil and water conservation practices on soil and water quality in the adopted villages ponds of northwestern Himalayas. This was the project work of DST sponsored project, and we were a volunteer center. In our area, sir, 70% of the area is rain-fed, and water is a major challenge for the rain-fed area. And moreover, from the last 20 to 25 years, sir, all the ponds are being enclosed by the local people, and they are being converted into concrete structures. So earlier, the pond were used as a source of drinking water also, sir, and for irrigation purpose and for animal consumption. So these were the objectives: preparation of inventory and status of ponds in the selected villages, to assess the document of indigenous knowledge of the construction, management, and use of village pond, and to identify the enforcement scientific interventions, and to create the awareness. At the end of the project, we had created the awareness program in and around the selected areas, sir. So this was the research methodology, sir. We had conducted the baseline survey, GPS data metrics, and we had installed rain gauges, piezometers. We had characterized the runoff and as well as the land engineering parameters We had quantified the nutrient loss also. We had installed a sediment heat analyzer at certain sites. And we came to a conclusion that after doing some interventions that the resource conservation technologies, we were
Dr.
able
Sanjeev,
to
please mute yourself. Dr. Sanjeev.
we were able to quantify we were able to quantify the nutrient loss, and we had also assessed the water quality, and then we did demonstration the operational pond of nearby villages. So this was the area, sir, in Jammu and Kashmir. I told you that district Kathua is basically a Kandi area. Most of the 70% of the area is rain-fed of this area, and these were the ponds which we have selected. And out of these ponds, 2 were untreated and 2 were treated. So this was a digital elevation model which we have produced by taking the help of Jammu University. This was the map of the Uttari pond showing the catchment area, and there was huge pilferation on the catchment area. We tried to plug that area by different resource conservation techniques like bunding, diversion of the sewage water. So this was a major problem in the village. Most of the sewage water from the household were directly going to the pond, and the pond was in a very bad shape, sir. And collecting water from the catchment area for that, and for that we had not taken the budget amount from our project. For that we have taken the help of the rural development department of J&K. Some of the parameters which we have observed that pH, dissolved oxygen, biological, TOD, EC, temperature, hardness, turbidity, and total coliforms for different ponds, sir. So all the water quality parameters before the interventions, they were in very bad shape. However, we were not in a position to create much of the changes in the pond water, but it had reached to a desirable level where it can be used for animal consumption and where it can be used for the irrigation purpose, sir. These were the water quality parameter of all the 4 plants, and this was the graph which can clearly predict that the water quality index which we have calculated after the interventions, there is a drastic improvement in the water quality index of all the ponds. It came into the range of medium to good, and after the conclusion of the project, we had even created the awareness among the stakeholders that these ponds are your ponds. If you are not going to take care of this important structure, the coming days will be very tough for you. And sir, moreover, the important aspect of this is these are all the awareness program which we have conducted. Earlier, the villagers were not showing any interest. And the most interesting thing which we conclude from the project, wherever there is a religious attachment to the pond, some sort of Devi or Devta, the ponds are still safe. Otherwise, most of the ponds, it has been converted into, you can say, concrete, and it has been encroached upon by the local, you can say, influential or mafia, sir. These are some of the glimpses of the press release regarding the training program. It was hugely accepted by the district administration, and it was done under the supervision of our erstwhile our former Vice Chancellor, Professor P.K. Sharma ji, who is also attending this particular training program, sir. He was very helpful, and sir, these are the glimpses of the working in the field and the lab. And sir, the important recommendation from the project which we have generated and we have submitted to the DST, that there is an improvement in water quality of adopted ponds, and which can be further improved by sustaining these conservation modules. The training and awareness given to the farmers and local residents will also played a very important role. And now they are realizing that the ponds of the areas are their belonging. It is not a government property. Similarly, sir, the same work was given to my MSc student. Now she had qualified the NET also, where we have tried to quantify the work of resource conservation techniques on the runoff and sediment in the lower Shivaliks of the Himalayan catchment area is same, sir. I will not go into that detail, but the thesis has been accepted, and she is now pursuing her PhD. With all these words, sir, I can conclude with this final recommendation that the resource conservation technologies like cover crop, plugging, and bunding is having a capacity to increase the water productivity in the pond, and moreover, the awareness among the stakeholders can be done so that the ponds can be enclosed. Almost 70% reduction in the number of ponds in Jammu province has been recorded in this project. Most of the ponds have been converted into, you can say, concrete, and it has been encroached by the local mafia. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Vivakaria. Now I request Chairman, sir, to kindly over.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Munish Kumar, and all presenters, and also organizers, and all evidences who attended this session. In fact, just I would like to provide you a brief explanation about what happened during this session. We had 2 lead speakers and 9 oral presenters. Our first speaker, Dr. Sharma from Jammu, in fact, he talked about challenges in Jammu and less land per capita, and also huge quantity of wastage of harvested crops, in the region, and also allow marketing and processing facilities and low supply level of milk to other needs also there were also other needs for the region that they could not be provided by the state itself. And then after that he tried to give some solution like integrated agriculture system and also multidisciplinary farming activities that they could successfully and significantly handle the issues in the region. And also he proposed group-based community for different activities as another approach which can be replicated all together and with other opportunities for getting better successes and more incomes for the people in the region. And the second speaker and leader speaker was Dr. Odas from Nepal. She talked about their experiences in East Remote region in viewpoint of sustainable food production and also entrepreneurships, the development in a region where food insecurity, biodiversity loss, and high outgoing migration and energy poverty were very obvious. Accordingly, Resilient Mountain Solutions Initiative with a specific simplicity, indigenous-based approach and adaptive technologies were suggested, and also the successful application of those approaches were also reported for 3 states in Nepal and Bhutan and also Myanmar. She further provided very valuable data and information collected during their service. And now then we had 9 presenters. That the first one who was Prashad, who introduced an innovative approach to comprehensive, in fact, iron deficit through utilizing whey protein to provide an economic iron complex. And then Dr. Gagan, in fact, she talked about the importance potassium and its cycle, as well as the decay deficits in most parts of India. So she introduced, in fact, a mechanism to apply microbes medium for releasing potassium to the soil and make it available and accessible to the plants. And Dr. Amit Kumar, who talked about the attacking major insects, pests to brinjal crops in Jammu and Kashmir region, he finally showed that due to climate condition, some 25 insect species could be recognized in the region. And Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, he discussed also about the livelihood importance of local farmers through value addition of milk, mainly via proper manufacturing of different cheeses using new technologies. And also Dr. Hadda, he reported the defects of soil and water conservation measures on changing physicochemical characteristics of soil. The positive effects in many aspects were also then approved statistically by them. And unfortunately, I missed presentation due to disconnection through Zoom, and then I could not write down anything about one of the presentation. But Dr. Verma, whose presentation was presented by in fact Dr. Sinha, who is my close friend, also in connection with applicability of a small solar system to pump and harvest much quantity of water by the local farmer. And he also realized that how this simple technique can be practically used by farmers. And then Dr. Patil, she also finally talked also about micro watershed vulnerability using different physical and biological criteria, leading to increasing the security of the community and also nature as well. And finally, at the end of the session, Dr. Arya, as a representative of a volunteer body, he talked about the possibilities through which they succeeded to improve the performance and quality of village pounds of, in fact, the lower parts of Shivalik's area in Jammu and Kashmir. And it was the conclusion that I could draw during this session. And just I would like to thank again to the co-chair of the session and also convener of the session who accompanied and who helped me a lot. And thank you all the organizers and also evidences who attended during this session. Thank you very much. And that's all.
Thank you, Chairman sir. I also thank you for providing the opportunity to conduct the oral session. I am also thankful to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to co-chair the technical session first, and all the presenters. They have presented very well. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Now over to organizers.
Dr. Mukesh.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dr. Mukesh.
Last comment from you, Dr. Mukesh.
No, okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and to be a convener of the session.
And I hope you have penned down some.
Yeah, everything I have.
Dr.
Yeah.
Sanjay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dr. Mukesh, Mukesh, thank you. Dr.
I will
Munish
send you
Kumar,
the report in the evening, sir.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Munish Kumar.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
So, the poster session for the session 1 and 2 we will take afterwards because we are running short of time. So, moving on to technical session 2, because some of the lead speakers have to manage their time. So we request the chairman of the technical session 2, farming system diversification and biodiversity conservation, which has to be started at 2 p.m. but we are a bit late. So I request Dr. V.K. Dua from Indian Institute of Potato Research, Shimla, to be the chairman of the session. Dr. O.P. Ashwath. Dr. O.P. Ashwath, I think he was here. Yes, unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm here.
From NRC, National NRCSS, Ajmer, and Dr. Vijay Kumar Bharti from Jammu.
Namaskar,
So I request the chairman and co-chairman as well as convener to take the stage and please convene the session, the technical session 2. Dr. Dua, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Arora. Very good afternoon to all of you. And I welcome all to the second technical session of the second Asian Web Conference that is on managing hill resources and diversities for zero hunger and climate resilient, which is being jointly organized by Soil Conservation Society and Central Agriculture University, Imphal. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer of this web conference to provide me an opportunity to chair this important session. A brief introduction. I am Dr. V.K. Dua. Basically, an agronomist. I am heading the crop production division at Central Potato Research Institute at Shimla. Here I am working for last 28 years and my major area of interest are climate change and crop modeling. So today with me are Dr. O.P. Ashwath from National Research Center on Seed Spices, who will be co-chairing the session, and Dr. V.K. Bharti, who is from Sher-e-Kashmir University of Agriculture Science and Technology, Jammu, who will be convening this session. Well, friends, managing hill resources and diversities have become all the more important in present time of climate change and variabilities. I have read a report that we will be needing about 60% additional food by the turn of 2050 to feed a projected population at that time of around 9.8 billion. It is also reported that around 10% of world population depends on the hill and mountain resources. Thus, in order to achieve zero hunger, we need to focus our efforts to strengthen the hill agriculture and food system to make this system more efficient, more sustainable, climate smart, and this can only be achieved if we focus ourselves on biodiversity conservation and diversification efforts. So this highlights the importance of this session. Well, I'm going through the program and I have seen that we are having 3 lead lectures, one by Dr. Dhakal, and another by Dr. Hada and Dr. Vikas Sharma. And beside that, we are having 24 oral presentations. So we are having only 1 hour and 15 minutes left, but I think it is the second session or the last session. We can take a liberty of going beyond 4 o'clock. So what I feel that if we give 15 minutes each to all the lead speakers and 4 minutes each for the oral presentation, then we will be able to finish this presentation within 2 hours. I want the comments of my co-chairman, Dr. Ashwath. Do you agree with that?
Nothing. I think we have to proceed because time post is there. So we will, whatever the time available, accordingly we will speak after.
Okay. And
Okay, sir. Thank you.
because there would be some questions there also. So I will request all the speakers for the oral presentation to mark their presentation in the chat box so that we know how many of them are present. I was going through this previous session and I noted that only half of the presentations were there. So if we have sufficient number of presentations, then we can, or a less number of presentations, then we can accommodate more time. But so far, I will request all the presentation of oral session to keep themselves, to restrict themselves to the 4 minutes of the presentation. Besides that, they can also keep 1 or 2 line conclusion handy so that when their time is over, they can finish it within no time and focus on their recommendations or conclusion. Alternately, if it is convenient for them, then they can put this conclusion of their presentation in the chat box also. And because the time is too short, and if there are any questions, I will request they can also ask this in the chat box and the speakers can answer to these. So if Dr. Ashwath agree to that, then we can start with our presentation. And then I request Dr. Ashwath, he can further conduct the proceedings. With the first lead speaker, Dr. Dhakal, who is the hydrological analyst at IC Mode, Nepal, with the topic on spring shed management for water security and resilience building.
Thank you, Chair, Co-Chair, and Convener. Good afternoon to everyone. I am Madhav Dhakal from IC Mode and will be presenting spread approach, focusing particularly activities of Nepal and including some activities in other countries as well. So I'm sharing my presentation. Is my presentation visible and am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me put it into PowerPoint mode. So topics of my presentation is mountain springs, status, issues, and what is happening. Okay. So window is okay. And conservation efforts in Nepal. So this is the joint work of Nepal Water Conservation Foundation and IC Mode. In this presentation, why my slides are not moving? Pressing another slide, but not, it is not working. Some problem. Can I share another slide?
Yes, you change this because it is causing some problem, I think.
Yeah. So it's not moving. Shall I stop sharing this and put the another one?
Yes, you unshare it and then share it again. Now share it.
Taking a lot of time. Sorry for the delay. I don't know what to do.
You click on the.
Okay. I think it's moving. My presentation will be overall status of experience in the healthcare and focusing on Nepal, basically status, issues, and revival efforts, and our approach together with partners for spring revival, and some results of our spring revival activities, and I will conclude with a summary. So, as we all know, springs are important source of water for multiple uses, starting from drinking to irrigation and to sanitation. Springs are also important for sustaining river flows, basically base flows during lean season. And also they are important for sustaining ecosystem services. Therefore, springs play a very important role in securing water and also livelihoods of communities. As documented in the Yatskia assessment report, which prepared recently, 80% of the rural households in the Sikkim depends on springs, and also about 10 million people in Nepal. When springs are drying, and in some cases, springs are also already dried. So, in Nepal, a limited study on springs has been done. Based on the available study, what we can guess is around 2 lakh or 0.2 million springs are there in the hills and mountains of Nepal, and about 20% dried in the past 10 years. And 30 to 70% of total springs found declining flow. So recent study done by Nepal Water Conservation Foundation and ACMOD in 300 municipalities in Nepal, including rural municipalities and municipalities, showed that due to drying of springs, mostly impacted sectors are drinking water, irrigation, sanitation, and livestock. It is also impacting women who are primarily responsible for water collection in the rural areas. So on an average, 70 households depend on one spring in Nepal. They are also impacted. In some municipalities, people have two options, either to migrate or to find alternative sources. That means they have to travel long distances, and meaning spending more time in water collection. Springs are drying due to multiple causes, among them infrastructure development, earthquake, which has happened recently in 2015 in Nepal, impacted many springs. Most of them shifted their location. Most of them dried. And also climate change and deforestation are major ones. So in Nepal, there has been some efforts by the local governments, municipalities, rural areas in reviving springs, but they are insufficient in scale or in coverage. For example, some municipalities have been launching one village, one pond program. Some of them have restrictions of pesticide and fertilizer use near springs, restriction in use of heavy equipments during infrastructure construction, rainwater harvesting system is going on, and physical interventions such as construction of trenches, ponds, ditches are also happening, but they are not sufficient. And one major thing is that the local governments have not unable to stop haphazard infrastructure development. They are trying, but not yet able to control it. Moving to next slide, and what we are doing, looking at all these issues, consequences, and what we are doing. So ACMOD is also working on springside management together with partners in Nepal, Bhutan, India. Together with partners, we have developed a spring revival protocol based on our experience, and also learning from Dhara Vikas, TMI, Aquadam. So we have developed this 6-step protocol protocol for revival spring. So this step includes research, implementation, and impact monitoring components. So step 1 is about comprehensive mapping. Step 2 is setting up monitoring system. 3 is understanding social and governance systems. 4 is the main one, core one. We call it heart of the step, is hydrogeological mapping and developing conceptual layout. So then we do impact monitoring together with some intervention measures. So the approach is a shift in thinking from watershed to spring set. In watershed, generally we work from ridge to valley. We take consider of surface water, but in spring set, it is valley, ridge, valley to valley approach. We consider hydrogeology and groundwater accumulation and movement. And also we integrate water quality aspect, gender, social, and governance aspects. So in this picture, we can see what is spring set approach and what is watershed approach. In the watershed approach, the small circle is a watershed approach, but if we take valley, ridge, and valley, the area inside the bigger circle covers the spring set. So basically, so aquifer is extended between two watersheds or multiple watersheds. So if we take recharge area, discharge area, that is spring, and aquifer together, it is called spring set. So basically, the core of the spring set approach is hydrogeological mapping. We map hydrogeological, lithological layers in a mountain. And then we develop a conceptual layout for that particular spring, looking at deep direction of rocks, or fractures. Then we develop conceptual layout. Based on that conceptual layout, we delineate recharge area. So, I mean, major focus of the sport is on hydrogeological approach, and we develop conceptual layout because to know the groundwater accumulation and movement in the mountains. And then based on that, we delineate recharge zone from where maximum benefit is achieved. We cannot work everywhere in the landscape. So after identifying recharge zone, this is water augmentation structures we develop. It can be structural measure, vegetative measure, aeronomic measure, management measure. And we have done one study in the western part of Nepal called Dailek district. So we have implemented 6-step protocol and measure impact. So this graph shows basically spring discharge versus time and situation before implementation of these recharge structures and after implementation of recharge structures, what structures. And we have measured the spring flow during lean seasons, March to May. If you see the graph, the intervention was done in July, August 2016. We have measured the low flow before intervention and after intervention in the same period. And it shows some increase in the flow of spring. So the value doesn't show much, but if we look the so if we convert this value into liter per day, it is about 1200 liter more water per day is available after augmentation structures. That means additional water, I think it is around 1500 liter per day more water is available. 1500 per person per day is available, which is a lot with a small intervention. Again, I cannot move ahead. I think it is coming slowly. So basically, summarizing all this, there has been some preliminary results which is showing some improvement of spring discharge improvement, and also municipalities are working there from their side, but what they are doing is they are not considering hydrogeological approach. They are considering watershed approach, not spring side approach. So their capacity needs to be built to pinpoint the recharge zone from where we get maximum benefit. And things are slowly moving, encouraging, but not sufficient. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer. Thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Sam. So thank you, Dr. Dhakkal. And if there are any questions, we will be taking up at the end of this session. Now, I invite Dr. M.S. Hata from PAU Ludhiana, who will be speaking on evaluation of runoff prediction models using curve number based analogy and empirical approach in micro watershed in northwest Texas of India. Dr. Hata,
sir, excuse me, sir. Try to unshare your screen. I will start.
How can
Dr. Madhav,
I'm trying to unshare, but I don't know. It is not working.
I think host can also unshare it.
Sir, there is an option like stop sharing. On your screen, just check stop sharing.
Shared.
Okay, thank you, Chairman, Co-Chairman, the convener of the session. At the outset, I am thankful to the organizers for providing me with an opportunity to present work on the evaluation of runoff prediction models using curve number based analogy and empirical approach in micro watersheds in northwestern tract of India. Next, please. Next slide, please. Okay. Now, what was the rationale of that? Why we are interested to have the runoff? Why we are employing the different kind of modeling approaches to predict the runoff? Now, basically, in the micro watersheds from which we have gathered the information of about 21 years of data, 19 years of data for the one watershed that was Patiala Girao micro watersheds, and the 5 years of data for the Slera micro watershed that is located in the Hoshiarpur district. So the idea was most of the watersheds, you see each watershed being unique in its characteristics, we cannot go for the installation of the monitoring station to monitor the runoff. Though we have the gauging stations to automatic weather stations are there where we can monitor the rainfall. So if we have the information onto the prior, what is the rainfall and how much of that is being retained in the soil, and then rest of our part will be contributing to the runoff. So ultimate aim is that why we are having interested onto the idea of runoff estimation is because we already, Dr. Acharya have shown that we need to have the harvesting of the rainwater away from the means off-site harvesting of the rainwater. Because on the inside, depending upon what kind of soil water interventions we are taking up in the hilly areas to conserve the rainwater. So we need to design the water harvesting tanks, the water drop structures, or we need to go for the village ponds also. So that, and in the northwestern tract of India, especially the place where we have gone for the analysis of the data, approximately 75 to 80% of the rainstorms, they are being received in the summer monsoon months, that is June to September. And whereas 20 to 25% of the rain is being received in the months of October to March. So it means, and we have also noticed that there is every chance of occurrence of drought when we have to go for planting of the wheat crop. 55 to 90% chance of occurrence of drought in the October to March months in the area. So it means we can have the post-sowing, the pre-sowing irrigation possible when we have to go for the wheat crop. So that's why we need to have an idea that how much runoff is expected for an area that can be utilized for the post-sowing irrigation. Similarly, in the failure of the summer monsoon rains also, we can have the life-saving irrigations also. Next, please. Now, the different kind of models which we evaluated, this is a traditional curve number model and mostly employed world over. Because of its simplicity, it requires very limited information onto the rainfall as well as the soil moisture retention. And here, most of the hydrologists, they considered the 20% of the rain becomes runoff. And here the Q is the runoff, which we are able to expect to predict. P is the rainfall, IA is the initial interception because, and this lambda, though it is shown in the next slide in the Mishra 2006, and IA is the initial interception of the rain, abstraction coefficient, and the potential maximum retention is the S parameter, which is can be determined. Now, if we open up this, then we can have an idea of how the S can be calculated. Then similarly, the soil moisture retention parameter is related with the curve number at a particular place. That is, if you know the curve number, then you can have that is inversely related with the soil moisture retention parameter, and you can predict the runoff. But simply, if you have these two information on these two parameters, you will be able to predict the runoff by this traditional curve number method. So with the passage of time, the people have thought that why there are some quantum jumps. So even also for my doctorate work, I have analyzed that if we are receiving the higher quantity of the rain, I mean low to medium amounts of rainfall, if we are using the soil moisture accounting procedure, we are able to predict the runoff quite accurately. However, at the higher amounts of rain, we are unable to predict the the runoff at the higher amounts of rainfall. So there was some quantum jumps in the runoff estimations if we are receiving the higher amounts of rainfall. To compensate for that, then the Mishra 2006 proposed this kind of expression to determine the runoff. Then similarly, the Michael also later on proposed these three. If you have the normal rainfall, the wet periods, then how you have to calculate or compute or estimate the runoff in a particular area. Then similarly, Ajmal 2016 also proposed if you have the dry, then normal, then wet, these three expressions, then finally you can compute the runoff, by the Q means runoff which you are predicting. So if it happens that it is not performing well, we tried even the empirical multiple linear regression equation also to compute the runoff. Here y is representing the dependent variable in the form of runoff, and these x1, x2, xn are the regression coefficients of the different kind of variables which we are putting in, and C is the soil moisture constant. Next, please. Sorry, the constant for a particular equation. Now, the study areas were located for this LERA. These are 4 micro watersheds located in the Hoshiarpur districts. And at the Patiala Girao also, there were 4 micro watersheds, which is earlier used to be the district Roopnagar. Now, I think it is under the Sahibzada Ajit Singh Nagar, Mohali. Next, please. These 4 micro watersheds at Patiala Girao, these varied. The micro watershed 4 is having an area of 2.97 hectare, and it varies from 2.97 hectare to 15.5 hectares at the Patiala Girao micro watershed 1. The treatments imposed were different. In the one which is Patiala Girao micro watershed 1, it is fenced afforestation in gully structure, untreated structures. Then in the micro watershed 2, fenced and afforestation was done only. In micro watershed, the only fencing was done, and 4th was the untreated. So this is how basically, if we follow this way, the untreated, then fencing plus afforestation, moving from 4 to first site. So it is in the reverse way how a combination we have imposed the different treatments. And the slope steepness varies from 32 to as large as 39.6%. Similarly, for this LERA micro watersheds, it varies in the size from 8.75 to as large as 42.55 hectare. And the slope steepness varies from 23.8 to as large as 40.3%. Next, please. Then we have gone for some descriptive statistics for mean rainfall, monitored and modeled runoff. So as I've already spoken, data is together of the 24 years. And we have recorded how much is the minimum rain we considered as the 10.1 millimeter is the minimum rain that requires to produce the runoff in that very area. And the variability of the rain is 76.7% coefficient of variance. And in the antecedent prior 5 days rainfall is 135.8, whereas the observed runoff, it varies from 153.5 as the coefficient of variance. And if we look at the predicted runoff by the 4 curve number based, so these all 4 models are curve number based traditional model, Michael model, the Ajmal model, and then this MCM is Michael, MRM is the Mishra model, this is Michael, and AGM is for the Ajmal model. And it all varies in the percent coefficient of variation 91.42 as large as 210.7%. And similarly, if you go for the mean predicted runoff, it varies from 7.5 to as large as 26.7 millimeter. So next, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Here. Then similarly, if we are looking at the extreme, because in that area it has been seen that only the large quantities of rain, means the extreme events of the rainstorms, they are largely contributing to the runoff, that proportion on a higher side. And if you see the predicted runoff versus the observed runoff, so the traditional curve number method, which is CNM, it is predicting very close, that is 45.5 to 30.9 millimeter. Then similarly, in the Patiala Girao micro watershed 2 also 31.6 to 28.3. Then similarly, here also 35.8 to in the Patiala Girao micro watershed 3 to 22.1. Whereas at others, by the other models, they are showing comparatively higher values in magnitude over to the observed runoff, and when we compare with the curve number method. So similar has been the situation in the untreated Patiala-Girao micro watershed, which is 53.9 by the traditional curve number method, which is 53.7. So almost quite approximately close to this value. Next, please. Next, please. Next slide. Next slide, please. Is there some trouble? Shall I share from my place? Or are you able to rectify? Dr. Swami or Dr. Sanjay Roda?
Dr. Sanjay?
Dr. Swami?
Yeah, both.
Sir, I will be sharing just a minute.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. Next. No, go to. Previous, yes. Still previous. Prior to this. Prior to this. Okay. This is okay. Yeah. Just keep it here. Yeah. Next to this. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So similarly, we have an examination onto the descriptive statistics of extreme rainfall observed and predicted runoff through different models, the curve number based models. So here again, if we see the traditional curve number, that is 34.3 millimeter to 37.4. And similarly here also traditional curve number model 42.5 to 53.7 millimeters. And again at the micro watershed 345.8 to 67.3. And similarly, you will find that all other models, MRM, MCM, and AGM, they are predicting the higher values of the runoff compared to the observed runoff over the traditional curve number method. Next, please. Next slide, please. Next, please. Dr. Roda, next slide, please. Yeah, okay. So then we have gone for the performance evaluation of the models, the curve number based models using the root mean square error in the 8 micro watersheds. So if you again look at the root mean square error, this is the least in magnitude in the curve number based model, that is at micro watershed 1, 2, and 3. And similarly in the untreated also, which is almost close in MRM as well as the curve number model. But if you take the mean of this, all the 4, you will find that it is 9.8, and where it is 12.3 in the MRM. So it means the traditional curve number model is quite effective, which has given you the lowest in magnitude the values of the root mean square error. Next, please. Next slide, please. Yeah. So again, the second index was the Nash clip efficiency in these micro watersheds. So again, the traditional curve number is 0.06, 0.03. So though it is giving you very negative values here, minus 0.4, minus 3.1, all in negative magnitudes for the Patiala-Girao micro watersheds. However, if you see in this data, we are getting it in the positive way, these values. But we can say the data for the Slera micro watersheds were only for 5 years, whereas here for the Patiala Girao micro watersheds, the data was for 19 years. So still we cannot conclusively say, but on the whole, if you see lower in magnitude, the CNM was quite, if you see the mean values, minus 0.13, and similarly for Sleraki micro watershed, it is 0.78. So it is lower in magnitude as compared to the other models which were employed, the curve number based model. Next, please. Next. Then similarly, the other index used was the percent relative error, which is a statistical indicator. Here again, it is 13.5, 34.6, 12.9, 34. But here we are not getting it. The lower in these are giving even lesser than 0. These were the other models. So there was some discrepancy. If we see, they are giving you a lot of negative values when we are using this PR index indicator. So then we, yeah, okay, next slide, please. Then we, keeping into view, what are the rating limits by each kind of model which has been proposed in the literature. Then we have a comprehensive, we have taken the added value of all the statistical indicators which we used, the pre, or then we have analyzed that if you calculate the performance rating, so in the curve number based traditional model was very good in the 5 cases, good only for the 3, and satisfactory for the 3, unsatisfactory for the 13 of the cases. And this MRM was effective in 6, good for 3, and satisfactory for the 2, unsatisfactory for 13. And MCM was almost performing nil, which is unsatisfactory to the 24 of the performance rating score. And AGM is very good only for 3, then followed by good by 2, then the satisfactory level in 1, and unsatisfactory level was in 13. So it means we can see that it is the CNM or the MRM which were effective to the satisfactory level in those areas. But still they were not providing a very reasonable idea because subsequently we have gone for the analysis of the data also and where, because the hydrologists, they calculate a difference, they calculate it is 20% of the soil moisture retention in the curve number method, or they take the prior 5 days rainfall index, that is P5. So that is not working well. We have gone for the actual determination of the soil moisture retention. That is how, though I cannot present here in this work, and we have gone for critical appraisal, that where we are actually monitoring how much is the soil moisture retention in the field and taking their mean or the statistical mean values in a watershed, that gives the improvement by 11% from 77% to 88%, 90%, much better compared to what are the hydrologists, they are taking the last prior 5 days rainfall, or they are taking 20% of the soil moisture retention parameter, or taking a permutation combinations of the S with the rainfall, whatever they are receiving. So then we used the different parameters, that is what we can able to determine as such in the field. So the regression coefficients have different variables. If we are taking only one, x1 means the slope steepness, here the y is the runoff, and x1 is the regression coefficient of, please go to the previous slide, please. Previous slide, yeah. So here this x1 is the slope steepness, and x2 is the potential retention parameter, x3 is the initial abstraction, and x4 is the time of concentration, and x5 is the Lamni-Scate ratio. So this time of concentration we can compute from the Kirk formula, and Lamni-Scate ratio is L squared by 4a, means whatever is the maximum length in a watershed of the contributing area to runoff divided by 4 times of the area. And the slope steepness, the percent of the slope, that can also be computed. and potential retention parameter. So that is again the S parameter, which we consider, or this can also be worked out if we calculate the maximum water holding capacity of the soil, take half of that. That way also we can actually determine it also. So with this, if you see, if we are monitoring these 5 parameters, taking the slope steepness, potential retention parameter as the independent variables, and the runoff as the dependent variable on this. So R squared, the coefficient of determination, is giving you 91.9%. So it means the prediction has improved to 91.9% in these micro watersheds. Simply, if we have the information on these parameters, the slope steepness, potential retention parameter, initial abstraction, time of concentration, and the lemniscate ratio. Next, please. So again, we have gone for the, now here on the y-axis, the computed, it should be predicted runoff, not the computed runoff. So this is by mistake. Along the y-axis, it has been mentioned as computed runoff. So if you see the curve number model for Patiala Ki Raw in treated watershed. So all the 3 watersheds which were treated, taken an average of this and then predicted in between the relationship between the observed versus the predicted runoff. So it is 47.2%. Similarly, by the AGM model in the untreated Patiala Ki Raw micro watershed, the same model, it is giving you 57%. And the Mishra model for the Slera in the treated micro watershed is giving you 82.5%. And here for the CNM model for Slera is, so it means not a single model which we can uniformly say is predicting very well. The variability is from 47.2% to as large as 82.5% in these Slera as well as the Patiala Ki Raw micro watersheds. So with the imposed treatment, which we have seen, the soil moisture retention parameter will improve. And that is why that is going to reduce the runoff in that very particular area and compared to the untreated watershed. So conclusively, the curve number analogy based models vary in predicting runoff from 47.2 to as large as 82.5% in 8 micro watershed. The curve number analogy-based models differed in their performance level due to varying characteristics in 8 micro watersheds in the northwestern delta. As I have already indicated, that they vary in their size, they vary in their slope steepness. It means we have to account for the factor how the slope steepness vary and how the area of the watershed vary. So that needs to be taken care of to have the curve number-based analogy models. That needs to be tried more and much more modifications. So of all these evaluated curve number-based models, an empirical approach predicted better runoff in micro watersheds over the curve number analogy-based models. However, the curve number analogy-based model requires further modifications, especially with respect to the watershed size and slope steepness for better prediction of runoff. Thank you very much.
Sir, respected chairman, there is a short notice. There is a change of a third lead speaker from Dr. Vikas Sharma, Dr. Gurdev Chand from SQAT Jammu. We call upon Dr. Gurdev Chand from Jammu. Topic on hydroponics alternative farming for hill agriculture to enhance livelihood security. Sir, please share your screen. Dr. Gurdev Chand.
Just to share my slides first.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, it is visible?
Not visible.
It is not.
Okay.
गुरुदेव जी पहले वो पावर पॉइंट खोल लीजिए।
ओके सर।
फिर उसके बाद नीचे शेयर स्क्रीन वाला बटन है उसको दबा दीजिए।
So it is visible or?
Yes, yes. Now it is visible.
Okay.
Full screen कर लो.
Full screen, please do it full screen.
So thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman, Co-Chairman. At the outset, I am thankful to organizer of the very esteemed conference. I am also thanking to our Chairman for this particular session, to giving me an opportunity to part of this mega event. And now I am talking about the hydroponic is the alternative farming for hill agriculture to enhance livelihood security. So as you know, we are working on the hydroponics in Jammu and Kashmir last 2018. And basically the Jammu and Kashmir, the topography of the Jammu and Kashmir, that is most of the area is under infant condition, and there is so many options for this particular technology to enhance our livelihood due to this because what most of the area which is rain-fed condition, most of the people, they are depending upon the rains, and we can share this particular technology to the farmers as well as the urban areas so that they can also use this technology for their livelihood security. And first of all, we just know what is basically hydroponics. Hydroponics comes from the Latin language. It is means water working, and pons means the labor, which is we are working on this particular technology so that different needs are there. Just like you know the water, sunlight, air, nutrients, and root system, which can be encouraged by the different mechanisms. We are using the different technology for the anchoring, like NFT and other means, and for this particular system. Another one is the how to basically, it is a very important technology nowadays where the urban area is also depending upon this. Most of the area where we are also working on this particular, because if we are comparing the cultivation in the soil, the plants get everything to need the growth through the nutrient solution delivered directly to the roots. Nutrient do not be directly have to dissolve out of the earth pouring, and this comes for the plant energy because it simply gets to the nutrients, and all other things remain in the same, like your light, water, air, nutrient, heat, whatever. And basically this is very important because now if we see the history of this particular technology, the hanging garden of the Babylon is one of them, which is basically started in 600 BC earlier, and it is a basically seven wonder of the ancient world. And now and the floating garden is also one of them, which is very useful at that time because most of the area which is under the flood, and they are using this particular rafting material for the hydroponic purpose. Now, if we see the nowadays that most of the area where Jammu and Kashmir is one of the floating garden is also very famous in our Dal Lake in the Kashmir, and they are also using different type of technologies for as a rafting material for the hydroponic purpose. And nowadays the different large scale hydroponic farmings are there, which is basically very laborious and very high tech, which is also one of the emerging technology for India also. And earlier, most of the countries which is using this particular technology in a wide range, and exotic vegetable is one of them which is used for this particular technology. And this is the different methods which we are using for the for growing this particular hydroponic farming around the world to produce that we eat. And basically this technology is also meant for, we can fortify our product, whether it is a vegetable or exotic vegetables are there, and other material which can be grown under the hydroponic conditions. So in the present scenario, we are also using different type of prototypes in our university, and we are working in this particular. If we see the different vertical farmings of the hydroponic, like in most of the countries like UN, they are mostly they are increasing this particular technology more than the 70% of this area, which is under the vertical farming. And most of the area which is vacant in our terrace, balcony, whatever we are having in the surrounding area, we can use this particular area for this particular vertical farming also. And these are the different basically methods we can use, like your plant tissue culturing process. The capillary systems are there, which is also known as a and this flood and drain system is also one of them. NFT system, which is very prominent system, is there. And in this particular technology, basically we are dealing the NFT system. And we have make different type of prototypes of the NFTs as well as the vertical prototype, which is very efficiently working. And within the limited area, we can grow more. And this is the one of the pillar type of system is also one of them. And this is our Dr. Dalip Nandamani is my colleague from California. He is also working on this pillar system of this hydroponic, which can be used as a pot material for the exotic vegetables. And you can see the flush of this particular vertical farming, because as we compare the soil, the material is too hygienic and it is having a high potential to increase their particular yield and particular in this particular area. And you can see the flush of these particular exotic vegetables, even though even single plant can harvest in kgs. So this is the basically comparison between the soil as well as your hydroponic system, because hydroponic system is very refined and very in different type of manners which can be used as, and even though we can control the in all aspects, like in organic farming, we can use the organic material for growing this particular plants. And these are the different hydroponic NFT system we have made in our university. Like this, this is the different prototypes, which is we are using this like PVC pipe, 4-inch pipe of this can be used as an NFT, and very less water is required for a this particular unit. Even though if we are using this particular NFT system in a 100 square feet, we can harvest even though in quintals. So this is the beauty of the hydroponic system. Otherwise, we can in our area when we are using this soil system, the comparison is very, and there are different type of media which can be used as a coco pit, perlite, vermiculite, and even though vermicompost is one of the your organic material which can be enhance the yield potential of these particular crops. So these are the different methods we are using in the NFT system, and these are the different pots, which is the combination of the different media, and we can increase the area as per our requirement. Even though even we use this NFT system in our home, we can harvest more. And these are the different seedling tray we can be used for the different methods. For even though when we are growing this particular lettuce, and this is the basically percentage of the seedling is there, and inert material which is used for the this particular crop is very efficiently working in the control condition, as well as the if the condition is allowed to another, they can be used as a even though season by seasons. So these are the different material we are working on this. Like in lettuce, we are working two varieties of their Romani as Grand Rapids, and very efficiently they are working this. So you can see the difference between the soil as well as the this hydroponic material. The very lush green leaves are there, like in a Romani, as well as you can see the Grand Rapid also. So the cost of this particular flush is very high whenever we are growing this particular material under the control condition as well as the hydroponic system. And you can see these are the different pictures showing by my students who are working on this particular variety, Grand Rapid and Romania of the lettuce. And very efficiently the plants has grown under NFT system, and we are having experience about when we are using this particular technology like NFT system in our Jammu University, and they have very high potential for the exotic vegetable as well as we see in the NFT system is concerned. So we have trained the peoples of our locality in the urban area as well as the interior area, where they are very interested to see this type of NFT system as well as the different hydroponic models in our Jammu, and they are also interested to install their system in the different. And nowadays we have also installed the different hydroponic models in our different type of different KVK of the university. Almost we have covered all the KVKs for this hydroponic system. And you can see the different farmers are trained in our this
Dr. Gurdev,
different area of this particular.
Dr. Gurdev, can you conclude in within a minute? We are very short of time.
Okay, sir, no problem.
Okay, please.
So these are the different basically pictures we are showing the scope of this hydroponic system. We have also make the rafter material for ponds also. If we are we see the different slide which is a lecture delivered by the different scientists about the water harvesting tank, we can use the rafter material for water harvesting tank for fish farming as well as the hydroponic system. And we have make this type of different hydroponic models which is grown in made by our university, and these are the another aspect that is fodder production through the hydroponic system, and this is the another branch which is very efficiently working in our area also. And we are working in the different aspect. This is the fodder cultivation under the hydroponic system by making the structures by our local material, as well as we use the different pipe system, even though the angles pipes can be used for to accommodate these different trays of the different sizes in a particular space, and which can be harvest more as compared to the soil system. So this is one of the case study, which is basically during the pandemic situation in the Jammu and Kashmir. This is the very progressive farmer of our area from Resil. He is also working of this particular working in this particular technology by using the different crates for the fodder production, and they have sustained in particular this area for this particular technology, and very appreciate this farmer by our worthy Vice Chancellor, and now the maintenance is one of them. If we see the different prototype, check your pH level at least every other day to maintain the proper growing of the environment for your plant. Bash plant for the changes, if leaves turn yellow or just the increase of fertilizer, we can change the fertilizer dose according to the situation. When if there is an deficiency symptoms are there in the plant system, we can change the fertilizer and decrease, increase or decrease. Keep light in good working order and clean tank to at least once every 3 weeks to change this particular. Now come to the conclusion, the commercial hydroponics industry is a successful industry and it is rapidly expanding. The market is larger than the point as produced through sold quality rather than the production method. Hydroponic cannot be displaced bulk community items. The industry is expected to grow exponentially as condition of the soil growing is become difficult, and government intervention and university interest can be propel the use of this technology. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gurdev. And now coming to the next presentation, Dr. Vikas Sharma is here, present. Dr. Vikas. Dr. Gurdev, kindly.
Sir, Vikas is not
share
there,
your
sir.
screen. Huh?
Vikas Sharma is not there, sir.
Okay, so he's not there. Now we will be coming to the oral presentations, and I request my friend Dr. Ashwath to conduct the proceeding of this session. Dr. Ashwath, please.
Okay, sir, I will take care of it.
Namaste, Ashwath sir. सर आई हैव अपॉइंटमेंट 4:30 बजे मेरे एक अपॉइंटमेंट है तो मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ पहला रोल प्रेजेंटेशन देने के लिए अगर आप परमिट करें तो
Dr. Dua, please take over the charge of and continue the session because we are running short of time. I request you, sir.
Okay, so we will start with Dr. Tarun.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So time में कितना देना है इनको?
4 minutes, please.
Dr. Tarun, please compile.
Dr. Tarun, I will remind you after 3 minutes, and then
no problem.
1 minute to complete your talk. Okay.
Vijay sir, no problem, sir.
Try to be brief and come directly to the conclusion.
Yes, sir.
Just highlight your major points, what you want to talk about.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now I am going to present the assessing yield sustainability in guava fruit for greater remuneration to growers. Economic stability of farmers is to be ensured, and one of our topmost priorities is to enhance the profitability of growers through technological interventions. In this direction, sustainability of the orchard ecosystem was analyzed scientifically and systematically. The precision farming technology is much more robust from viewpoint of latest technology generation for site-specific nutrient and water management in fruit crops. Thus, quantification of sustainable yield index and higher profitability was given priority for small and marginal farmers of subtropical regions. The technology would be viable even for farmers of hilly regions. Now, coming to the methodology. Field experimentation was conducted in the research farm of Lucknow with guava CV cultivar Shweta treated with zinc sulfate and borax at different reproductive stages of the growth to enhance the ecosystem economics. Different combinations are sprayed at flowering, fruit set, and developmental stages to enhance the sustainability parameters. Yield, sustainable yield index, quality parameters, fruit pulp nutrient enrichment, leaf nutrient concentrations, and economic analysis are done scientifically. You can see altogether total 6 treatments are there. T6 control, T5 is a basal application, and from T1 to T4 is a spraying technology. T3, to spray of 0.4%.
Kindly come directly to the results. Don't go in detail with the treatments.
Improvement.
You just highlight the major results.
Yes, sir. Improvement in yield and quality parameters were assured with the technological applications. Higher fruit yields, TSS, acidity, and ascorbic acid content were recorded in the zinc and boron treated trees. You can see the fruit yield, TSS, and sustainable yield index and acidity variability across the treatment. The univariate statistical analysis showed higher sustainable yield index ranged between 0.44 to 0.54, while the control had only 0.37. Now coming to the fruit pulp enrichment, fruit pulp nutrient concentrations are enhanced following the zinc and boron combination applications. Iron, manganese, copper, zinc and boron, they have increased significantly. Now coming to the foliar concentrations, you can see the range of all these micronutrients. These are all graphically presented regarding pulp enrichment. Now you can see the guava leaf micronutrient enrichment concentrations. These are graphically presented, and coming to the guava leaf as well as pulp iron concentrations and then zinc and boron treatments. Now considering the fruit value at the rate of 40 rupees per kg of guava, the economic analysis was performed, and it was revealed that in control, farmers may get profit of approximately 1,000 rupees per tree, whereas in other zinc and boron treated, higher profit values from 1200 to 2000 per tree. Thus, the economic performance of the guava orchard was ascertained in Asia networking project on micronutrient management in horticultural crops for enhancing yield and quality. You can see the technological implications for productivity and profitability in guava. Since farmers' practice requires special attention, the outcome of the study recommended the use of zinc and boron concentration. Thus, the latest technological innovations for spraying the macronutrients in 2 times that fruit growth is aimed at. Therefore, the problem of fruit loss, fruit drop, and fruit cracking vis-a-vis fruit quality could be ensured via this latest technological adaptations. Guava growing farmers of Uttar Pradesh, hilly and other regions should adopt zinc and boron combination for assuring greater sustainability. Maximizing sustainable yield index in guava through zinc and boron nutrition technology was thus concluded.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So now the next presentation should be the first presentation. It is from Dr. H.N. Yua.
Sir, I'm ready for presentation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Dr. Liua.
Yes, sir, I'm ready.
Okay, kindly.
Good afternoon, sir. No any formality, I start my presentation. Effect of different planting methods and integrated nutrient management on growth parameters, sir. This is the treatment combination, sir. I have selected variety Gujarat garlic 3. And sir, this is the treatment combination of different organic and inorganic fertilizer. And I have worked on 2 planting methods, Resil and plate method, sir. Sir, in case of the effect of different planting methods and integrated nutrient management on garlic, 30, 60 and 90 days of planting, after planting, so that is treatment P1, Resil method, revealed a good result, and P2, plate method as compared plate method. And in case of N8, sir, it is a combination between the neem cake, the FIM, azotobacter, and phosphobacteria, and it is at par with the N9. And in case of the interaction effect, that found non-significant. Sir, in case of the number of leaves per plant, effect of planting method, same result found in Resil method as compared the flat bed. And in case of the integrated nutrient management, found significant effect, and it was at par with N9. And in case of the number of leaves per plant at 90 days, it is also at par with the N9 and 6, sir. And interaction effect found significantly in 30 days after planting during year 2010-11. Sir, in the interaction effect, N1, P2, and P2, N1 number of plant is low. But in case of the N8 found, sir, better as compared the other statement, and it was at par with the N9 and N6. Effect of different planting methods and integrated nutrient management on stem diameter, sir, it was found significant in 30 days, and stem diameter at 60 days 2010-11. And in case of the stem diameter 90 days after planting 2011-12 and pool analysis. And this treatment also found significant in N8 integrated nutrient management, and interaction effect was found non-significant. In case of the 60 day after planting during year 2001, at 10-11, N8 found better as compared to the other, and N9 and N6 is at par, and N was found lowest stem diameter, sir. And in case of the chlorophyll content, Resil method and comparison with plate bed found non-significant effect in 30 days, but also found significant in 60 days. And sir, in case of the chlorophyll content, nothing found in 11-12, and integrated nutrient management, and it found better as compared to another treatment, sir, and non-significant interaction was found in planting methods and integrated nutrient management. Sir, Lastly, in conclusion, sir, it is concluded that Gujarat garlic 3 varieties should be grown with the Resil furrow method, single row method, sir. And with the application of 75% of recommended dose of nitrogen per hectare, and sir, neem cake 1 ton per hectare and azotobacter PSP per hectare for getting higher growth under the middle Gujarat conditions, sir. And this is the picture of yield of garlic clove. Sir, this treatment interaction P1 N8 found better, sir. And this planting method, Resil furrow, it is a very better as compared to the fleet method, sir. So it is a key conclusion of my research work, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Lua.
Thank you, sir. Give me opportunity for present my research work here. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So next presentation is by Isnaini Derina on projection of food need.
Here. Is me Ramadan supposed to present?
Okay. So, Dr. Lua, kindly unshare your screen.
Sure.
All the presenters are requested to unshare as soon as their presentations are over. Okay. Dr. Ramadan, please kindly try to finish in 4 minutes. Okay.
4 minutes. Wow, it's so fast. Okay, I'll try.
Just try it. Okay.
Okay. Let's. Okay. Can I begin now?
Yes, it is.
Hello, everyone. My name is Ramadan. Today, I'm going to present my team of our research, projection of food needs and analysis of food availability related to pit area in Rio Province to achieve food security in 2045. Okay, next. Okay, background, why we broke this case. Okay, first, it's about the rice. Rice is the main carb for Indonesian. Our consumption is the biggest in the world. And every year we grow population, it means that we need more rice. And about the supply, that's food condition really affect the economic stability, and the price of the food itself is determined on collector level, the supplier. And climate really affect this production, so it's going to connect it all. And the third is peatland. So Indonesia have a large area of peatland, so 40 millions. And in the Rio province, one province in Indonesia is like 50%, so it's going to be a big deal because we need to grow rice, and rice is hard to grow in the peatland. Okay, next. Okay, about the literature review, what's the term that we are going to use in this?
Ramadan,
you have to
unmute me. Just okay.
I'm the presenter. The food security is the condition where the food needed for the population is completed or is available. In the harvest area is the mean that the area that the rice will be cultivated. And the third is peatland. Peatland is the type of soil that's made of a lot of organic materials that really what they call low pH. pH, I mean that's really acidic. So it's going to good growing rice. Okay, next. Next, can you move the slide? Okay, so our research we're going, previous. Move back, okay. On our research will be a comparative and qualitative research. On comparative, we will be comparing food demand data from year to year. And the qualitative, we're going to see the result of the calculation of statistical data that we obtained. Also the result between the peatland and the data in the Rio province considering with the rice production. On the quantitative method, we're going to calculate three things. First is reservability, which is average area times harvest productivity average, time average period times open parenthesis 1 minus open parenthesis seed plus feed plus waste times raw rice. So it's going to be the calculation for the reservability, and for rice need, it's going to be based on three approach that referenced by our minister. There's a tribe is KHL, DKP, and KFM. KHL is basically like the decent living need for average human, while DKP is like the food security target, and the KFM is the human like the human target, like what's the best for human itself. this calculation has its own calculation, so we just put the number there and we get a calculation. And the third is resupplies. Supply is based on risk affordability and the rice needs. So if it's negative, it's deficit, and it's positive, it's going to be surplus. Next. Okay, based on the result that based on 29 and
I think there is some network problem. Hello, can others listen to him?
No, sir.
I can hear. I can hear. I can't hear.
Oh yeah, same as the
Sir, we can move to the next presentation.
I think we can take up rest of the presentation later on once the connection is there.
Yes, sir.
Meanwhile, we can move on to the.
Yeah, maybe I will change my friends.
This is the next is Dr. Devendra Kumar on Maxent modeling for predicting the impact of climate change. Dr. Devendra Kumar is present?
Yes, sir.
Okay, doctor. Please.
Should I start, sir?
Yes, you are visible, you are audible. Try to.
Yes, sir. My presentation is on the based on the Maxent modeling approach for predicting the impact of climate change on selected medicinal plant species of Himalaya.
Go ahead, Dr.
So the background is the species distribution modeling is a commonly used in the predicting the geographical range of the species by using the presence record with and environmental prediction, which assume to influence its distribution. In the recent year, the species distribution modeling using Maxent has proved the powerful tool for modeling rare and economically important plant species having narrow range and few presence records. Himalaya, as we know, the being as the biodiversity hotspot region and sensitive to impact of climate change, information is not adequate, limited to few studies. Therefore, this globally important region warrants more understanding on species response toward the climate change due to distinct evolutionary history and species rich diversity. So for keeping this background, the objective of this study presentation to determine the important climatic variable and enhance the prediction in future current climatic scenario, to model the present predicted distribution range and potential future distribution under different RCP scenario, and to propose conservation strategy and management option under the different climate change scenario. I'm not going to detail on the study area. So for this, the methodological approach is the you use the species present record by field survey and herbarium record and other published literature. Apart from this, we use the 19 bioclimatic variable data set from the world climatic in current climate current climate and elevation data of approximately 1 kilometer of a spatial resolution used for this species distribution modeling. To reduce these variables and enormous prediction, we use the multi-collinearity test, and after that we use the Maxent entropy that is the maximum entropy use model for modeling. For the climate change prediction, we use the different GCM such as a MRI, CGCM3, CICERO, and HEDGEM was used in this modeling. And for reducing the uncertainty of the model prediction, we ensemble the model. This global climatic model were tested in different RCP. This is representation concentration pathway for the year 2050-70 of the IPCC fifth assessment, where 2.6 is the lower scenario and 8.5 is a higher emission scenario. Finally, the model predicted as well as in the future climate scenario for 2050 and 2070. So here I'm giving some example. This is for the prediction, climate change prediction for the Panax pseudoginseng. They belongs to family Araliaceae. It is a perennial herb that grow up to 50 centimeter and distributed in temperate zone of thick conifer oak mixed forest. And it is used for increased longevity, mental agility, and hypertension. The habitat distribution is between the 3,000 to 4,500 meter in the Himalaya. This is the 19 bioclimatic variable which reduced by the multicollinearity test in ENM tool. So this is the final model prediction. That is the right hand map. So this is the current climatic area for this Panax pseudoginseng, which received the AOC value is 0.92, which is highly acceptable. And this map show the change in climate change scenario in RCP 4.5 and 8.5. That is the medium emission scenario of greenhouse gases, and that is the higher emission scenario of greenhouse gases. So here we can see easily the lower elevation area in the higher emission scenario is lost the more suitable habitat in case of Panax pseudoginseng. So by this loss and gain map, we can propose this conservation strategy where the change in area is due to the land transformation, habitat destruction, over exploitation by local people. We can target the area which are high risk of the loss in the protected area, and we can propose the conservation techniques such as a germplasm collection and micropropagation technique in that area. So next example I'm giving that is Sarsia Sareta, where also we predict the model for this Sikkim Himalaya. This right hand map shows the distribution in the Sarsia Sareta at the elevation approx 1,000 to 2,100 meter. So this is the response curve and jackknife statics for that species. The next, I'm giving the example for Econitum valuation. That is the important species for Hindu Kush Himalaya.
So Devendra, kindly conclude within a minute, please.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. That is a perennial plant distributed in the Himalaya from Pakistan to Nepal, and it is distributed to 3,600 to 4,800. The red color area shows the loss in the suitable habitat under 2050 in both RCP 2.6, that is lower scenario, and higher scenario. So the conclusion of this study, the application of species distribution modeling to extract the simple inventory data such as a presence record may provide the prediction of species of such as economically important species under changing climate at both regional and local scale, and the model may be used to make recommendation for policymakers and conservation in dealing with the potential climate change.
Thank you, Dr. Devendra. Kindly unshare your screen, and now I invite Dr. Kehar Singh Thakur.
Sir,
Dr.
I want to ask about Ramadan before. So
Ramadan.
Hello.
I'm sorry, Tadi, my computer
Hello,
just
Vijay
died.
Kumar Dua. I am Dr. Muhammad Ariful Islam. I am the next presenter.
Pardon, sir?
The next. I'm Muhammad Ariful Islam. Hello. I'm Muhammad Ariful Islam. I am supposed to be the next.
No, in this list, it is the fourth presentation by Kehar Singh Thakur. But anyway, we will take up the remaining presentation from Dr. Ramadan, who has connected now.
Yes, my computer just died before. Can I continue, or I just what? I'm very sorry.
Continue, Ramadan.
Continue.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm sorry. My computer is not very good. Electricity.
Dr. Arif, your name is not there in the list of the presentation.
Dr. Dua, sir, there was some problem in the list. You consider it Dr. Ariful Islam presentation also.
So next presentation
yes,
from Dr. Arif.
Okay. Should I continue?
I think in new list it is there. I think that Muhammad Ariful Islam. It is there, no?
Yes, we sent a revised list also.
Actually, this revised list, I think it is there,
yes,
but in the old one is not there. Probably.
Revised list is missing. I don't know. Let me check. Okay, anyways.
His name is listed here.
Can I continue?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, continue. Okay, after the calculations, we get that from the 29 and 29 data, we get that for the rice availability in 2019 is going to be 251. 100,000 tons, and the calculation for the rice need in 2010 is going to be for each KLH, DKP, and KFM is going to be 600,000 tons, 20,000 tons. KFM is going to be 800,000 tons. Meanwhile, for the calculation of the rice supply is 2010, is going to be our reference for the projection. Is going from the KHL, DKP, and KFM going to be everything is going to be minus, which is going to be a lot of problem. So next, this is the graph that we get from the calculations based on every years. From the paper is only like the reference of the example of the calculation. On the top left is going to be a rice needs projections. I'm sorry, still in the Indonesian language. So it's going to be rising every year. Meanwhile, on the top left and the bottom left is going to be the availability. It's going to be decreasing every year. And meanwhile, on the right one is going to be the rice supply, which everyone going to be less and less and less decreasing. Is going to be bad for the province of Riau. Okay, next. Next, please. Okay, this is the map that we create and also the data based on that we going that in our research. Oh, no, previous. Previous, please. So on the left is going to be the map of the rice availability. So the province with the highest food security going to be the darker. So this is the type, and while the black one is going to be less, and they're not very good at food security. And the second map on the middle is the peatland map. So basically, it's correlated with the left map. So the middle map is like explain the depths of the peatland. So the more depth is it's going to be more bad for the rice production. As you can see, that is going to be connected, although it doesn't really always be that way. So example, let's look in the bottom right Regency. Although it's have a deep peatland, it doesn't really matter because they have very high food production and small population, so it's not going to be a lot of matter. And on the right table is the rice production for each for each regency of the province. As you can see, that is going connected with the left map. Meanwhile, on the bottom table is explaining the type of soil in here. So there's a lot of soil, although the most of it is organic soil. It's really good, kind of good for the rice, although the rest of it is not really good. Okay, then next. Okay, the conclusion is that the food needs can be defined through KLH, DKP, and KFM approach. The second is the food supply in the real province is going to be deficit, which will be bad. And the third is projection of rice demand can be identified by analyzing the trend of rice demand, rice availability, and rice supply in the region. And the fourth is the peatland affect the production in rice province and are related to the availability of rice in the Riau province. Well, our recommendation is that we should consider effort to import rice from the white area to the Riau province. So from outside the province to Riau province, we need to import. And the second is we need to carry out several soil conservation technique in the cultivating process to neutralize pH of the pit soil, because acid is bad for the rice growing. So we need to have a technique to conserve the soil to change the chemical of it. And the third is that we need to carrying out the intensive agricultural effort, because we need a new technology, we need a new method to arrange how to grow rice in the really pet soil. And the fourth, maybe the last, is that we need to implement government policy in determining the cost of goods sold, or HPP, of fried rice and other agricultural commodities must be higher than the total cost of incurred by the farmer in producing them. So we need to make sure that the minimal price of rice is going to be higher, so that the farmer will not going to be in the loss, not going to lose profit. So I think that is my presentation. Thank you for attention and good day. So am I
Please
finished?
unmute. Vijay Kumar, please unmute. Mr. Chairman, please unmute yourself.
Mr. Kumar, you're still mute. Your voice.
Sorry, Dr. Arif. Can you share your screen?
Yes, please. Yes. Thank you, please. Are you able to see my presentation?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Honorable Chairman, Co-Chairman, conveners, and distinguished scientists from different countries. Good afternoon. I'd like to present one of my paper today, that is Effects on Conservation Agriculture Practices on the Performance of Lentil in a Rice-Based Cropping Systems of Northwest Bangladesh. Now, before going forward, I'd like to give you some brief background of my study. That is, Bangladesh is the home of 170 million peoples. The intensive rice-based cropping systems is the cornerstones of Bangladesh food security. However, the degradation of soil and water resources, increasing production cost, water, energy, and labor scarcity, and diminishing farm profits, and certain weather events poses a threat to the sustainability of the system. The rice-based cropping systems involve 2 to 3 crops, even 4 crops are grown on the same piece of land per year. The rice dryland systems, rice is grown in puddled and submerged soil, while the dryland crop is grown after rice with intensive tillage and limited residue retentions. Although puddling is beneficial for establishing rice, but harmful for the next crop after rice. Most commonly on these fields, residues removed for other uses or burned. There is intensive cultivation for the non-rice crops in the rotation. Altogether, there are 7 to 12 tillage passes per field per year occurred, resulting in a high level of soil disturbance, clearly not a desirable practice for soil health and crop improvement, and actually for crop yield. So what is conservation agriculture? Conservation agriculture is a set of 3 key principles, that is minimum soil disturbance, residue retention, and crop rotations. We hypothesize that this conservation agriculture is a climate smart agriculture, can address all of the mentioned problems. Actually, this study is the contribution to the development of conservation agriculture in intensive rice-based cropping systems. So hence we work out the research question. What are the changes of minimum soil disturbance and increased residue retention in rice-based cropping systems for lentil yield? There are 3 types of, this is the treatment details. There are 3 types of soil tillage, that is a strip planting system, no tillage, and conventional tillage systems are assigned in the main plot, while there are 2 levels of residue retention, that is high residue retentions and low residue retentions are assigned in the subplot, replicated 4 times in a split plot design. The crop rotations, we used lentil, mung bean, and monsoon rice. For clear presentations, I would like to present only the yield of lentil and the performance of lentils. This experiment conducted at the aged agroecological zone 11, the site Ishordi, they having lower organic carbon and other nutrients. First of all, the results. In case of first crop, the grain yield of strip planting system and no tillage system, that is considered a conservation agriculture systems as comparable with the conventional tillage systems, is the existing farmer practice, that is the conventional tillage systems and low residue retentions. It was from the first crop, it was comparable. This result suggests that from the beginning of the experiments, there is no risk of yield penalty by using conservation agriculture systems. But however, for the after 1 year for the crop number 4, the yield with conservation agriculture system, that is steep planting system and no-tillage systems with high residue retention, increased 17%. As compared to conventional tillage systems. And the same things happening for the crop number 4 after 3 years. That is with steep planting system and no tillage systems, the yield increased 20%. Now, I will focus my discussion to describe the causal effects of yield increase for crop number 4 and crop number 7. The first of all, the soil water content. The soil water content at surface soil with the steep planting system and high residue retention and no-tillage and high residue retention, which is considered at the conservation agriculture systems, increased than that of the farmer practice, that is the conventional tillage system and low residue retention plot. The higher soil water content might be the contributed to increased yield with the conservation agriculture systems. Another thing is that the root weight density was increased with high residue retentions at the surface soil, while at subsurface soil at 10 to 20 centimeter soil depth, the root weight density was increased with steep planting systems. And with flora, we also found the higher weed populations with conventional tillage systems, while we found lower weed population with the conservation agriculture system, that is the steep planting system and no tillage systems. And we also counted the aphid infested twig. We counted more aphid infested twig with conventional tillage systems than that of the conservation agriculture systems. Also, we found the stem phylum blight incidence. The incidence of stem phylum blight with conventional tillage systems with low residue retentions was higher than that of the steep planting systems and high residue retention plot with no tillage systems and high residue retained plot. This is the pictorial view of the experiment. We collected this picture at the flowering stages. This steep planting and no tillage and at the flowering stage looks darker green, while the conventional tillage systems look the pale green. Also, we collected the canopy temperature, though it was not significantly different, but slightly lower with the conservation tillage systems than conventional tillage systems. We also collected the soil organic carbon. The soil organic carbon is a very important measurement for increasing the yield. And we got the higher at the surface soil with conventional tillage system, that is a steep planting system and high residue retained plot than conventional tillage system with low residue retained plot. We also collected the water soluble carbon. It was also higher with the steep planting systems and high residue retained plot than low residue and conventional tillage systems. And finally, we counted the time and fuel requirements for conservation and conventional tillage systems. As you see in this graph, the time and fuel requirements was 3 times higher than with the conventional tillage systems than that of the conservation tillage systems. And then at the last, we calculated the cost-benefit ratio. The higher cost-benefit ratio was found with the conservation tillage system, that is steep planting and high residue retained plots, than that of conventional with the low residue retained plots. Now, the take-home message that implementation of conservation and agriculture systems for 2 to 3 years can improve the soil organic carbon pulse, soil water content, and root growth, while reduce the weed, insect, and disease infestation, and thereby improve the soil health and crop yields. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the Pulses Research Center, Bangladesh Agricultural Research Institute, and my colleagues and Murdoch University, Australia. And also, I would like to acknowledge the conference group of the Second Asian Web Conference, especially for Professor Sanjay Kumar, who providing me this support to present this paper in this prestigious conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Arif. So we will move on to the next presentation from Dr. Kehar Singh Thakur on assessment of temperate forage for biomass production. Dr. Thakur. Dr. Thakur is there? Okay, then next presentation is by Dr. Shabnam on soil chemical properties.
Sir, Shabnam was not going to present, sir. We can move to Rachna Kumari Bansal.
Okay. Rachna is there?
Hello.
Yes, Rachna Kumari.
Yes, Dr. Rachna Bansal.
Yes, your presentation is there. Thank you. Please go ahead.
Actually, I'm not able to share. You cannot, yes, it is not.
Ma'am, I have shared your presentation.
Yes. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Rachna Bansal, presenting my research on efficient utilization of resources in banana through drip irrigation technology in Gujarat. Actually, banana is a commercial, we can say, tropical fruit crop that is the apple of paradise. It is cultivated in about almost 120 countries. India is the world's largest producer with 30.48 million tons production. In India, the major producing states are Gujarat, Andhra, Tamil Nadu, Uttar Pradesh, and Maharashtra. If we talk about the effects of drip irrigation system, then it is reflected in terms of saving of the resources or factors, that is water, labor, fertilizer, and plant protection measures. And the another effect is improving the yield as well as quality of the output. So ultimately, it will improve the economic condition of the banana growers. So the study was taken as any technology we are adopting, we have a need to assess in terms of its cost and return. We can compare the drip with the conventional technology, with the conventional method of irrigation, and how it is having the impact on the resource saving as well as the yield increment. So this is the justification of the study. This is the methodology in which Gujarat, on the basis like Gujarat is having the highest area and production in India. So in Gujarat, Anand and Vadodara was also selected on the basis of maximum area as well as production of banana in the Gujarat. And on that basis, a multi-stage sampling technique in which 2 talukas from each district, then 2 villages from each taluka, and therefore the total 8 villages, and from every village 15 drip and 15 conventional growers were taken. So ultimately I'm having the sample size to 40 banana growers, in which 120 is the drip and 120 is the conventional one. Next one is for this study I had taken I'd used I'd used the standard methodologies. Basically, when we want to calculate the impact of a drip or impact of any technology, then we have to go for with or without approach. So it was taken like drip as well as the conventional. And the primary data regarding the level of input use, the production of the banana, how much is the income, as well as the price received by the banana growers, that is collected through the pre-tested interview schedule. It was compiled for the year 2017-18, and different techniques like mean percentage ratios were calculated, as well as that for calculating this drawing the conclusions, the difference is significant or not, it is also calculated. One more, the partial budgeting technique was also used, in which we have in economics we are having the 4 components: added return, added cost, reduced return, and reduced cost. It means what is the cost added or reduced due to the technology, and what is the returns are added as well as reduced due to the technology, that is included. Next one is for calculating the cost and returns, the standard cost concept methodology, that is cost A, B, C1 and C2. इसको हम जो बोलते हैं cost of cultivation, rupees per hectare we are calculating. This is the cost concepts. In gross income, just like the simple formula, production is multiplied with the farm harvest price of that particular commodity in per unit quantity. Through that, the gross income is calculated, and then after net income, that is the gross income is, sorry, the cost is deducted from the net income. So I calculated the profit of the farmer over the cost C2, that is the ultimately cost of cultivation. Next one. So just first in the table it is given like level of the input use, the effect of the drip over the conventional one is given. So in this we had saved, like in drip technology, in 1 hectare 251 labor were used. As we know, the banana is a labor intensive.
Highlight the major results. Don't go
yes
to the details of the table. Just highlight your major results.
Yes,
They're more important. Okay.
Yes, I will finish. From this table, we can see the labor is saved 60 units, 60 man days per hectare, as well as irrigation is also saved in hours. It is. We can see from here like number of the inputs or resources like labor, bullock labor, as well as manures or FIM, as well as the this irrigation that is saved due to the drip irrigation technology, and it was significant over the period of time. Next. In the cost concept, that is, this is calculated, that previous table was on the quantity, this is on the value terms. So it is given here the highest saving was of the labor, here 31.11% over the conventional farms. We can say the labor saving, that is 20% around, and this is growth regulators as well as this miscellaneous expenditures, like after harvesting from if we are pulling this particular bananas from the field. So it is also saved 21.61% over the conventional one. Next please. If we see overall, the cost C2 was saved 7,780 rupees. That is the cost saving due to this drip irrigation technology, as the resources quantity as well as the resource value. The cost is less in this drip irrigation method. Next. In next table, we can see that through the drip irrigation method, the yield was higher, and that is 125.53 quintals per hectare. We can see from here that the farm harvest price was in the unison, and it is a little bit higher in the drip irrigation technology. We can see from here that the quality as well as the yield was good in the drip. So the gross income was also higher in the drip irrigation technology, and the net profit of the farmer due to this irrigation technology is 91,388 rupees. This is the effect of technology. Next one. This we can also see from the partial budgeting technique. This is the format of this table. We are having 4 component: added cost, added income, reduced cost, and reduced income. So here the 4 components in which this is added, and these other inputs or resources are due to this, the cost is reduced. So the net effect is 91,388 rupees. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rachna. Please unshare your screen. And now we'll move on to the next presentation by Dr. A.S. Thanujam on response of stevia under different nutrient media of hydroponic drip system.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, you are audible. Kindly start sharing your screen.
Okay, sir.
Please, Dr. Saab, kindly restrict your presentation to 3 or 4 minutes. Give more emphasis to results, prominent results, rather than going much into the details about the material methods and other treatments. Please.
Okay, sir.
Otherwise, it will defeat the purpose of this presentation.
Okay, sir. Good afternoon, respected chairman, co-chairman, and the convener, and all the participants on this platform. Actually, I'm presenting one of my technical program, that is the response of the stevia under the different nutrient media of the hydroponic drip system. Actually, before next please. Next. Okay. I will give you some important points behind this technical program. So, as we know that the stevia is one of the crop can replace the sugar. So, sugar has one of the problem in concern with the diabetes. As we know that the diabetes is the main concern in the present scenario, as per the report of the International Diabetes Federation 2020. So we are in the world 463 3 million people are undergoes the diabetes, and in this out of this figure, India have the 77 millions. So in this and another is the stevia. We have some cultivation problem in particularly in the western side. Basically, stevia is ideal for growing under the semi-humid than the semi-tropical, as well as the temperature in the range of the 20 degrees centigrade. So that ideal condition is not fulfilled under the western side of the India. So because of that, we framed this technical program. And so coming to the so on that aspect, we have the two objectives. The first one is to evaluate the growth, yield, growth and yield response of the stevia under the different nutrient media, and the second one is the assessment of the stevia quality response under the different nutrient media. We have used the tissue rice plant stevia as a planting material under the hydroponic system. We are following the drip type of that hydroponic system. Under this drip type of hydroponic system, we are using the coco peat as a medium, and we are maintaining the pH 5.8 to the 6 and the EC in the range of the 0.6 to the 1.2, and we are operated the 3 times in a day for 10 minutes. In a 10 minutes, the solutions around 15 ml is getting, and the media temperature we are maintaining the 19.5 to the 22.5, and during this experimental period, we are getting the light intensity 10,000 to 3,000 plus, and relative humidity in the range of the 45 to 60%. And in the treatment return, we have the 6 different treatment. There is the whole end media. The first one is the full whole end media. The second one is the whole end media without nitrogen. Then the C1 is the double whole end media. Then the half whole end media. Then half S media. And then the last one is the water soluble fertilizer. And this technical program was designed with CRD with the 5 replicate. Next. So these are the observation, and morphophysiological parameter is there, biochemical parameter is there, then quality parameter. Under the quality parameter, stevicide content is calculated, is analyzed using the LCMS. Then the how these are the how the whole end solution is prepared. So which nitrogen and nitrogen are given in already in this table. Next, please. Next, coming to the reasons. With respect to the plant height, the maximum plant height is observed in the third harvesting as compared between the first, second, and third harvesting. Among the different nutrient media, D and E has the having the higher plant heights in comparison between the different nutrient media. With respect to the leaves per plant, the highest leaves per plant was observed in the third harvesting, particularly in the 3 media. There is the A, B, and C. With respect to the D, E, and F, that these 3 media having the higher leaves per plant during the second harvesting. Then with respect to the primary branches per plants, there's no any primary branches at the time of the first harvesting except that is the half MS media. Then after the second harvesting, it started the formation of the development of the primary branches, and the third harvesting having the maximum, that is the 5.4 in the full whole end solution than the half MS media as well as the water soluble fertilizer that media. So next, with respect to the chlorophyll content, is ranges in between the 26.5 to the then 47.90 in all the 3 harvesting stages, and in comparison in between the different media, we have the highest chlorophyll content in the half MS media. There is a 38.70. There is a 40 in the second 47.90. In the third harvesting, there is a 44.46. Then with respect to the leaf area, the highest leaf area is observed in during the second harvest.
Please come to the conclusion.
Okay. Sure, sir. So then next, please. So this is related to the fresh weight and dry weight. Maximum fresh weight and dry weight was observed during the harvesting in all the treatment.
Dr. Thonajam, kindly give the conclusion. Which
yes,
was the best and why it was best? Just in 2 lines, please.
Okay, so we can conclude this technical program by increasing the in this technical program, we can increase the number of the harvesting. That means normally the harvesting, 2 harvesting is done in 1 year. Particularly in this technique, we can harvest it 3 times. And the another is it conserves the water as well as it also less deteriorate to the soil environment. Then another thing, it can increase the yield per plant. We are getting the highest yield in this technique, so it can increase the yield in the ranges of the 6 to 9 tons per hectare. So these are the some of the important points getting through this technique. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Thanojam. And next presenter is Dr. Ram Prakash Yadav.
Sir.
Yes, please, Dr. Saab, share your screen and restrict yourself to 2 to 3 minutes and just highlight your results.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, Dr. Yadav, please go ahead.
Okay. Respected chairman, co-chairman, conveners, and lead speakers, and all the participants, a very good afternoon to one and all. I'm Dr. R.P. Yadav from ISAR BPKS Almora. I'll be talking about effect of oak cutting management on the intercrop turmeric yield under silviculture system in Central Himalaya. As we know, in hills during winter times, there is shortage of fodder. So fodder trees are very paramount from this aspect. And among fodder trees, oak is one of the most important fodder tree because it is evergreen in nature and it provides fodder during the lean period, particularly during the winter times. If we include these fodder trees in the form of agroforestry system, then it will not only increase the green cover of the country, at the same time it will enhance the soil organic carbon of the farming systems. If we select an appropriate combination of a woody component and an agriculture crop, then definitely agroforestry system will be more productive and sustainable, and it will enhance the income of the farmers. It will provide the long-term benefits from the tree component, as well as in the short term, it will provide the production from the agricultural component. With adoption of these type of agroforestry systems, it will strengthen the livelihood security and income of the hill farming community, particularly to the marginal and farming community, small and marginal farming community. So here in this studies, we have selected 3 objectives: influence of oak cutting management on yield of turmeric. As undercrop in silviculture system, we have selected 2 cultivars, that is Pankita and Savanna. And second objective was to investigation on forage and tool yield as influenced by different cutting management techniques. Third one was turmeric yield potential under 2 growing situations, that is under shade and under open condition. These are the details of the experiment. The oak plantation, it was on the oak tree was planted at the
Yadav, please come to the result.
1 meter from tree to tree and 1 meter from row to row. We employed 4 cutting management in the oak, that is copicing, pollarding at 1 meter, 2 meter, and 3 meter. The growing situation were 2 under oak. And
sir, please move to the next slide. Don't go deep into the details of the experiment. Just come to the conclusion.
Okay, sir. In case of turmeric yields, among different treatments, pollarding at 3 meter height The turmeric yield was highest under pollarding at 3 meter height, that is 10.21 ton per hectare, as compared to others, which was approximately 22% higher than the next, that is the second highest pollarding at 2 meter height. It might be due to the more sunlight was filtering, and the undercrop was getting more sunlight as compared to rest of the treatment. In case of cultivars, when we compare two cultivars, then the higher yield was reported from Savarna cultivar, but it was not significantly different as compared to Panchpita. In case of growing situation, the turmeric rhizome yield was significantly higher under oak, that is 8.52 ton per hectare, as compared to the sole cropping, which was approximately 30% higher than cropping. In case of forage and fuel yield from the oak tree, the higher forage yield, that is 26.2 ton per hectare, and fuel wood 22.4 ton per hectare was recorded from pollarding at 3 meter height, as compared to rest of the cutting management techniques. It was might be due to we got some flush of shoots from throughout the stem, besides at the top of the tree. In case I will conclude my research work when that oak is one of the major fodder tree species in the hills. If the owner is interested in production of the fodder, then oak-based agri-horticulture system with pollarding at 3 meter height and will give more production as compared to rest of the treatment combinations, and it will be a climate resilient option for rain-fed areas of the farming community in Himalaya. Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me opportunity for sharing.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav. Just for the information of the house, I just want to mention that we are well beyond our given time, 45 minutes beyond the allotted time, and still there are 15 more presentations are there yet to be made, and I have seen a very large number of young participants are there. I don't want to disappoint them. I want to give them sufficient time, but I would like to request all of them just to highlight major material and method points, which are major treatments only, rather than going in the minute details of each and every. We are not presenting our paper here. Some of the, I have gone through that, some of the slides they are giving the material method directly taken out from the paper. We do not need it here. Okay, just highlight major treatment which you are given, which are of importance from this point of this objective of the study, and highlight only the major results. Otherwise, you will present a lot of results and it will confuse all the audiences, because there are some 27, 28 presentations only during these 2 hours. So if you want yourself to be clear, just do as I say, highlight only the major results and only the major treatments. Okay. So with this marks, I now invite Dr. Gaurav, who will be making a presentation on IFS for sustainable hill agriculture.
Mr. Gaurav, you can start. I have shared your screen.
Dr. Gaurav, are you there? I think Dr. Gaurav is not here. I don't see his name in participants list.
His name is there.
We can move to the next one.
I think we can move. His name is not there. So next one is Dr. Ashok Kumar.
Yes, sir. I am very much here, sir.
Okay. Now we can see you. And
okay, sir. I'm sharing my screen, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, if it is visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yeah, very good evening to respected chairman, member of the jury, dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm going to present my presentation over sustainable agriculture land use planning for improved productivity and livelihood security, a case study in Western Himalayan region of India. Yeah. And this is the study area, that is Nagrota Bagwan block in Kangra district of Himachal Pradesh. The district is physiographically situated. Sir, if you are sharing, sir, if it is shared by you, sir.
Yeah, we can
Hello?
see it.
Sir, I am the one sharing, sir.
Okay, no, just I want to share my screen, sir.
Okay, sir. I am
Okay.
unsharing.
Yeah.
You just share.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, this is the physiography and climate of the study area, and the majority of the study area is under forest cover, that is 32.52%, followed by the net zone area, that is approximately 32%, and climate of the area is subtropical to subhumid, and the maximum temperature, minimum temperature, and average temperature is 20 degrees Celsius, and the soil resources of the study area for agricultural land use planning has been delineated into 9 different land management units based on the constraint faced by the area and the management suggested based on the constraint and potential for the area. And these 9 and further the resources of the area has been delineated into land capability classes and land irrigability classes to assess the potential of the area for its suitability to different kind of land uses as well as its suitability for the irrigation potential. So we can see here that maximum area falls under land capability class 2, but with the slight limit, but with severe limitation of soil resources, that is 23%, approximately 24% area comes under land capability class 2S. Similarly, the land irrigability potential of the area is also very good, and it approximately 24% area come under land irrigability class 2S. Next, and major cropping pattern or production system identified in the area includes the agriculture based, horticulture based, and agroforestry and livestock production based system. And during our field visit, we have identified these 4 major production system, and the soil resources for various crops, that is agriculture as well as horticulture crop, have been evaluated, and we can see the land management unit 7 is highly suitable for wheat, mustard, and thoria, and land management unit 7, 8, and 9 is also suitable for this. Similarly, for horticulture crop, we can see that land management unit 8 is highly suitable for onion, and land management unit 8 is also suitable for potato. And these are some illustration that how much area is suitable for a particular crop, that is agri as well as horticulture crop. We can see here that majority of the area is not suitable for rice crop, but it is quite suitable for maize as well as wheat crop. Likewise, the suitability maps have been generated for different horticulture as well as agriculture crops. And these are some socioeconomic interaction with the farmers during our visit to Nagrota Bagwan block. And we can see that literacy status of the Nagrota Bagwan block or study area, that approximately 83% is the total literacy of the male female, and we have tried to establish the age as well as literacy relationship. We can see that maximum population is under the secondary educated population, while we can see 65%, more than 65 years of age people are in the under illiterate category. And we can see the respondent farmers under different land holding category. That maximum population falls under marginal land holding category. That is 89, approximately 89% population of the respondent farmers were marginal category holder, and about 10.7% were landless. These are the major constraints in the study area. That is natural physiographic feature. It is hilly and mountainous area which restrict the crop cultivation only to the side slopes and valleys. Small land holding mainly restricted to the marginal land holding category, and which restrict the mechanization of agriculture operations due to rugged terrain and undulating topography. Lack of adaptation of improved technology due to not so favorable conditions, that is land and other natural resources. Cultivation is mainly restricted to very small patches of land, that is 3 to 4 canal areas, low level of input use as well as input use efficiency, lack of irrigation facilities, and low crop yield due to rainfall dependent agriculture. We can see here that the maximum area falls under the soil, maximum soils are eroded due to one or the other region. Late blight of potato is one of the severe disease in potato. Lantana and goat weeds are very prominent weed in this agriculture production. Irrigation is mainly through khud or nalas, locally known as khud or pul. But the potential in the area for livelihood security is horticulture. Obviously, vegetable and floriculture holds good prominence. Agroforestry is another option. Livestock and dairy rearing and other income generating is also there. That is daily wage labor, agricultural labor, small scale business, and economics of the cropping systems. Different crops have been calculated, and based on the economics and sustainability aspect, we have plant sustainability of different crops, and alternate land use options have been suggested. We can see here that maximum maximum net return was observed in case of vegetables, and potato yield maximum net return, while minimum net return was observed in case of Toria crop, and BC ratio and sustainability index was also observed to be low in case of Toria, while equal yield was recorded in case of rice and wheat crop. Similarly, for other horticultural crop and other crop has the economics has been calculated, and this is the livestock resources of the area of the different respondent farmers, and income from livestock have been also calculated, and which reveals that maximum income was obtained in LMU 6, while least income was observed in case of LMU 7, which was due to several factors, due to higher cost on production and expenditure. And similarly, yield status of major horticulture crop, which normally grown as homestead garden, observed, and income maybe, if we can calculate the income at hectare level, then it may go around somewhere 2.5 to 5 lakhs in case of mango, and it is approximately 1 to 1.5 lakh in case of jamun. And these are some suggested land use options for livelihood security. Keeping in view the different constraint as well as potential, we have suggested different livelihood security options for particular land management unit. And we can see that for agriculture, for land management unit 2, agriculture, horticulture, livestock, agroforestry, and bamboo-based small scale industries, enterprises. Likewise, we have gone through different livelihood security options, and last but not the least, we have suggested some policy intervention based on the constraint as well as the opportunities in the area. Say for example, just say for example, for land management unit 2, there is some there are severe constraints for soil. So reclamation of wasteland is suggested for a policy intervention. Bamboo based small scale enterprises and bench terracing for soil conservation are some of the suggested policy intervention. Say for example, for LMU 3, provision for timber based market, jatropha cultivation on land, biofuel, amelioration of soil acidity using lime, provision for fruit and vegetable export during off-season. For this, polyhouse construction for off-season high-tech horticulture is suggested. Similarly, for LMU market, popular based market for matchstick and other uses, timber and furniture based market, amelioration of soil acidity, polyhouse construction for off-season high-tech horticles to encourage the vegetable and fruit cultivation. And these are some of the suggested policy intervention for the area based on the soil, climate, and site-specific characteristic, as well as based on the nutrient as well as other analysis. And these are some of the policy measures. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Hello. 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 Hello.
Yes, yes.
Yes, sir. If I am audible, sir?
Yes, yes. I think Chairman, there was problem in some internet problem.
Yeah,
Okay,
I
then.
think my presentation is over, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you for giving this opportunity. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Just answering, sir.
Dr. Ashwath.
Sir, shall I stop sharing?
Yes, you stop your screen, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you so nice of you, sir.
So now we can move on to the next presentation. Dr. Pawan Kumar. Dr. Ashwath, can you hear me?
Yes.
Dr. Ashwath.
Yes,
Dr. Ashwath,
yes,
there seems to be some problem from my side in connectivity. So if I get lost during the presentation, kindly
then I will take care. I will take care for that.
Continue with your presentation. Okay.
Definitely. Okay, I will take care.
Dr. Pawan Kumar. Next presentation. Dr. Pawan Kumar is here. If he is not there, then we can move on to the next presentation by Dr. Pramila. Dr. D.S. Yadav.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Yadav, please.
I am sharing my screen, sir.
Okay, sir.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, visible.
Yes. Your slide is...
Respected Chairman, sir, Co-Chairman, Convener, Dignitaries, and Delegates, myself, Dr. D.S. Yadav from KVK Mandi, Himachal Pradesh. I am presenting my paper on Diversified Farming Secures Livelihood, a case study of small farm from Mandi district of Himachal Pradesh. We all know the importance and contribution of small farmers to the Indian agriculture, and maintaining these farms profitable for livelihood security is the biggest challenge. Under such circumstances, diversified farming is the only option to sustain livelihood of the small farms. There are several successful cases of small farmers who have secured the sustainable livelihood through diversification. The documentation of such cases of paramount importance for motivating and inspiration to other fellow farmers. As the present case study of progressive farmer was documented in Mandi district of Himachal Pradesh. Coming to the methodology, a progressive farmer, Mr. Kundan Lal from Gohar block of Mandi district of Himachal Pradesh was taken as a case because he has adopted the diversified farming system with meager 1 acre of land. The farmer belongs to the hilly terrain of high hill bed temperate area with altitude 2065 meter, where moderate to heavy snowfall occurred during winter. The data was collected through combination of home visit and interview schedule. Production data under different components of diversified model for the last 5 years was recorded and analyzed with suitable statistical tools. Coming to the findings of the study, carnation cultivation of seasonal vegetable like potato, pea, cabbage, summer squash, fruit production, apple, round the mushroom cultivation like oyster, button, and other ancillary enterprises like dairy, sericulture, ajola, atta chakki are the major components of his diversified farming model. After acquiring key skills in the field of protective cultivation, vegetable cultivation, and mushroom cultivation from KVK Mandi, he has adopted several innovative technologies in the farming, and these include carnation cultivation, drip irrigation, round-the-year mushroom cultivation, INM and IPM in horticulture crops, high-density plantation of apple, proper training and pruning, vermicomposting, azolla production, farm mechanization, rainwater harvesting, and solar fencing. This is the crop calendar of the major crops. Potato, pea, summer squash, cabbage, and peas beet are the prominent cropping sequence adopted by the farmer. He takes 3 crops of the oyster mushroom and 2 of button mushroom in a year. This slide shows the component-wise economic analysis of the diversified model. Carnation provides maximum net return of rupees 6 lakh, followed by mushroom cultivation 2.5 lakh, and off-season vegetable 1.70 lakh, and apple 53,000 per annum. Overall, he earns a net return to the tune of 11 lakh per annum from 1 acre of land. This is the productivity level achieved by the farmer, and key factors for sustainability of the farm are induction of pea legume under potato pea cropping sequence enriches soil fertility, particularly exhausted by the heavy feeder crop potato. The well-dug fields for potato harvest escape 1 to 2 preparatory tillage operation for pea, thus save resources. Harnessing the monsoon rain regime yield quality green pea and cabbage head production along with enhanced water use efficiency. Round-the-year mushroom cultivation started by him is the major contribution to the farming community. He is also providing expert services as master trainer on carnation cultivation, off-season vegetable production, and mushroom production, and trained more than 1,000 farmers till date. As far as the marketing of the produce is concerned, for fresh mushroom, he has database of 300 customers in the surrounding villages to whom fresh mushroom are sold. Apart from selling in the local market, he has made contact with hotels in Manali and Shimla. Off-season vegetables and apple are sold within the state and outside the state. For marketing of carnation, the carnation flower bunches are packed and sent through HRTC night buses to New Delhi, where reputed personnel of the agent collects the produce and auction it in the mandi, and after deducting commission, payment is directly deposited in the farmer's account. This whole process works on the mutual understanding. These are some of the glimpses of his farm: carnation, apple, off-season cabbage, off-season peas, summer squash, oyster button mushroom, azolla unit, and expert services as master trainer to the fellow farmers. He also runs his YouTube channel in the name of Himalayan Agriculture by Kundan Mandyal, and one can watch this by clicking this link. This is the print media coverage in the leading newspaper. And coming to the conclusion and recommendation, Mr. Kundan Lal is a progressive farmer who has established himself as a successful farmer, adopting diversified farming system and earning a net profit to the tune of 11 lakh from 1 acre of land per annum. Induction of leguminous crop in cropping sequence, intercropping between fruit trees, off-season vegetable cultivation, harnessing the monsoon rain regime for growing crops, round-the-year mushroom cultivation, other ancillary enterprises, and marketing model developed or followed by him are the key factors for sustainability of the farm. This case study could be useful for researchers and extension personnel for further application among those small farms in the country where similar agroclimatic conditions prevail. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Yadav. Although 11 lakh per acre seems too high, if everybody start growing carnation, I don't think the profit will be that much high. But still, this is a good case study of a farmer from Mandi districts. There is a good take-home message that the better you diversify, the more you grow. So coming to the next presentation, that is from Dr. Kshitij Parmar on integrated farming, a key of better livelihood. Dr. Parmar. If he is not there, we can move on to Vinita Pandey, IFS for Sustainable Agriculture. No. Then Dr. A.V. Dahifale. Dr. Bapsila. Dr. Prahlad Singh Toor.
Yes, sir. Bapsila is present, sir.
Bapsila is present. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Your presentation is ready?
Yes,
Bapsila,
sir. I will
please
share
share your slides.
Yes, I will share from here. I would like to know whether my slide is visible.
Yes, your slides are visible and you are also audible.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Good evening, everyone present here, and also thanks to the organizing committee for giving this opportunity to present some part of my work in the second Asian Web Conference. So the topic that I'm going to present is mapping of QTLs for gene deficiency tolerance in recombinant enriched lines of rice. So you know the rice is very important food crops. I will not go in detail here. So this crop is very highly sensitive to gene deficiency. And we know that zinc is a micronutrient, very important micronutrient, which is limiting rice growth and yield. And here I have given some charts which show the area productivity in globally as well as India, and the region where I studied in that is in Uttar Pradesh. So in India, we know that after a very important nutrient, that is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, zinc is one of the fourth most important yield limiting nutrient. So by 2025, we know this, the Indian soil is about to increase 49 to 63% of zinc deficient soil. Again, we know that zinc deficiency is a widespread problem in rice. So some of the soil conditions which likely occur zinc deficiency are listed given here: calcareous, neutral or alkaline pH, saline sodic, coastal saline soil, sandy peat, and very poorly drained soil. These are some of the soil which may likely to occur zinc deficient. And in the map, it shows the, which is highlighted with the green color, shows the, this area is more less the deficient in less than 35% is deficient in this area. So what are the causes of the zinc deficiency? So I have listed some of the causes which lead to zinc deficiency, like the soil pH, calcareous soil, low manure application, etc. And symptoms of zinc deficiency in the rice, we can see the chlorotic symptoms, and brown patches and streaks in lower leaves appear, and appearance of rusty brown spots and discolorations in older leaves. Under acute conditions, we can see some leaf margins of older leaves dry up, and new leaves are smaller in size, and crop maturity is non-uniform and delayed. These are some of the symptoms which can find in zinc deficiency. We know that high-yielding adapted rice varieties which are deficient to zinc, how we can overcome that type of rice variety? Only through by using zinc through multi-system selections. And for that one, the prerequisite is to use a robust marker for the quantitative trait loci. So how we can get this one? Ultimately, it can be possible by dissecting the complex quantitative trait through the identification of genes, gene products, and quantitative trait loci. So by considering this, I have started my research work by using a two diverse parent. That is, one is the Kinandam cotton, is a sensitive or deficiency susceptible to gene, and another one is A69-1, which is tolerant to gene deficiency. So by using these two parents, Kinandam cotton is a Ponica variety, about 12 ppm concentration of zinc here, and another variety that is A69-1 is a tolerant variety, it is the Indica variety, So it has around 32 ppm of concentration of the genes. So by using these two varieties, I developed a real mapping population by advancing generation up to F7. There is around 236 real mapping population. I will show you in the next slide. So this one, the two parent, that is Kinnatam Patum, and another one is 69. By crossing these two parents, I advanced the generation up to F7. F7 is the real mapping population by using two locations, that is the BHU, Varanasi, for main season and off-season, NRI Cuttack for off-seasons. So I advanced it up to F7, that is real mapping populations. After advancing, after getting this F7, I have done my phenotyping as well as genotyping. For phenotyping, I have chosen two locations, that is BHU Varanasi and NDUAT Ayodhya. In that, I have taken phenotypic data like lip bronzings, which are some of the important traits for zinc deficiency. So after getting the data, so in the lab condition genotyping, I have done this one linkage map was constructed by using a map maker, and after that I found QTLs were identified by using QTL cartographer. So this is the descriptions. So I have scored from 1 to 9. So this is the different symptoms which show in the leaf. So if it is 1 means most healthy and normal tolerating plant, so when it increases up to 7 to 9, you can see this how this coloration, the bronzing symptom is showing in this diagram, in these pictures. So how I had did genotyping as well as the QTL analysis. For genotyping, I have used this one different marker, 697 SSR marker. So from among the 697 SSR marker, I found 81 polymorphic marker to run in the whole populations. Then for that one, for QTL analysis, I use a map maker, and this one is for the construction of map, and for QTL analysis, QTL cartographer by using composite interval mapping. So the finding was that in my studies, I used mainly 4 traits, that is the leaf bronzing, plant mortality, root gene concentrations, so gene concentrations. So in leaf bronzing, I found the different QTLs which I found in the different locations in the Varanasi as well as NDUAT I have shown here. So in Varanasi, I found this 6 QTLs, two QTLs in different chromosome, that is chromosome number 2 and 4, and NDUAT again 2 QTLs, that is again in chromosome number 2 and 4. Likewise, for other trait also for plant mortality also in Varanasi, 2 QTLs are there for in chromosome number 4 and 6, and again 1 QTL for plant mortality in chromosome number 4. Likewise, for root gene concentrations, 1 QTL each on chromosome number 4, and in the shoot gene concentration also 1 QTL each in chromosome number 4. So this is the constructions, this is the map, molecular linkage map. In the rice chromosomes, there are 12 chromosomes in rice. For that one, in the one is in the chromosome number 2, 1 QTL is there. In chromosome number 4, you can see 4 QTL I have identified. So another in chromosome number 6, 1 QTL is there. So these are the QTL identified locations in Varanasi, BHU Varanasi. So I will come to the conclusions. From my studies, I could identify 6 QTLs on chromosome number 2 and 4 in BHU Varanasi, and 5 QTLs on chromosome number 2 and 4, and 6 NDUAT Ayodhya, which are related to high productivity and zinc deficiency tolerance. Among these, 5 major QTLs are more than 10 R squared and 1 minor QTLs in BHU Varanasi, and 4 major and 1 minor QTLs in NDUAT Ayodhya for zinc deficiency tolerance with logarithm of odd, that is lot score threshold value higher than 3 were identified. So these identified QTLs can be used in further study like fine mapping in validation for the accuracy of QTLs. It also used in the marker assisted breeding for the deficiency tolerance in rice. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Lapsila. Now moving on, Next presentation, Dr. Prahlad Singh Toor. Tafsila, kindly unshare the screen.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Prahlad Singh Toor. Okay. Then Dr. Sachin Kumar. No. Then Dr. Zahid Nabi Sheikh. Dr. Asmat Farooq. Dr. Patel. I think on the later part, there are many presenters who are missing. And Dr. Sanjeev Kumar.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, present.
Okay, Dr. Sanjeev, a study of constraints analysis of existing farming systems in hills of Himachal Pradesh.
Yes,
Please
yes.
share your slides.
Sir, is it visible, sir?
Yes, it is visible now.
Okay, so good evening, everyone. So I would directly come on to my presentation. So I'm presenting on a study on constraints analysis of existing farming system in the hills of Himachal Pradesh. So as per the economic survey of Himachal Pradesh, about 71% of the population directly or indirectly depends upon the agriculture sector. And in spite of an increase in food production of the state, the agriculture sector in the hills of Himachal Pradesh has disadvantage of small holding, as the average area in the state is about 1 hectare. So in order to improve the livelihood status of the farmers of the state, the agriculture must be supplemented by some other farming components such as livestock, horticulture, fisheries, etc. So in this context, the farming system approach has been seen as a potential way of raising the income to the farmers or improving their livelihood security. Okay, and several authors have studied the constraints faced by the farmers in existing farming systems of different agroclimatic zones in the country. So keeping all these factors in view, the present study was conducted to study, understand, and analyze the various farming systems, constraints encountered by the farmers in the hills of Himachal Pradesh. So for the present study, multi-stage random sampling technique was used. So under this technique, the 4 agroclimatic zones of the state were classified as 4 different strata. Then from each strata, 1 district was selected. Then from 1 district, 2 blocks were selected. From each selected block, 3 panchayats were selected, and ultimately a sample of 240 farmers were collected. And for analysis of the constraints, Garrett ranking technique was used and chi-square test was used. In this Garrett ranking technique, the farmers were asked to assign rank to each of the constraints proposed by them. And then the chi-square test was used to test whether there is any significant difference between the selected districts or not. Then coming on to the results, the major farming system which were existing in the study area were crop, vegetable, fruit and dairy, crop, fruit, dairy, crop, vegetable, dairy, vegetable, fruit and dairy, then cropless dairy and fruit and dairy. And overall, the major farming system was crop, vegetable, fruit and dairy, as 45% of the selected farmers were practicing this farming system in the study area. And among different districts in Unna, Mandi and Shimla, this cropping system, crop, vegetable, fruit and dairy was measured, but in Zone 4, in Kinnaur district of Zone 4, crop, fruit, dairy farming system was mostly practiced by the farmers. So coming on to the constraints experienced by the farmers in the study area, under infrastructural constraints on the basis of Garrett ranking score, the top 3 constraints faced by the farmers were lack of subsidy for inputs. Then second one was a lack of processing facilities, and third one was lack of cold storage facilities. And it was also found that fragmentation of land holding that was significantly differ between the selected districts. As we can see that in case of Kinnaur district of Zone 4, the farmers ranked this constraint as first. But in case of Unna district of Zone 1, the farmer ranked this constraints, fragmentation of land holding, as 9th. This is because the area in Unna district is plain as compared to the Kinnaur district of Zone 4. Then coming on to the production constraints experienced by the farmers, the top three constraints were high cost of inputs, thereby high cost of, then second one was high cost of production, and then third one was labor scarcity. And there was significant difference between lack of irrigation facilities and shortage of fodder constraints among various districts. Then coming on to the marketing constraint experienced by the farmers in the study area, the farmers were experienced major problems of regulated markets. The farmers were not getting this remunerative price, and there were price fluctuations in the study area. Okay, so the ultimately the farmers were not getting the price or the good price for their produce. Then miscellaneous constraints were also found out during the study. These constraints included monkey, wild animals or stray animals menace, and then higher insect pest disease attack and lower risk taking capacity of the farmers. So on the basis of this study, it was concluded that overall in the hills of Himachal Pradesh, lack of study for inputs, lack of processing facilities, lack of training or extension services, high cost of inputs, high cost of production, lack of this labor scarcity, lack of regulated market, price fluctuations, etc. These were the major constraints, and we need to formulate some kind of policy so that the farmers can get a remunerative price and they can sell their produce where they want to. And so it can be concluded that by increasing the cold storage facilities, regulated markets, short-term training activities, and field demonstrations under proper supervisions of the extension workers, it can help the farmers in the study area to enhance their skills and maximize their net income, and so that they can improve their livelihood security. Okay, so thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev. So may I ask the convener if any presentation is left? Are there any more presentation? Dr. Ashwath?
I don't think that anybody is left because nobody is responding.
Okay, so with this, our presentations come to an end, and I will request Dr. Sanjeev to unshare the screen.
Yes, sir, I'm unsharing, but I'm not seeing the menu for unshare.
So now I thank all our lead speakers and the oral presenters and also all the participants. So before I conclude, I will request Dr. O.P. Ashwath, who is the co-chairman of the this session number 2, to give his remarks. Dr. Ashwath, please.
Okay, sir, thank you. And I'm really thankful to the chairman that I am co-chairing with Dr. Dua. And in this session, there were 25 oral presentations were there, and among them 12 were presented well. And out of 3 lead speaker, 1 was replaced with another, and all the 3 were presented very well. And this session was very informative, from production to protection and extension activity, and all the aspects covered, whether it is a improvement, production, protection, and this session was very informative and very interesting for not even for that intellectuals, notables, but also for the farmers if somebody is attending. So that is a very important session, and I'm very much thankful to that organizers, particularly President Dr. Suraj Bhan sir, and my very dear friend Dr. Sanjay Arora, and Dr. Sanjay Swami, Dr. NJ Singh, and Dr. Lala Pire, and my this session's convener, Dr. Bajakumar Bharti. So I'm really thankful be with you and to co-chair this session. And I think there is no, I have noted down the findings. So if it is needed, then I have to present and brief. Otherwise, I will give its report to the organizers. So it is as per their requirement. So now may I request to our chairman sir to kindly look forward.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwath. As Dr. Ashwath has already mentioned that we had three lead presentation. One was Dr. Madhav, where he presented the status of the springs in the hill state, how these are changing, and what are the efforts of local governments to revive these springs, and what is the approach of IC mode for reviving these springs. That was a very nice presentation. This was followed by the presentation by Dr. Hadda, where he highlighted the importance of different runoff prediction models, and then he compared different models and presented a comparative analysis of performance of these different models in this study which were carried at two test sites in Punjab, and he also presented the presentation was very nice. It was followed by an unexpected presentation. It was very nice by Dr. Gurudev Chand, where he made a presentation on hydroponic. It's a very good approach which is coming these days, where he highlighted not only the importance of hydroponic as an alternative farming system for hill agriculture. Beside that, he made he presented some slides on the vertical farming also, and the work which is being carried out to popularize and to experimentation with these methods, so that the production efficiency can be enhanced, because this is a new system which is not being adopted on a large scale in our country. Beside that, out of the 25 oral presentation, I was expecting there should be some 20, because initial 4 or 5 presentation, all presenters were there. But later on, most of the presentation out of the remaining 10, on the last 10, there were only 2 presentations. So in anyhow, I think, took 1.5 hour extra to finish, but I was very happy with the presentation. In fact, our title, the diversification, this I saw in the presentation. We covered everything, as Dr. Ashwath has also mentioned, from resource management for enhancing productivity, then projection for food needs, then integrated farming system, sustainable agriculture, diversified farming, modeling, climate change, everything was covered. And all the presentations were very good. I'm really happy. I think the presentations in most of the slides, they relied less on these tables, but more on the graphics and the pictures and the images. And these presentations were very good. And I'm happy to see the confidence of some young scientists, the way they presented themselves, their work, that was really very good. So with these remarks, I would like to thank Dr. Ashwath and Dr. Bharti for assisting me in conducting this session. I am also thankful to all the lead speakers and oral presenters for delivering excellent presentation. I am also thankful to the organizers, particularly Dr. Swami and Dr. Arora, who gave me an opportunity to chair this very important session, which I feel that is also new for me, and it's an eye-opening. Some of the things which I learned here about the impact of climate change and how this farming is going to affect, and it is going to change in the coming period, and we need to change it. So that is also good for me. I also learned a lot of things from here. And lastly, I thank all the participants who took very good interest. Of course, there was a paucity of time. We couldn't take the questions, but I hope if the emails are shared with all the participants and all the speakers, so if there are any doubts, they can exchange those through the emails. And with all these remarks, I now request Dr. Vijay Kumar Bharti, who is the convener of the session, to kindly conclude the session. Thank you one, thank you all.
Thank you, Dr. Dua. Dr. Bharti, convener of the session. Dr. V.K. Bharti. I think he's not here. So thank you very much to the chairman and co-chairman of the session for conducting the proceeding of the technical session 2. So we will be now moving to the poster presentations for session 1 and 2. Dr. Kohli, is he here? I think he is the chairman of this, coordinator of this.
Sir, Dr. Kohli will take time. right now he is busy. So I think we have to proceed.
Okay, then we proceed for the
Yes.
posters for poster presentation for session 1. So we will be only allowing the presentations those who have submitted their posters. So I request Dr. Swami to please display the first poster which you have received. Dr. Swami. So when the poster is displayed, the author takes 1 minute to describe about the poster and 1 minute to highlight the findings. And after 2 minutes, we will not allow. So the first poster is, please, on the full screen mode, you please present it. Dr. Swami, on full screen mode.
Manjit Moria. Slide so one. Mr. Munjid Mauryan.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Munjit Mariam, and I'm a research scholar at College of Agricultural Engineering and Technology, SCOST-K. The title of my poster is Modeling of Inland Surface Waters and Drainage System of Urbanized Srinagar City in Climate Change Scenario. As we all know that water is an overwhelming, inexhaustible asset, and evaluation and operation of this asset is very important. But as we see that urbanization is occurring around the world as well as in India, and this is often directly linked to the degradation of environmental quality, including the quality of water. Also, the climate is changing. Together, the negative impact of climate change and urbanization result in urban heat island effect, whereby the urban areas have higher temperatures. And this causes heavy precipitation events leading to increase in the flooding frequency of rivers. In Srinagar city, which is in Kashmir, is also under continuous threat of urbanization as well as under the climate change. The objectives of my study were quantifying the impact of urban sprawl on inland surface waters using the geospatial approach, climate change analysis by the delta change approach of the Mike climate change tool, and simulation of hydrological and hydraulic response and performance of inland surface waters and drainage system using DHI's Mike 11 and Mike Urban. So the results. Firstly, the water spread area of the major inland surface waters in Srinagar city was calculated. It was done with the help of mapping, and the maps were generated in the ArcGIS. And after that, the water spread area was estimated on a decadal basis. And the results show that the inland surface waters present in Srinagar city are declining at an alarming rate because of the continuous urban sprawl and encroachments in and around these surface waters. The climate change analysis in Srinagar city is also is a thought of concern because the statistical results of the climate change analysis indicate that the temperature is expected to increase from 2020 to 2100 with an average increase of 0.2 degree every decade. And then coming to the modeling, the statistical results of the model explain that the Mike 11 and Mike Urban model of the DHI are very efficient for simulating the hydrological performance as well as the hydraulic response of the drainage system. The climate change run was conducted for the discharge and the gauge water level at the Ram Munshibagh station, which indicate that in the near future, we are going to experience increased discharge as well as increased gauge water level, which is going to possess a threat of flooding in the city. Also, the drainage system is continuously showing an increase in the link discharge in the future scenarios, which will pose threats of waterlogging in the city. So Srinagar city is facing problems of flood and also waterlogging. And these problems are going to increase in the near future if we do not start restoring our inland surface waters, and if we do not start the flood mitigation, and if we as people do not come together and combat the climate change, which is posing a grave threat, not only to Srinagar, but the entire country and the entire world. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Any query from anybody? Okay, then to the next presentation, poster presentation number 2. SP Shinde et al. Who will be presenting?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Please
Good
continue
afternoon,
and
respected
take.
dignitaries. Myself, Sachin Pandurang Shinde, PhD scholar, Department of Soil and Water Conservation Engineering. Dr. Anna Saib Shinde, College of Agriculture Engineering and Technology, MPKV Rauri. Today, I am here to give the poster presentation on the topic of analytic land temperature analysis with NDVI, NDBI for Butskeo watershed using the Google Earth Engine and GIS. The study aims at the surface temperature of urbanization, non-urban heat island, and the urban heat island, an important factor for heat changes that affect local and global environment challenges and man-made operations. The so many years of Butskeo watersheds, the land surface temperatures are rising, and the estimation of urban heat island NDVI and NDBI indices was calculated using the Google Earth Engine, machine learning algorithm, also remote sensing data. In this research, the relationship between the correlation between the LSD, NDVI and NDBI indices have been established for the estimation of the surface temperature of the Butskeo watershed, situated in the Junner block of Pune district of Maharashtra state. And the selected area of the this study, Butskeo watershed, and the methodology for LST extraction. The present investigation, the TRI groups, the 10 utilized to evaluate the temperature, the extent of the vegetation, and the group 4 and 5 were utilized to create the NDVI of the examination zone. Then the Landsat 8 data collected for the catalog for Google Earth Engine from the surface reflection data, and the images collection for the calculation NDVI and NDBI for 2015 and 2019 Sentinel-2 data collected from the Google Earth Engine data catalog used for the same indices calculation, and JavaScript used for the requesting to the Google Earth servers. Then go to the directly result and discussion. The NDVI values were calculated for the 2015 and 2019 for the Butskeo watershed. The table 1 shows that the statistical results of the NDVI values in the 2 different years, the maximum values and the standard of deviations of NDVI in May 2019. The difference between the maximum and minimum NDVI values in a 2 dates was 0.085 and 0.017 respectively, and the NDBI values were calculated in the 2015 and 19 for Butskeo watershed. In a figure 2 and 3 shows that the statistical result of the NDBI values in a 2 different years, and the difference between the maximum and minimum NDBI values in a 2 dates was the 0.085 and 0.138 respectively, and the LST distribution was classified into the appropriate ranges and the color coded to the generate at thermal pattern distribution map of LST over the study area. And the mean LST values are the 42.21 degrees Celsius and 43.74 degrees Celsius for 2015 and 19 respectively, and the threshold values of UHI generation are 41.03 degrees Celsius and 43.28 degrees Celsius for 2015 and 19 respectively. And the spatial distribution of UHI and non-UHI, the intensity of UHI may be defined at the difference between the average temperature of UHI and non-UHI, shown in a table 3. The UHI intensity more in a summer in a watershed area, and the threshold value of the UHI is estimated at 41.03 degrees Celsius for 2015 and 43.28 degrees Celsius for 2019. And the conclusion, the Landsat 8 and the TRS data were used to investigate the UHI intensity effect on the Butskeo watershed and to interpret the dynamic relation between LST with the NDVI and NDBI. The furthermore, the relation between the LST and NDVI and LSD were interpreted quantitatively by correlation analysis for Butskeo watershed. And the LSD shows the strong negative correlation with NDBI and the strong positive correlation with the NDBI. It indicates that non-UHI zones, green areas, and water bodies remain almost unchanged or very little changed. Only the UHI zones are under the severe heat stress. Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any query? Next presentation.
Next presentation is from RS Selar. RS Selar, available or not? Dr. Arora Saab, I think he is not available. Shall I move to next? Next. This one. Next presentation is from Athira. Athira is available or not? Athira from OUAT. I think he is also not available. Sandeep Kumar. Sandeep Kumar. Mr. Sandeep Kumar. Mr. Sandeep Kumar. ये हमारी वॉइस नहीं आ रही है, क्या प्रॉब्लम क्या? Mr. Sandeep Kumar. I think he is also not available. Then we are moving to the next presenter. जो है सेशन 1 के वो सब हो गया वहीं चलो. So any presenter from the session 1 poster presentation, if he or she is willing to present, they can present right now. Otherwise, we have to move to the session 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Pushpender Singh, you have to share your screen.
Okay, sir. Is my poster is not available with you?
No, you have not sent to us.
Okay, I have sent, but maybe little more.
Okay.
Just a minute. I will try. Sir.
Okay, okay.
Meanwhile, we can take next one.
Dr. Arora sir, we have finished whatever we have got the PPT of these posters.
So anybody left?
Only Dr. Pushpender is just sharing the screen.
Okay, okay.
Is my screen visible?
I think you are in session 2. Okay, no problem. You share your screen.
Yes, sir.
Okay, no problem. You start your presentation.
Is my screen is visible, sir?
No, no. Okay, you arrange your presentation. Meanwhile, okay. Okay, now it is visible.
Visible, sir?
Just it was visible one moment before, but now again it is not visible. Okay, now it is visible.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. As you see, my topic is hormonal impact on growth and flowering in tuberose. Sir, flowers are an integral part of human living. Growth regulators play a vital role in improving growth and flowering in various flowers, but sometimes these chemicals are also affected. Hello?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, sir, okay. Also affected the opening bud adversely. There is not much more information about the application of ethyl malic hydrazide and psychocell in tuberose. In this condition, growers are needed information about optimum dose and using direction for way of increasing quality production and more profit. So keeping the above points into consideration, present study was carried out the optimum dose of ethyl MH psychocell and for maximize the growth and flowering attributes in tuberose cultivar pearl double under merit condition in Western UP. Sir. The soil of the experimental area was sandy loam and neutral injection. The total number of treatments were 10, comprising 3 levels of ethyl, i.e. 100, 150, and 200 ppm. 3 levels of malic hydrazide were 50 ppm, 100 ppm, and 150 ppm. The 3 concentration of psychocell 3,000, 5,000, and 7,000 ppm and control. The observations were number 1, growth characters, number of days taken for sprouting, then number of pillars per clump, next height of the plant in centimeter, number of leaves per clump, width of longest leaf centimeter, and flowering characters, number of days required for visibility of first spike, number of days taken for first flowering, duration of flowering, number of spikes per clump, length of spike centimeter, diameter of spike in centimeter, fresh weight of spike in gram, number of florets per spike, length of rachis in centimeter, length of internodes, and waste life of spike. Sir, the study indicates that all the treatments significantly affected the days taken to sprouting and tillers per clump. Number of days required for sprouting was significantly reduced. All the flowering parameters significantly influenced with ethyl malic hydrazide and psychocell. The silent feature of the present study are summarized as ethyl 150 ppm was found to be superior over 100 ppm and 200 ppm in increasing plant height, number of leaves, width of leaves, and number of tillers per clump during the study. The flowering parameters spike length, diameter of spike, number of spikes, and number of florets per spike were also significantly increased with ethyl at 150 ppm. The result of the study showed that tillers per clump, plant height, number of leaves, and width of leaves were positively influenced by MH at 100 ppm. It is pertinent from the present findings that minimum days required for emergence of first spike and visibility of first flowering was recorded with the MH at 50 ppm, while all other flowering characters were reported superior with MH at 100 ppm. The present investigation reveals that comparatively ethyl and psychocell at 150 ppm and 500 ppm respectively.
डॉक्टर साहब सिर्फ कंक्लूजन बता दीजिए.
Yeah, please conclude your.
Sir. The present investigation reveals that complementary ethyl and psychocell at 150 ppm and 5000 ppm respectively are best suited for growth and flowers production of tuberose cultivar pearl double. Malic hydrazide has less or very little effect on the crop enhancement. These treatments enhance the quality crop production under the agroclimatic condition of the region of Western UP. Thank you, sir. Thank you, all of you. I am also thankful to organizing committee and especially Dr. Sanjay Swami for giving me a chance to present my work here. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr.
इसका ये tuberose का can we use it in the saline areas also?
Sir, actually study we study tuberose at merit condition, climatic condition. The soil not saline here.
What is the pH of the soil?
About 7, sir.
And EC?
Just a minute, sir.
How much EC? What is the value of EC?
Yes, sir.
EC value.
EC value was 0.087 ms per centimeter.
Okay. Dr. Ashwath, any query on tuberose?
Dr. Ashwath, please unmute. Please unmute first.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I have no query on this.
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next presentation, please.
So much, sir.
Thank you. Next, Dr. Swami.
Yes, Dr. Please unshare your screen, Pushpender. Dr. Pushpender. Dr. Pushpender. Yeah. So the next presenter is Koi Josna from Department of Agronomy, University of Agriculture Sciences, Dharwad.
Any presenter of this poster? Koi Josna?
I think we should move to the next. Dr. Tarun Das.
Tarun Kumar Das.
From KVK Tura, West Garo Hills. Tarun Kumar Das, KVK Tura, West Garo Hills, Meghalaya.
Not available.
Not available. Next. Harsh K. Desai. Anand Agriculture University.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just we are sharing your screen. You start
Okay,
your
sir.
presentation.
Just a minute, sir. First of all, good evening, sir.
हाँ बोलते रहिए.
Next level.
Okay. Is it visible, sir?
Yeah, it is visible. Please continue. Start your presentation.
Dr. Harsh, are you
Dr.
able
Harsh?
to?
I think some network problem is there.
So Dr. Arora, shall we move to the next?
Yes. Next one.
Okay. Yeah. Ritika Jamwal.
Ritika Jamwal.
Ritika Jamwal. And
Hello.
Gita Sharma from University of Jammu.
Hello, sir. It is a network problem, sir. I will present myself, Dr. H.K. Desai.
Okay, Dr. Harsh Desai.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
It is visible, sir.
बोलते रहिए
Yeah,
आप.
1 minute, please. Yes, you start your presentation.
Okay. Myself, Dr. H.K. Desai. I'm working as a research associate at the Tribal Research Cum Training Center, Devgarh Baria, Anand Agriculture University. Today, I'm going to present the poster presentation on integrated farming system, a holistic approach for the food and livestock livelihood security. I will go through the direct methodology. The present study was undertaken from the on-farm experiment conducted during the 2017 to 2020 in Dahod district of the Gujarat under the jurisdiction of Tribal Research Cum Training Center, Devgarh Baria of the Anand Agriculture University of the AICRP on Integrated Farming System on-farm research OFR by the Indian Institute of Farming System Research, Modipuram, UP, India. Two block on the basis of productivity, Dahod high productivity area and Dhanpur low productivity area of the Dahod district with 6 different locations, namely Bavka, Baudi Sarkari, Batiwada, Lukhadia, Amli Menpur and Kanjeta were selected for the study. Objective is to improve the livelihood and nutritional security through the diversification approach. And second one is to estimate the impact of capacity building on diversification of the crop plus livestock system. The data presented in table figure number 1, which shows that it is a simultaneously increasing the income of the farmers due to the crop diversification, like a paddy and maize cropping system can be replaced by the soybean and wheat cropping system. Second table, figure which data presented is shows that the increasing knowledge and skill of the tribal farmers in the Dahod district due to the different training organization by the Tribal Research Cum Training Center. Total 17 number of the trainings are conducted under these centers, and increasing income of the farmer after the training program 74,452 rupees. And finally concluded that paddy, just a minute, sir. Okay. Paddy maize cropping system can be replaced by the soybean wheat cropping system, and the significant increase in the income under the various module like a crop, dairy, poultry, and goatry and poultry to adopt the different intervention and diversification of the crop and varieties. The profitability of the households was increasing to 42.72% over the benchmark year, and also increasing the knowledge and skill of the household due to the training program. Thank you very much, sir.
So what was the technological interventions apart from integrated farming system on soil management? There was some interventions?
No, sir. Actually, in the tribal pocket, majority of the farmers are cultivating the maize and chickpea, but it is not more profitable. So we are trying to replacing some diversified crop like soybean and wheat. In the soybean, NRC 37 is a very high yielding variety, and wheat 451 variety is a very high yielding variety. So increasing the income of the farmers in the Dahod district.
There is salinity problem, na? In some parts. Soil salinity problem is there? No.
No, sir.
Not soil. Dr. Harsh, I'm having one question.
Yes, sir.
Do you feel that when you are replacing this rice, wheat and chickpea with soybean, would it be sustainable for that soil under the you are implementing this crop, replacing these crops?
Yes, sir. It is sustainable, sir.
How? Because soybean is mining the phosphorus, and
actually,
some
sir,
of the
we are
area
going to No. Yeah, actually, we are going to the value addition basis. So soybean is so profitable crop because in Gujarat,
Yes, that
so
is
many.
right.
Yes, sir.
That is right. It is profitable, but whether it is sustainable to that soil, because why it is localized, this soybean, particularly for MP and the soils, particularly that black soil, why it is only localized? It is not spreading across the country, because in that area also, in MP also, those who are regularly that cultivating this soybean, there is a huge problem.
Actually, sir, some problems in soybean crops like girdle beetle, insect pest attack in the
That is
soybean crops.
protection measure.
Yeah, yes.
Okay, I'm asking about that with respect to soil. Okay, good.
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay, good.
Thank you, doctors. Next. Whether Miss Ritika Jamwal is available? Miss Ritika Jamwal from University of Jammu. I think not available. Then Anuj Godara.
Yes, sir.
Okay, we are sharing your PPT. Just wait for 1 minute only.
Okay, sir.
Yes, you start your presentation.
A very good evening, sir. I am presenting my review paper on crop diversification, mainly in hilly regions of India, for enhancing the economic status with horticultural crops majorly. So I am doing my master's in horticulture from SKRAU Bikaner, and the other author is Sumya, and he is doing a MSc in economics from Jobner University, Jobner. So the agriculture diversification, as we all know, can be described in many ways, but basically agricultural diversification is promoting from the one traditional crop and going toward the other cropping pattern to get various forms of outputs. And why I'm asking here is with the horticultural crops upliftment on the economic status, because diversification towards horticulture has been mostly towards fruits and vegetable, and it provides high rate of return, and productivity is also higher than other food crops, which is basically a keen role to play in the economic status upliftment of the farmers. The major objectives of the paper was to examine the status of crop diversification majorly in the hilly regions, and to study about various ways to enhance the economic status of the farmers there, and to get acquainted with the patterns of crop diversification which are prevailing in that regions or hilly regions of India. So there are a lot of major drivers towards the crop diversification, as recently a lot of R&D, research and development institutions have been formed by the government of India, like NSC Nationals, and various central institutes have been set up by the government. And the NPSD, National Policy on Seed Development 1988 by Government of India, also helped the importing of high quality seeds easily. And the traditional cropping pattern like wheat and paddy also has led to serious economic, social and ecological problems such as deceleration in productivity growth and stagnation in the productivity, drop in agricultural self-employment, overexploitation of groundwater resources, and decline in soil fertility. So it may be said as the need of hour to go for the crop diversification. And majorly diversification towards horticulture in the northeast, the agroclimatic conditions are very much favorable or suitable for horticultural, spices, aromatics, floriculture crops. And by this diversification towards these high value crops, the farmers can get higher prices, and they can get the good economic returns with the less input, because basically when we put up an orchard the input cost is firstly big in the starting years, but then we get regular backup
Mr. Noor, please
outputs.
conclude.
Yes, sir. So from various data which I have seen that the subsistence levels of food grains in our country, the stocks, we have a lot full of stocks in the major crops. So it would be beneficial to experiment diversification towards horticultural crops. And it also it is very important to protect the small farmers from the price risk faced by them due to both seasonal gluts and perishability of the horticultural crops, so that they can take the full advantage, and they should be protected with various incentives to be provided by the government. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Anuj?
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Anuj?
Any query?
Yes, sir.
What the crops you are suggesting, northeast and some other places, that those crops are already there. What do you suggest for that mid Aravalli Hills? That is belongs to your particular state. So, what are the crop diversification would you suggest? I
Sir,
think
mid
you are
Aravalli,
a very beginner.
sir, mid Aravalli Hills in like Rajasthan area.
Yes, yes.
Sir, like we can go for bear and amla and bale. With agroforestry systems, we can also include like
Okay,
for
good.
the starting
At least you are thinking in that line also. Good. Okay, fine.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, at least because you are doing master now, so I think it is enough for you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, good.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Any more query? Okay, thank you, Anuj.
Thank you very much, sir.
Next presenter, Bhupender Singh. Mr. Bhupender Singh.
Very good evening, sir.
Okay, just wait for a moment. We are sharing your PPT.
Thank you, sir. Myself,
yeah, please start.
I'm a PhD first year student at Sardar Vallabhbhai Patel University of Agriculture and Technology, Meerut. My topic is a social aspect of biodiversity conservation. First of introduction. The knowledge and value of the local communities are now being acknowledged as valuable for the biodiversity conservation. In this article, we focus upon the division between generalized school and philosophical and ethical thought about social culture and conservation. There is a ongoing debate playing out over conservation between those who believe conservation threatens community livelihood and traditional practices, and those who believe conservation is essential to protect non-human species from the effect of human development and population growth. There are mainly three objectives: the diversity of species, sustainable utilization of species and ecosystem to maintain life supporting system and essential ecological processes. Methodology first are the area-based planning, regulatory decision analysis, environmental damage assessment, environmental management, and conservation instrument. There are methodologies should be adopted for any particular policy issue that being addressed. It is important to identify the relevance of social ecosystem as well as entry point of the policy assist for the considering ecosystem services as and what some those considered might be. Results over the past 50 years, humans have changed ecosystem more rapidly and extensively than in any comparable period time human history, largely to meet rapid growing demands for food, fresh water, timber, fiber, and fuel. This has resulted in a sustainable and largely irreversible loss in the diversity of the life on Earth. Interdisciplinary analysis the main components should be adopted. Someone indirectly, demographic, economic, social, political, and culture, and direct changing in local land usage, species introduction, renewable technology adoption, and use external input, climate change, natural, physical, biological diverse, management and governance, criteria for decision making, decision mode and action, etc. Ecosystem services. There are biophysical structure, ecosystem functions, ecosystem regulatory, providing, culturing, supporting, and habitat. Then benefit to human, how and why ecosystem services matter to people and related significance. Rural people can improve their understanding biodiversity, agroecological relationships at the same time as they develop new social rules, norms, and institutions. The conservation of an environmentally focused.
Okay, you please conclude. We can read this slide, no problem. Conclude, please.
To promote an understanding of the need to conserve biodiversity and use biological resources in a sustainable manner, to improve the effectiveness of conservation, solutions that depends on the public support. Conservation are increasingly related to social science that explore the factor influencing human thought and behavior. We encourage you to take measures to promote biodiversity communication, education, and awareness. Thank you, sir.
Any query? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes, please.
Sir, myself, Sumajit Pradhan, I have been listed for the second session poster presentation.
Second session?
Poster presentation, Sumajit Pradhan.
Okay, we are coming.
Effective mic.
Please wait. We are coming to turn by turn.
Okay, sir.
Next, please. Mr. Vikram Kanna Reddy. Kannam Reddy.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes, please. Start, please.
Yes, sir. Good evening, one and all present here. Today I'm going to present about a topic that is variations in soil microbiome due to the application of different herbicides in blackgram crop. Research was conducted at Agriculture University, Coimbatore, when I was in MSc under the guidance of Dr. C.R. Chinnamuthu, Professor in the Department of Agronomy, NU Coimbatore. And now I am doing first PhD in Department of Agronomy, CPGS, Umiam. Here, the main aim of this research is how the herbicides are affecting the microbial load in the soil. So here, coming to introduction, we know that soil is the soul of infinite life and is the restless harbor for plant growth and is the motherland for most of the microbes. So by using herbicides and how the microbial load will change in the soil as per the time, where we did this research in blackgram crop under the with different treatments with especially with encapsulated sulfentrazone, nano-encapsulated sulfentrazone, and without encapsulation, and with generally used herbicides like pendimethalin, followed by post-emergence herbicide like Kizilofopethyl and Imazethaplar, followed by hand weeding and all. If we come to the result part in the table first, in the table, initially before the introduction of, that means imposing treatments, the bacterial, fungal, and actinomyces load was very high.
Completed?
When, sir?
Have you completed?
Yes, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
But initially there was more load was there, microbial load, both bacteria and fungi and actinomycetes. At 50 days of 25 days after sowing, it was reduced, very much reduced the load, microbial load. But after 50 days after sowing, there was gradual increase in the microbial population because these microbes used the source of organic material in the herbicides, and also by developing the growth, and they have developed the microbial load. Finally, I'm concluding that even though the gradual reduction in the reduction in the microbial load when you use herbicides, even after that there was gradual increase in the microbial load. So at low concentration we can use, at optimum dose if we can use the herbicides, we cannot it cannot disturb the soil and as well as microbes to the bad level. Thank you, sir.
Okay, which microbes means which species, or you have found that they were
Yes, sir.
resistant or tolerant to different levels of herbicide? Or
Sir,
generally you have,
especially
based on the
in the
population only, you have assessed?
Yes, sir, I have assessed bacteria, fungi, and actinomycetes, sir. In that, compared to the initial microbial load, in case of bacteria, there was more difference compared to 25 days and 50 days. In case of fungi and actinomycetes, there was not that much difference in the compared to the initial and at the 50 days microbial, sir.
Means fungus or bacteria and actinomycete which was tolerant to herbicide at higher level of higher concentration level?
But I don't know clearly, sir, because bacteria were more sensitive and followed by fungi because of higher dose of herbicide effect. But in case of actinomycetes, there was not that much difference in the
whether this study was basically for testing these, or just a part of the research you are presenting, agronomic study?
Sir, this is a part of my study, sir.
Okay, then you cannot conclude that this was the effect of herbicide only on microbial load, because there are many other things that influence the microbial load. Okay.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
Next
you, sir.
presentation, please.
Next is Kaila Tara Meghna. Kaila Tara Meghna. Available or not? Kaila Tara Meghna. Then next is Nikita Ramesh. Nikita Ramesh. Then next is Hari Prasad Mohale. Mr. Hari Prasad Mohale. And then Mr. Rupam Sahu. Dr. Arora, you can share screen of Rupam Sahu. Dr. Arora, sir. Okay.
Rupam Sahu.
Yes, sir, I am available.
Okay, start your presentation.
Sir, am I visible?
Yeah, you are visible and audible. You start your
visible.
presentation.
Okay, sir. Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Rupam Sahu. Here I am going to present a poster on the title Microbial Approach for Crop Residue Burning, Crop Residue Decomposition to Combat Crop Residue Burning. Here I am talking about agricultural crop residues. These residues are the leftovers on the agricultural ground after the crop has been harvested. It includes stalks and stubbles, leaves, and seed pod. Why crop residue burning is in practice? Because under the rice wheat cropping pattern, after harvesting the rice, farmers need to prepare the field to sow the next crop in time. To clear 500 million tons of residue rapidly, farmers opt for easy and inexpensive solution, that is in situ burning. So why do we care about crop residues burning? Let them burn. What harm it cause? So it causes major harm. It causes major harm because the burning contributes majorly in global warming, loss of plant nutrients, it deteriorates soil fertility, loss of soil flora and fauna, loss of carbon, loss of biodiversity, health hazards to human, animals, and birds, release of soot particles causing smog, emission of greenhouse gases. Over 50% of crop residues are burned and release air pollutants by only the Asian continent Asia. Here, as we can see in the pie chart, over 50% it's contributing. Only the continent Asia contributing the 50% emission. And the rest of the continent's percentage is also given here, which is less than the Asia's. And in which the wheat crop residues causes 25.6%, and sugarcane 4.1%, rice paddy 24.9%, and maize responsible for the highest emission due to crop residue burning, 45.4%. So in the list of top 10 emitters, the China is largest emission from crop residue burning occur by China, then India, then United States of America, then USSR, then Brazil, then Indonesia, then Russia, then Mexico, then Thailand, and then the least residue burning practice being done by Pakistan. And so there are alternatives also present. In situ management through incorporation of residues through the use of agriculture machines such as superstorm management system attached with existing combine harvester, happy seeder, straw, chopper, rotavator, etc. Biochar production, biothermal power plants, residues, former for animals, bedding materials for animals.
How these microbes can play?
Yes, sir.
How these microbes can play their role?
Yeah, directly you go to that portion.
Okay, sir. But because these alternatives also have some demerits, such as they are cost ineffective, require high demand of labor and electricity, even removal of crop residue by cattle feed or other industrial purposes, increase nutrient removal from cropland and harm soil with multiple adverse impacts ranging from erosion and degradation of soil to hampering soil, air, and water quality. In situ incorporation also takes months to years, longer term. It's a long-term process to recover. So why microbes? What makes us approach microbes? Because microbes are natural decomposers, and they are ubiquitously present in environment. They break up or degrade the dead or plant or animal biomass and act on the detritus to reform or recycle soil nutrients. Microbes are responsible for degradation and recycling of elements that basically constitute the foundation of ecosystem. They keep up the balance of abiotic and abiotic components of environment. Microbes are also efficient, eco-friendly, and a cheap alternative for the degradation of lignocellulose complex matrix without releasing any toxic compounds to environment that is detrimental to life. So how microbes are beneficial in this scenario? Microbes can decompose the complex aromatic structure of residues by producing lignocellulosic enzymes. microbes, the existence of microbes in on the earth is before the humans. So they have survived in every environment, in every harsh environment. They can tolerate every adverse environment. So we can approach microbes. Because they have high tolerant resistance power, and also the enzymes, they produce enzymes to break such complex structures and utilize them as a food. So enzymes, they produce enzymes, and the enzymes are biocatalysts involved in the breakdown of lignin and cellulose materials into further hydrolyzed useful products. As microbes are asexual type of organism, they possess high replication, they possess fast replication ability. For instance, E. coli, a bacteria, replicates in every 20 minutes. So hence, efficient microbes can degrade the residues within 45 days. So here's the mechanism. As lignin is rich in lignocellulose structure. It contains it consists of the cell wall of lignin consists of lignin, hemicellulose, and cellulose. I cannot see the screen. Okay. So microbes produce the enzymes to break down the lignin, to rupture the complex aromatic structure of lignin, and after breaking down the lignin structure, it further enzymatic hydrolysis, it degrades the cellulose and hemicellulose structure by producing cellulose and hemicellulose enzymes. So which in the end produce simple sugars, monomeric sugars, as a result, as a byproduct. So microbes such as fungi through producing especially white rot fungi produced lignin peroxidase, manganese dependent peroxidase, and lacase. These are the degradation of lignin depends on the action of lignin degrading enzymes, such as these three enzymes. These three enzymes act synergistically to degrade lignin in the biomass. So this similar is with bacteria and actinomyces.
Welcome, please conclude.
Yes, sir.
Please conclude.
Here is, yes, sir. So these organisms only convert these aromatic compounds into non-toxic compounds. That is the one biggest reason we need to approach microbes. So here is the conclusion, that microbes are natural decomposers, possess the efficacy of converting the complex aromatic structured compound into nutritionally rich composts. For example, wood degrading microbes, mainly fungi and bacteria. A diverse spectrum of lignocellulosic microorganisms present in the environment with which delignify the various types of plant cell walls. In order to combat the agriculture crop residues burning, we need to find the bacteria and fungi that carry most efficiently hydrolyzing enzymatic system. That must be isolated, identified, and studied for further in situ crop residue degradation in bulk to apply on field, so that crop residues can be removed without harming the health and environment, because their end byproduct is non-toxic. So we must approach the microbes to combat crop residue. This poster presentation based on my review, based on the review of papers, and which is closely related to the research I'm a part of. So thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Any query?
Dr. Arora has also developed with one biodecomposer.
This is the part.
Yes.
Doctor, I am having a very big query.
Yes.
That why this is opted as a poster presentation. I think this should be a oral presentation to Mr. To
Next
Ms.
time
Rupam,
she will come out with some research good findings, and then she will present.
Because that she spoke a lot, but there is one question floated by the audience, that this microbial decomposition is time taking. So what do you have any comment? This question was floated by some audience. I couldn't recall his name.
Yes, sir. They
what
are because every microbe has some vary in their potential to delignify plant cell walls. Every microbe is vary in their potential. So that is why I have mentioned in my conclusion that the microbes must be isolated, identified, and studied for faster those which are very efficient, which do fast replication and also produce enzymes which are specifically attack on the lignin structure. Lignocellulosic enzymes which produce lignocellulosic hydrolyzing enzymes, and which multiply very fast, like fungi. Fungi multiply very fast, produce high complex hyphae mycelium structure they have, and of course, if we make a consortia of every potential or every efficient
You have reviewed
microbe,
very, I think,
then
many research
we can
papers.
increase the degradation or decomposition process. If we take a consortium of 4 microbes which are able to decompose a huge bulk of crop residue in 5 days, or less than it, we have to study for it, and we have to study and isolate them, identify them, so we can definitely can apply. It will not be time consuming if we can find the right microbe, as they are already present in the environment. They are
Okay, Ms. Rupam. I want to know that longer time or small time, that is not a word of scientific. You tell just how much what are the microbes which can that decompose, means what is the least time in days or hours or whatever
Particular
the time.
species.
Particular species or whatever the species you have reviewed. So which one is the least time consuming, and what is that least time?
For example, fungi, Trichoderma, Aspergillus, Phenroichid, Chrysosporium.
There
are many.
How long it will take time to decompose?
Yes, in 30 days, it was given in the papers that under the 30 days they able to decompose.
Okay. That was the answer. That is the answer for the question floated by some audience. Because nobody will wait for a month in between two crops.
Yes,
so
sir.
that's why somebody asked this question. Probably that Amrit Datta asked this question.
But actually, Doctor, actually, if we want to manage these residues, so we have, and to manage the soil health and to recycle the plant residues, we have to wait for the time, because otherwise burning may be a short-term arrangement, but it is very harmful. To avoid that, we have to wait for 25 to 30 days if we are having not much machinery available with us to manage this. So we are trying